Hove. I have to say, on a very cloudy, overcast, chilly morning, it feels a little bit more like November than it does April, and there's a rather ominous sign of a couple of the ground staff making their way down the ground from their groundsman's hut at the far end. I always worry about that because this is where the covers are kept, and there is a bit of rain around, and possibly a bit more rain this afternoon. I'm Adrian Harms. Very good morning to you. Delighted to be joined this week by Ed Seaborn from BBC Radio Gloucester and BBC Radio Bristol. Good morning to you, Ed.
Good morning, Adrian.
Lovely to see you.
I can't quite hear myself, but I hope you can hear me, and I'm sure the people listening at home would rather they couldn't hear me as well, but I can't. Yeah, well, no, not really, but never mind. As long as you can hear me, then everything's fine.
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. The other member of our commentary team today is Isabel Duncan. I'm not sure whether she's an Isabel or an Izzy. Fine, there we are. Either is fine. So we'll take your pick, Isabel or Izzy Duncan. So the three of us providing commentary. First of all, a little shout out around the ground just to make sure that people can hear us. Yes, we are hats waving up in the top tier. I can see Julian waving his hat away. Good to see you there, Julian. I hope you're all wrapped up, to be honest, because I went out for the toss a little earlier on and it was freezing. And I can see the ground staff have got sort of, what do you call it? It's like a fleece on with the hood up. So it is really, really chilly here at home. The most important thing is the news from the middle. The news is that Sussex won the toss and they are going to bowl first. Just the one change for Sussex in this game. Ollie Robinson, who didn't play at Leicester last week, he did play in the first game of the season against Northamptonshire. He returns at the expense of Ari Cavelos. What's the news on the Gloucestershire side?
Well, there's a few changes, some of which are enforced, some of which are down to the fact that we've had, well, first of all, the Kookaburra Ball, which was, I think, quite taxing for the bowlers, which is one of the discussion points about should we use it. Then also, because Gloucestershire have had so many injuries on the bowling side, they're really trying their best to rotate more and try to keep everybody fit. So the changes, Chris Dent has a back injury, so he isn't playing, which means I think that in a few moments' time it will be Ben Charlesworth to walk out with Cameron Bancroft to open the batting for Gloucestershire. Then a bit lower down, Tom Price makes his first appearance of the season. Terrific to have him back after missing the first couple of games with a minor rib issue. Zafar Gohar plays his first game as well. Mark Lane saying at the end of last match that he felt that Gloucestershire needed that specialist spin option, so he plays. And Dom Goodman also makes his first appearance of the season, so there are three changes to that bowling lineup. Marchand de Lange is being rested. Josh Shaw, I think, also a sort of rest rotation basis, given the fact that he was out there in the warm-ups, but in the end it's Goodman who is the one that is playing there. So Cameron Bancroft and Ben Charlesworth to open. Ollie Price, Miles Hammond, James Bracey, fresh off a match-saving ton in the last match, as is Ollie Price. Graham Van Buren, the captain, and then Tom Price, Zafar Gohar, Dom Goodman, Zaman Akhtar and Ajit Singh Dale. Those are the two surviving members of the attack last week.
Ed, thanks very much. The players are making their way out from the pavilion over in the top corner of the ground. We're going to start on time, which is great news. The light is not great, and just a reminder that floodlights will not be used in County Championship cricket this season here at Hove. So let's hope the light doesn't deteriorate any. Talking to Ben Gibson, the groundsman, this is the same wicket that was played on last year for the game against Glamorgan, which was a bit of a run fest, but there's a bit more grass on the pitch. So, and with the Duke ball as well, possibly we'll see some more wickets than we did on that particular occasion. But what I can see is Ollie Robinson is going to take the ball, number 25 on the back of his shirt, and he's going to be coming into bowl from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. A smattering of applause for Ollie Robinson. As John Simpson, the Sussex wicketkeeper and skipper, fresh from his career best 205 at Leicester last week, is just in front of us. We've got a brilliant view here, or at least I have, Ed. I'm looking pretty much wicket to wicket, so no excuse in terms of LBWs this week. Last week, or the previous game against Northamptonshire, the wicket was probably about, well, if this is pitch 13, I reckon that was probably about pitch 7. So away to our left-hand side towards the Spen Karma Pavilion. So we're pretty much set to go. Sussex with 4 slips in place, all of them with their hands in their pockets, unsurprisingly. Tom Alsop first, Tom Clark at second, James Coles at third, and Jack Carson at fourth. Finn Hudson-Prentice is at point. He's got his hands in his pockets. Who hasn't got hands in? But we're all taking them out now as the ground staff make their way round the ground, which is always a worry here at Hove. So we just have to keep our fingers crossed that the showers stay away. Anyway, we're underway. In comes Ollie Robinson. Down the hill, comes on in bowls, and a well-pitched up delivery that Bancroft plays down the ground. There's a misfield there by... who's that all the way down in
Jaden Seals.
Oh, it is Jaden Seals. Yeah, I should have recognised Jaden.
I think they didn't run for that, so I assume it must have hit the non-striker.
Must have hit the non-striker. The openers, Cameron Bancroft, the Australian, Ben Charlesworth, who Ed was explaining. I watched Ben Charlesworth in a 50-over game here 2 or 3 years ago, and he looked terrific. Tall left-hander. Has had a difficult time the last couple of seasons, but he's opening today. As in comes Robinson and bowls, and let go by Bancroft, taken by Simpson. Good carry through to John Simpson, and there is no run. Your emails, of course, welcome throughout the match. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet at BBC Sussex Sport, or at Ed Cricket the digit 6, or at Fine Glance. That's Izzy Duncan's Twitter handle. And I'm sure we're going to get lots of correspondence about the decision announced yesterday of the women's teams, of which Sussex are not one, nor Gloucestershire, and nor will they be either of the 2 teams who will be introduced in 2027. As in comes Robinson and bowls. Bancroft lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, and there is no run. So they're the Twitter handles. If you want to email us, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. We were hoping, and we are hoping, that at some stage during the match that John Philby, the Sussex chair, will come and speak to us. Sussex are still compiling their response to the fact they haven't been awarded one of the teams, so quite understandable that until that's done, we're not expecting John to join the commentary, but hopefully something will happen during the match and we can get Sussex's take on what's happened. In comes Robinson, bowls, with a good delivery. Bancroft just lets go outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, and there is no run. He's pretty much on the money here, Ollie Robinson. I mean, all these deliveries I can see are all pitching just around about off stump.
Yes, and Bancroft in the first game, he made a 70 in the first innings, but he did scratch about quite a bit. The feeling was, okay, spent quite a lot of time out in the middle. Hopefully that will have effectively helped him get his feet under him, given the fact that he only arrived just before Gloucestershire's, what was supposed to be their first game, that got washed out. Robinson
in bowls and played on the bounce to short leg, fielded there by Tom Haynes, who's got the rather dubious pleasure of being in at short leg, and there is no run.
He batted for about 220 deliveries for that 70. It was tough going. Yorkshire bowled very accurately at him as well. You certainly got to give credit to what Yorkshire did with the ball.
Sorry, just watching here, this is not good news for Sussex, because that was played to short leg, and I saw Tom Haynes shaking his right hand as soon as that happened. So there's an injury here to Tom Haynes, the Sussex opening batsman, who is now wandering off in the direction of the pavilion. I'm waiting for the Sussex physio to come out. Now, he's not walking all the way, Tom, which suggests, well, we'll just have to wait and see. John Morelli, the physio, is coming running down the steps. So a break in play here. I wonder whether it's popped a finger or something.
Yeah, I just wonder whether it needs popping back in. Ooh, I can't say I've ever had that happen myself, but the idea of somebody popping it back in is certainly an unpleasant one. I hope he's okay. It was turned very firmly by Bancroft. He did quite well to stop it, but he's probably regretting it now.
I'm presuming it's his hand. He certainly seemed to be wringing his right hand, and I think, is he going off? That look, he's, oh dear. No, is he going to look the other way, Tom? Well, they bought out a helmet for him as well. But the 12th man is coming on here, I think, for Sussex.
Yeah.
Tom Haynes is going off in the first over of the day. attempting to field a ball at short leg. Now let's hope that's nothing that's going to prevent Tom batting. But that's not great news. The 12th man is coming running on, who looks like Ollie Carter, who wouldn't have expected to have been on the field quite as quickly. No runs on the board, but Sussex with the opening batsman Tom Haynes off the ground. We'll have to just hope that's nothing too serious. In comes Robinson, running in down the hill. Bowls to Bancroft. That's a good delivery by Robinson. Just jags back in to Bancroft, who's sort of half-cocked forward. The ball hits him on the 5-pad. A muted appeal from the slip call, which was never going to be upheld. The ball was going over the top of the stumps. Gloucestershire are 0 for 0 at the end of the opening over here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Gloucestershire and Bristol. Adrian Harms and Ed Seaborn, your commentary team.
Yeah, not the start Sussex were after in terms of the injury potentially to Haynes, but certainly what they were after from Ollie Robinson, who I'm sure, with a potential Aussie opponent for future years, we'll see whether Bancroft can force his way back into the Australia side. It's what he wants to do. He made it very clear that he wanted to play a full season over here, and that he sees that as a potential way. Of course he wants to go out and score runs for Gloucestershire, but he sees that as a potential way to get back into that Australia setup. Here's Jaden Seals, the West Indian international, bowling to Charlesworth, the left-hander, coming round the wicket to him, as everybody seems to do nowadays. With a new ball, you've got a left-hander, in you go round the wicket. Charlesworth defends his first ball, which forces him into playing. So for Charlesworth, as we were talking about before, really, in terms of championship cricket, I think there's a real hope that this might be his kind of breakout year in the championship, as Seals runs into bowl to him, and this is defended by Charlesworth very correctly in behind that one, plays it to mid-on. But he played in the first game and scored 95 runs and wasn't out in either innings, but that was batting down at number 6, and because of the injury to Chris Dent, he's then been pressed back into action up the top of the order. In the second innings, he came out against the second new ball, so effectively it was almost as if he was opening in terms of facing that new ball. Seals in, bowls, turned off the pads, and Charlesworth and Gloucestershire are underway. This is out towards the longer boundary towards mid-wicket, so it's not going to go, but they should be able to come back for a pretty comfortable 3. And that indeed is the result. So Gloucestershire are 3 without loss halfway through the second over. But Charlesworth, as you say, he's somebody that you feel surely that breakout is coming in the championship, because it's happened in white ball cricket. He was terrific in the T20 last year. He was Gloucestershire's leading run scorer in that petition, despite having not played any T20 cricket before last year. 4 slips in place for Bancroft, the right-hander, as Seals comes over the wicket to him. That's well wide of off stump, and Bancroft has nothing to do with it. He was the first Gloucestershire batter to score 2 50s in his first 3 innings in the T20. 50 on debut against Glamorgan, and then the second one was a 19-ball 50, which was the fastest the counties had against Essex at Chelmsford. So you think of the likes of Ian Harvey early on. He was the first man, Harvey, to score a ton in the T20, but Charlesworth quicker 50 than him. Seals bowls full and on leg stump. Bancroft works it into the leg side but won't pick up a run, as Pujara fields from mid-on. But yes, he, in terms of championship cricket last year, Charlesworth with 380 runs at 25 with a couple of half centuries. He had his first championship ton for the taking at Derby and hoiked one up in the air, but you just look at him and you think, oh, that is a player. Seals into Bancroft, who's forward defending, thinking about a quick run to mid-off, but they decide against it. So Bancroft still yet to get off the mark. He's faced 9 deliveries. Charlesworth has 3, and Gloucestershire are 3 for no wicket.
A few emails have come in, so I'll rattle through these throughout the over. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Thank you everybody for getting in touch. This first one is from Steve Harris, who is based up in Aberdeenshire, keen Sussex supporter. Steve, great to hear from you. He says, I picked up that you'll be interviewing John during the match starting today. We certainly hope to. Just to reiterate, Sussex haven't formalised their response yesterday to the news that they won't be one of the 8 teams selected by the ECB. And we, quite rightly, Sussex will make some sort of announcement, I'm sure, and then after that, I very much hope that John will come and speak to us. As in comes Ollie Robinson from the Cromwell Road end, in and bowls, and Charlesworth lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, no run. He goes on to say, I wonder if you could ask him whether he thinks it's time for what I'm calling the unwanted 8. The counties excluded by the ECB yesterday to start acting as a group. It's appeared obvious for me to some time that the ECB would be far happier if there were 10 counties and are taking every decision with that in mind as they concentrate the goodies with the chosen 10 and exclude the unwanted 8. I fear that county cricket as I've known it is over, and we're just waiting to see what exactly emerges in its place. Being nice and playing along with the ECB. Just break off for a moment and I'll read that sentence again in a minute. In comes Robinson, bowls, clipped away nicely by Charlesworth. The ball, Robinson erring towards the leg stump, and he clips that around the corner, footed by Danny Lamb, who runs around the boundary to field. 4 without loss. Bancroft yet to score. Charlesworth on 4. I fear that county cricket as I've known it is over, and we're just waiting to see what exactly emerges in its place. Being nice and playing along with the ECB is leading the 8 to disaster in my mind. Radical action is required. Steve goes on to say he's not going to listen to all of the match because he's going to his nephew's stag do in Manchester. That sounds a bit messy, doesn't it?
Manchester or the stag do?
Well, both, I think. Yeah. So Steve says, and certainly Steve, if we get some of those answers, we will post them on social media. But thank you very much for your email and your thoughts. In comes Robinson, bowls, and Bancroft is going to get runs backward of point. The ball races away to a very short boundary on the clock tower scoreboard side of the ground. It was cut away by Bancroft. He picks up a boundary, and Gloucestershire go to 8 for loss. So thank you for that, Steve. Bob Pook's been in touch. Hello, Bob. He says, good morning, Adrian and colleagues. Looking forward to a good game with hopefully a positive result. Now we have a better weather forecast. Well, we hope so, Bob. And a proper cricket ball. Enough has been said about the merits or otherwise of the inferior Kookaburra ball, but one interesting fact that I read that was in the first 2 rounds of Championship cricket this year, a wicket was taken every 12.2 overs, whereas last season it was every 9.1 overs. In comes Robinson, bowls to Bancroft, who steers that rather late down to fine leg, fielded down there by Finn Hudson-Prentice. 1 more to the total. Bancroft goes to 5. Gloucestershire haven't been asked to bat on 9 without loss. He says, unfortunately, we'll have to endure 2 more rounds of drawn matches with the Kookaburra later in the summer. All the best, kind regards, keep up the good work, says Bob Pook in Hastings. I don't know if it's chilly in Hastings today, Bob, but it's certainly chilly here. Max got in touch to say that the live stream is a second ahead or so of the video. So I'm sure Jack and the guys here are on the case if there is a problem, Max. In comes Robinson, bowls, Charlesworth defends down the onside of the track, and there is no run. Simon Bushel's been in touch. He says, hello from Australia, and welcome back to the Duke's ball. To have only 2 results in the first 2 weeks due to weather as well is quite shocking. It is well and good using the Kookaburra ball to give bowlers practice, but best to use it in subcontinent conditions at the height of summer, not when it's cold, soggy and damp. I'm sure that will fill a lot of our broadcasting airtime today, talking about the Kookaburra ball. Some promising signs of a prosperous Sussex performance is now the real season starts. Let's see if the batsman can score runs against a harder swinging ball. In comes Robinson, bowls to Bancroft, lets that go outside the off stump. There is no run. John Malone has been in touch. He says, good morning, Adrian and team. Coming through loud and clear on the stream. Cloudy and nippy in Bexhill on Sea Like Cove. Sussex need a win now. Come on, lads. Sorry, he says to you, Ed. There is obviously a reason why Sussex were not chosen for the 8. Anything confirmed as to why yet? The answer to that is no, nothing official from the club, John, but we're very much hoping we will get something very soon. And Julian, hello Julian, lovely to hear from you, great to see you in the ground today. He says, good morning gentlemen, the rich are getting richer. First we have the news that Sussex lose out to the women's game, then the plan is to downgrade the Eastbourne Ladies Tennis Tournament. I didn't know about that.
Oh, really?
And he says now the end of replays in the FA Cup. Yeah, it's... in comes Jaden Seals. Sorry, I've just pinched your ball and played by Bancroft to mid-on. There is no run.
I didn't know that about the tennis in Eastbourne.
No, I didn't.
Strange decision. It's always a very popular tournament.
Yeah, Devonshire Park. I mean, for many, many years it was just a ladies' tournament, and then it became men as well. But I don't know quite what's happened down there now to downgrade the Eastbourne Ladies Tennis Tournament. Very, very popular event, and brings a lot of tourists to Eastbourne. You know, it's a real warm up for Wimbledon.
Yes,
on
exactly.
The grass courts at Devonshire Park.
Yeah, very much bigger, very much a fixture of the pre-Wimbledon calendar. A few weeks a year we get to see tennis on grass. Seals bowls very wide outside the off-stump. Bancroft has shouldered arms to it.
Actually, and I misread one of the emails from Simon Bushell. I said, hello from Australia, and it wasn't Australia at all.
It was Austria, was it?
It was.
Okay. Close enough.
So I wonder whereabouts in Austria you're listening from, Simon. Perhaps you could let us know. It's a bit late in the season for skiing, isn't it?
Yes.
Although I don't know if
probably all the snow disappeared in about mid-February.
Well, it wasn't
from the skiing that I saw over the winter.
Yeah.
In goes Seals, running in past umpire Bainton, in to bowl to Bancroft, who's forward pushing into the offside positively for a defence, and picks up a single, moves on to 6, Gloucestershire 10 without loss. But it is always great to have these. I mean, of course, we like our correspondence from close by as well, but it is always great to have the correspondence from all round the world, and it's also good that you can listen to us, because I know there was a little bit of an issue, I think, for some people in the first round getting hold of our commentary from overseas, but hopefully that means that has been sorted. Charlesworth on strike. Seals in round the wicket to bowl to him. This is played firmly back to Seals, who stops it one-handed in his follow-through and saves what would probably have been runs, because it was timed pretty nicely by Charlesworth, even if it was just a vertical bat push down the ground.
Talking about the weather, I was talking to one of the photographers here just before play started, and for some reason the subject got on to rain, and then we got talking about Dubai, where there's been these amazing floods.
Extraordinary, isn't it?
And he had a friend of his who was flying into Dubai and was one of the last planes to land. Apparently it was pretty hairy.
Yeah, I bet. Videos of planes kind of almost wing deep in water as Seals bowls outside the off stump, and Charlesworth holds the pose on the leave as it goes through to Simpson. I mean, normally they're having to manufacture rain, aren't they? They have these artificial clouds which deliver the artificial rain, and now they've got too much of it.
Well, and initially I think some of the feeling was that might have been the cause making the rain, but I think the meteorologists have said no, that's definitely not the case. That was
quite quickly, you know. But that's the thing about the desert, isn't it? When it does rain, it rains
heavily.
Yeah. Absolute deluge. Seals to complete the 4th over, running in now to bowl, and Charlesworth drives pleasantly but won't find a run. Straight to backward point. Was a decent diving stop, but one which was made relatively comfortably, and Gloucestershire remain 10 for no wicket after 4 overs. So really sort of, you know, starting to reach now the time when that lacquer goes off the ball and all sorts can start happening. Wickets tumbling at a rate of one every other ball. Duke's ball versus Kookaburra ball. I mean, we were going to have to have this debate at some point. But to be honest, I feel, given the fact that I didn't even see cricket for one of the 2 matches, and the second match was, I mean, it had its merits.
Here comes Ollie Robinson, bowls to Bancroft, who is going to get runs here down to fine leg. I suspect that came off the thigh pad. We'll wait for umpire Newell's signal. Yes, indeed. He was looking to glance that down towards fine leg was Cameron Bancroft. Ollie Robinson stands in the middle of the pitch and just stares at him quizzically. 4 more to the total. 14 without loss. If you're just joining us here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio's Gloucester and Bristol, Adrian Harms and Ed Seaborn here on commentary. Sussex winning the toss, deciding to bowl first. Ollie Robinson for Ari Carvelos, the only change to the Sussex side. In fact, now Ollie Robinson wants Ollie Carter, who's on the field as a replacement for Tom Haynes, who in the first over went off the field having been struck on the hand whilst fielding. In comes Robinson, bowls, and Bancroft works this one again down to third man. I suspect that's going to race away for 4 more runs. It's a very, very short boundary on the clock tower side of the ground, and it just, once it gets through the infield, it just runs down the slope, and 4 more to Bancroft, who goes to double figures. Gloucestershire to 18 without loss.
You really aren't stopping runs down there, are you? Even if you put a deep third in, be very difficult to cut down the angle, because if you put the fielder fine, then basically no time to get around with the short boundary and the slope. It does look as though Sussex are going to, I don't know what you describe that field position. It's like a very backward point, floating wide gully.
Yes. In comes Robinson, bowls, Bancroft is forward, plays him to the offside. There's a well-taken single to Cheteshwar Pujara, who gets in the throws, Simpson fields, and a comfortable run for Bancroft. He goes to 11, 19 without loss. Mike is a Gloucestershire fan who lives in Lewis, and he says, hello Adrian and Ed, great to have county cricket back again. Hopefully we'll get some results in this round of fixtures. I'm finishing work around 3:30. I'm wondering if it's worth coming down to Hove to catch some of the final session, weather permitting. Is it still free entry after tea? Perhaps you could let me know, Jack or Jamie. Is it free entry after tea today? I suspect it is, but perhaps you could let me know. As in comes Robinson, bowls, Charlesworth is forward, plays out into the offside, and there is no run.
Yeah, that is something that Gloucestershire certainly do. I think most counties tend
after tea
to do that free after tea business, which is always good.
Apparently the ATP are planning on having a women's tennis tournament at Queen's Club next summer. So says Julian. So thank you, Julian, for letting me know. And Andrew Rayburn's been in touch as well. And thank you, Andrew. Lovely to hear from you. Here comes Robinson down the hill and bowls. Oh, Charlesworth's beat. There's a good delivery by Robinson that moved away from the left-handed Charlesworth, who was playing down the wrong line, taken by Simpson, and there is no run. So it says concerns have been raised in Eastbourne after it emerged the town's tennis tournament could be downgraded. If plans were approved, the Eastbourne International would still go ahead, but only 3 top players could play. So there we are. That's big news in tennis today and affects the county of Sussex. Ollie Robinson trudges back to his mark. The light is a little better now. It's very grey and overcast here at Hove this morning. And there's a brisk wind. You can see the flags on the clock tower scoreboard being buffeted away. In comes Robinson, bowls, and a good delivery, pitching round about middle and off. Charlesworth is forward, plays it to mid-wicket. There is no run. It is the end of the over. Gloucestershire are 19 without loss, having lost the toss this morning and been asked to bat first. Cameron Bancroft is on 11, Ben Charlesworth is on 4.
I was quite looking forward to watching Jayden Seales. I've not seen an enormous amount of him, just I guess a couple of the test matches that he played. I think I would have seen the ones that he played in Australia rather than in the Caribbean. But I remember when he was first due to come, and we were at a dinner at the Oval, you and I, having a chat about what he might be like. Seales bowls, wide of off stump again, not really drawing Bancroft into any sort of a shot. Well, I mean, it was a very memorable occasion.
Because the BBC won an award.
Yes, the county commentaries won the Ian Jackson Memorial Award from the Cricket Society, so that was a nice occasion to be a part of. But it's good to see that Seales has made his way here eventually, and exciting prospect for West Indian cricket, with potential to add him to a young burgeoning pace attack. Seales bowls, Bancroft drives gorgeously. Through the covers it goes, and although it's going to the longer boundary, it will make it over the boundary rope for 4 runs. That was a shot which, to be honest, I'm not sure we saw Bancroft time a ball that well last week. 15 he's got now, Gloucestershire to 23 without loss. He only hit 1-4 in his 50. I was talking about that 70 that he made last week, and it was just the one boundary. It was actually a cover drive, but it wasn't as flowing a shot as that was, and already signs maybe that to be honest, I doubt even the coach would have had to have had a word. Seals in bowls, Bancroft once again watches that one go through very wide outside the off stump. I don't think Mark Lane would even have had to have had a word with him. I think Bancroft himself would probably have felt that the tempo of his innings might have needed to be a little bit quicker, but then at the same time, like I said, it was totally understandable, because getting used to playing at Bristol when you're used to playing at the Wacker/Optus Stadium out in Perth. I mean, he's a Western Australia product. That's got to be quite an adjustment. Seals to Bancroft. Again, it's inviting the drive, and it's punched off the front foot through the offside by Bancroft. I think about 3 here as it's going towards the deep extra cover boundary. They turn and go for the third, which they'll make with ease. And Bancroft continues to rattle along his score. He's got 18 from just 21 deliveries. Gloucestershire 26 without loss.
We do have a meteorologist, well, she's a listener, who is Susan, who's over in Strasbourg. She got in touch in the last game. It was 30 degrees in Strasbourg 2 weeks ago when we were shivering here in the wet. She says, hello, it's Susie in Strasbourg again. Today it's cold, wet, dull and windy, 7 degrees. What's going on? 30 to 7, that's extraordinary.
Well, that makes us feel a little bit better about what it's like here. Seals to Charlesworth, and there's no stroke, just maybe a hint of movement away from Charlesworth, but seemingly quite a lot of that after it passed his leave.
European listeners, we've had Austria and we've had France so far today, so wonderful. And it's only 25 past 11. Great.
The magic of radio, I think,
totally.
is what they say. Even though, of course, we're not on the radio, but the magic of digital sports streaming,
definitely,
whatever it's called.
It's getting brighter, isn't it?
It is, definitely. There's even, dare I say it, a small patch of blue up above. Seals to Charlesworth, forward defence, rolls to Pajara at mid-off, and that ends the over. So Seals through 3 overs for 11. Robinson also has bowled 3 overs for 11, and Gloucestershire on 26 without loss.
Now there's a message here talking about countries from Dutch Gunderson. Now I don't know Dutch whether you are in Holland or whether you're in Gloucester, because it's a Gloucestershire question. It's a question for you, Ed. He says, enjoying the stream so far. Quick question for Ed, if I may. Just how big a prospect is Joe Phillips for Gloucestershire? I've heard a lot of good things about him. Not a name I'm familiar with. Tell us about Joe Phillips.
Yeah, well, Phillips, I think, at the moment is studying at Cardiff University, but he's certainly impressed in his few appearances last year. He made an 80 in his first championship innings. He didn't actually get to bat, I don't think, when he made his debut.
Robinson in bowls to Bancroft. Lets that go outside the off stump. There is no run.
Actually, pardon me, sorry, I'm reading my copious notes incorrectly. But anyway, he made an 80 against Worcestershire in his second championship match, which was an innings which certainly showed his promise. And he also made a half-century on what was supposedly his T20 debut against New Zealand, before they then decided that match didn't count as a T20 match anymore. No clue as to exactly why not, but it didn't. But there we go.
Robinson, just a glimmer of sunshine across the ground. Bowls to Bancroft. He's going to get 4 more here. But that was an involuntary shot. He was looking to play that straight away on the offside, and he got a thickish outside edge, and the ball whistled past the 4 slips down to the third man boundary. I just wonder whether Sussex might put a third man in place here, because in fact they are, because already 3 boundaries have gone in that direction, and Ollie Robinson has decided that his back point is going to go down to third man. So Danny Lamb, who's been warming up and I suspect maybe about to replace Jaden Seals, is gone back to that third man position. Still 4 slips.
Oh, sorry, Hamzy. I was going to say he also made a half-century against Glamorgan in one of those university warm-ups a couple of weeks ago.
Bowls and more runs. There's an appeal from Ollie Robinson. He's flicked the pad and has gone away for 4-leg byes. So Bancroft getting a long way across towards his off stump there. The ball flicked the pad. Ollie Robinson made a polite inquiry of umpire Newell at the far end of the ground, which was polite, and it was never going to be given out. And
I think, usually when nobody else goes up other than you, really, it's a sort of a signal to the umpire that it's probably not out. But yes, so far it looks as though it's going to be very hard to stop these runs, especially fine. But I mean, even though they've got the third in position now, long leg, there's a lot of room for him to cover.
Robinson in again, bowls, good delivery, pitching around middle and off, and Bancroft steers that to mid-on. There is no run. Ollie Robinson in his 4th over, figures of 0 for 15. Jaden Seals 3 overs, no wicket for 11, but a confident start here by Gloucestershire. Bancroft on 22, Charlesworth on 4. Just to reiterate, Sussex winning the toss, deciding to bowl first. Robinson for Carvelos, the only change from the draw at Leicester last week.
Does Robinson have a sort of an over limit or anything like that? Has that been made public, or is it just, common sense?
Yeah, Robinson in again, bowls, let go by Bancroft, taken by Simpson, no run. My understanding is it's common sense. Robinson has been told, Ollie's been told he can play 5 of the opening 7 games.
Right, so same as the batters then, really, because Root and Brook were on the same sort of schedule.
But Ollie Robinson is desperate to play because there's a lot of young quick bowlers who are snapping at his heels. Ollie has only got a 1-year ECB contract that finishes this year, so he's well aware that he needs to be bowling and taking wickets. He took his 400th first-class wicket for Sussex in the last game. He looks in good rhythm here. He comes in and bowls to Bancroft, who's forward, plays into the offside, fielded by Pajara, and there is no run. It is the end of the over. 34 without loss. Bancroft on 22. Charlesworth is on 4. Ed is going to make way for Izzy Duncan, who's going to come and join us in a couple of moments' time. I've got an update to do to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex as well, so there will be a brief interruption to the commentary. But a good start by Gloucestershire. 34 without loss. Good to see Ed again, who's sporting a nice pair of glasses. Is Ed? I've not seen him in glasses before, but good to see Ed. So he can help me out, because I can never read the scoreboard here at Hove. And indeed, we have got a change of bowling. I thought Danny Lamb was warming up. And indeed, it is going to be Danny Lamb who's going to bowl from the C end of the ground. Batted beautifully last week, making a first-class best score of 135. But it's all about taking wickets today. Spoke to him after the game on... what day was it? I lost track of time. Sunday. And he explained he's just glad to be playing cricket. Never really got a look in at Lancashire in recent times. But he has down here at Sussex. He's started both of the first 2 matches. As in comes Lamb, running in up the hill to bowl to the left-handed Charlesworth, and Charlesworth lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, and there is no run. And it's a very good morning to Izzy Duncan. Hello, Izzy.
Hello, it's great to be back in the county ground here at Hove.
It's been a while.
Gloomy. It's been a while, it's been quite a few months, yes. I need to get back into the rhythm of things and the pace, a bit like the bowlers here. Danny Lamb now from the C end. It is the C end, isn't it?
It is.
Definitely this end. So here is Lamb, formerly of Lancashire, trundling in. Right arm over, bowls, and that's whipped away there by the left-handed Charlesworth. Should go through for a single, and they do easily. So 1 more to the total takes Gloucestershire now to 35 for no loss here in this 8th over. And it's been a pretty good start for Gloucestershire, considering we now have the Duke's ball. And I know that's going to be up for debate again and again during the day, Dukes versus Kookaburra. But, you always expect the ball to talk a bit more in the morning. First thing, it's still April. And with this sort of weather, a little bit gloomy, a little bit damp, Gloucestershire surviving well. As Lamb again bowls, it's left well alone there by the tall left-hander.
I'm going to keep a record of all the people who get in touch from countries. So far we had Austria, France, Scotland. We've got one from Laos, which is Stuart. He says, hello Adrian and team, Stuart here in Laos. We're just finishing Lao New Year festivities and basking in 40 degrees heat. Regarding the cricket, very disappointed Sussex couldn't finish the game last week with a win, but hope for a win this week. 40 degrees, is that a bit hot for you, is it?
Oh, scorchio, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
a bit like being in Dubai, really. Although
Well,
that's
it's
a bad
raining.
example because it's raining.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
They're all floating in
Need your
Dubai.
swimming trunks if you're in Dubai.
3 sips in place. Lamb in and bowls to Bancroft. The Oz who plays and misses at that, just playing down the wrong line, beats the outside edge, and well bowled from Danny Lamb. The change of bowling here from the sea end. Formerly Jaden Seals of the West Indies was bowling, but now it's Danny Lamb. So they've taken out that fourth slip, that's because of the change of bowling. And we've got a point, and we've got an extra cover, mid-on, mid-off, and a mid-wicket, close-ish in. And down there we've got a fine leg, wide-ish. He's in and bowls. Oh, there's a thickish inside edge. That squirts away into the onside off the bat of Bancroft and is fielded neatly there at mid-wicket. Well bowled from Danny Lamb.
That really, that moved a long way. That cut into the right-handed Bancroft. Good delivery.
Yeah, he's down on it quite late there from Bancroft. He's a man in form as well. We know that from his winter in Australia for Western Australia. I think he was Domestic Player of the Year, wasn't he, in Australia at Bancroft. He's facing again and slams it in, does Danny Lamb, and that's just defended neatly there by Bancroft, and that should be the end of the over. That's 35 for no loss. Gloucestershire surviving on this slightly blustery, cold morning here at Hove. And how many overs have we had? We've had 8 overs.
Good start from Gloucestershire, really, having put into bat. Lots of rain around the country. Is he no play at Chelmsford in the game between Essex and Lancashire? They are playing at the Ageas Bowl in Division 1, Warwickshire 31 without loss. No play at Canterbury at the moment, so that's all sort of to the east of us, isn't it? Where I think that they said the showers might be, so that's Kent against Surrey. Notts 22 for 1 down at Taunton against Somerset, and Durham 1 for 1 at New Road against Worcester. Such a shame about well, it's not at New Road actually, it's at Kidderminster, isn't it? Because of all the floods there have been in Worcester.
That's a woeful time there at Worcester at that ground.
Robinson running in down the hill from the Cromwell Road in bowls to Charlesworth. That's a nice shot. Over pitch by Lee Robinson and tucked away by Ben Charlesworth. And it races away for 4 runs. Nice shot. He goes to 9. Gloucestershire 39 without loss. No place so far at Northampton in the second division between Northamptonshire and Glamorgan. A rain delay at Lords, where Yorkshire are 41 for 1 against Middlesex. And Leicestershire are 22 without loss at Derby. So we're fairly fortunate, but it looks as if the rain is to the east of us, and that's where it's coming from. So let's hope it stays out there. We're still waiting for this radio update, which I haven't heard yet. In comes Robinson round the wicket, bowls, and Charlesworth plays that comfortably down to fine leg. Danny Lamb moves to his right to field. It's 1 more to the total. Charlesworth goes to 10. Bancroft on 22. Good start from Gloucestershire. Oh, here we go. I'll just keep chattering away, Izzy, because we'll an update to our listeners. 3 slips in place, in fact 4 slips in place. A third man, who is Danny Lamb. Chetishwar Pujara at short extra cover. There's a mid-on, a leg slip, Finn Hudson-Prentice in there, and a fairly wide-ish fine leg. I should say that Tom Haynes is not on the field for Sussex, as in comes Robinson over the wicket. Bowls, oh, that was a good delivery. That cut back at the right-handed Bancroft, who was forward. The ball was going over the top.
So cricket, Surrey playing Kent at Canterbury, Sussex
no run.
Gloucestershire at Hove, and Adrian Harms is there for us today.
Hello, Sarah. Yes, chilly and breezy down here at Hove this morning. Sussex winning the toss and deciding to bowl first, but Gloucester side, fielded by Pujara, and there is no run. So obviously very contentious. Sussex haven't issued a statement yet, Izzy, but it'd be great to get your views on your thoughts about the 8 teams that have been selected, 2 to be added in 2027, who will be Glamorgan and Yorkshire, but neither Sussex nor Gloucestershire selected.
That's right, nor Kent, surprisingly.
No, okay, so we'll get your thoughts on that in a moment, as in comes Robinson. Around the wicket and bowls, and Charlesworth is forward, very nearly breached his defences. He plays forward, big inside edge onto pad, rolls out into the offside. There is no one. 41 without loss. Bancroft on 23. Charlesworth is on 10.
Well, I like the concept of it, because of all this regional cricket that's going on for women isn't necessarily a good thing. I think there's a sense of identity and also responsibility of counties for the women's teams and investing in them properly. And so I think that is a good idea, but how they've gone about with the bidding and choosing those counties, I'm not sure what the criteria is here for that. And it is a surprise to me that Sussex, Kent and Gloucestershire haven't been given women's teams in Tier 1 yet. I mean, they may do, but we're talking years ahead if they do for those last 2 places, as Danny Lamb trundles in and bowls, and that's kept fairly low and is left alone there by Bancroft, the right-hander. Just strolls off to square leg and has a think about things, 3 slips in place. But it's very much a discussion point at the moment, and I'm not surprised that Sussex must be deeply disappointed. And we were talking about the homegrown players from Sussex and Kent as well, and Gloucestershire, where these clubs have put in the hard yards with the women, and I think deserve to be rewarded for that. As again, Lamb is in and bowls, and that beats the bat, and there's a big call for a wicket. No, the ball has gone through the wicket keeper. I thought it was taken.
I think,
and it's gone for 4 runs, has it?
Leg byes.
Leg byes in the end. Leg byes. And I don't think we're going to get an LBW out of that. It's Neil Baines, isn't it? The
Neil
umpire.
Bainton.
Sorry, Neil Bainton.
Yeah.
The umpire at the C end, who is not interested in that appeal. It was quite a big shout.
I think it was a big shout for LBW.
Yep. It certainly struck the pads, given the signal for leg byes. 45 for no loss here. Bancroft on 23 of 35 deliveries. There's Lamb, tail up, bowls, and just coming across the right-hander there, getting a little bit of late swing.
There was a message from Steve Harris earlier on, Izzy, feeling that, and one from Julian as well, saying the rich get richer. There's going to be a perception that that is the case now. Well, you know, whether rightly or wrongly, that will be a perception that, you know, the larger counties are getting the 100, they're getting the women's cricket as well.
Yeah, and that gulf continues to widen, doesn't it? As Lamb bowls again, as a play and a miss. It's a real jab there from Bancroft. He's getting a little bit tied up in this over from Danny Lamb. He's looking dangerous with this Duke's ball.
He is.
He'll be mighty relieved that he's bowling with the Duke's ball, as we've had 2 rounds of the Kookaburra, but he's getting a bit of lateral movement here, and quite late as well. And Bancroft's struggling. Looking a bit twitchy out there now, Bancroft, for his 23. 45 for no loss as Danny Lamb runs away from us. 10 on his back, to the umpire and bowls, and it's kept lowish again, but left alone there by Bancroft. A good leave, knows where his off stump is, just down that corridor outside of the off stump. 45 for no loss, but yeah, we'll certainly talk about that today. It's quite a complicated system, because there are going to be, in fact, 3 tiers for the women.
There are.
And how that works, I'm not sure that will unravel.
I don't think any promotional relegation is planned. So that's another thing.
Here's Lamb again. The wind coming across the ground. He bowls, and that's full, and that's going to be put away. It was a bit loose there from Lamb, and that's just tucked towards square leg and races away. So Bancroft has given a bit of a gift there. He will go on to 27 now on the scoreboard. 49 for no loss this morning on day 1. Here at home, Sussex versus Gloucestershire. Sussex winning the toss. No surprise they bowled, Adrian. We were out there for the toss.
We were.
With their bowling lineup that they have. Robinson back in the side. He was rested for the last game against Leicestershire. He's very eager beaver out there, Robinson, wanting to prove himself to England. And of course we have Seals. Very exciting to see Jaden Seals for Sussex.
Yes, and it looks to me like Ollie Robinson. No, someone's gone off the field. In fact, it is Ollie Robinson, and Jaden Seals is changing ends. Jaden Seals going to bowl down the hill, And Ari Cavalos is on the field. So Sussex with 2 replacement fielders. Ollie Carter has been on the field since the first over because Tom Haynes hurt his hand fielding at short leg in the very first over of the match. In fact, Ollie Robinson is still out there. He's fielding at mid-off, but someone has gone off because Ari Cavalos is in at mid-wicket. But it is going to be Seals, who's going to come around the wicket with 3 slips, a point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Seals in, bowls, that's down the leg side, slightly wayward, well taken by John Simpson. There is no run. I know that some of the criteria around the selection is were, for example, vision and mission, their passion, ambition and prioritisation, then quality cricket, player development and squad composition plans, coaching and sports science was another one, match day facilities. I was saying that one of the plans for Sussex was to convert the sort of tents, for want of a better word, the offices at the top of the ground into showers and dressing room facilities for the women's team.
Sauna would be nice.
In comes Seals, bowls, and Charlesworth is forward. That did move into the left-handed Charlesworth, whose forward plays into the offside. There is no run.
Well, so I feel that Sussex probably ticks all of those boxes.
Passionate fans, marketing, digital and communications plans, matchday experiences, fan facilities, long-term value, financial investment, commercial strategy. So there was lots of criteria, and I'm sure that there were very good bids submitted by all the other counties as well. But I think Sussex would have hoped that their rich history here of women's cricket would have counted for something.
It's disappointing.
Seals in around the wicket, bowls. Forward comes Charlesworth, plays to mid-on, fielded there by Pujara, and there is no run. We heard from Simon earlier on, who was in Austria.
Oh yes,
not Australia,
that's right. I think there is a bit of snow about actually still.
But he says, I live in Upper Austria, almost smack in the middle between Salzburg and Vienna. So unfortunately, no local skiing for me. Salzburg is beautiful. I went to Salzburg a few years ago to the Christmas markets. They were lovely. He says, however, saying that, and following on about the weather this weekend, we had temperatures in the high 20s, hitting 30 degrees. That was last weekend. However, he says, on Tuesday, in comes Seals, bowl. Charlesworth drives nicely down the ground. Well stopped by Jaden Seals on his follow-through. And there is no run. However, saying that, on Tuesday we had sun, rain, snow and changes in temperature from high teens to it being cold enough to snow. So there we are, the weather's all over the place.
What do you wear in weather like that?
Yeah. Simon goes on to say, I'll actually be back to sunny Sussex next week. No cricket's come on watch with the break, and family commitments means I can't play on Saturday. But Simon, thanks for getting in touch. Not really sunny Sussex at the moment. It's overcast, rather grey Sussex today, although having said that, there are just 1 or 2 patches of blue sky around and just a glimmer of sunshine. I can see 1 or 2 shadows on the outfield. No floodlights here this season, so if it does get gloomy, we won't have the lights on. In comes Seals, bowls, sliding across the left-handed Charlesworth, taken waist high by Simpson, and there is no run. I think Gloucestershire will be very pleased, Izzy, with the start they've made. When you're asked to bat in April against the Duke ball, against international players like Seals and Robinson, to go 49 without loss, I think is a good start by the visitors.
Exactly, because you'd think the Duke's ball would be doing all sorts in this type of weather. Very overcast. Robinson and Seals with that new ball and a bit of pace and carry as well.
Coming over the wicket now, Jaden Seals to the left-handed Charlesworth. 3 slips go down. He's racing in, bowls, and well pitched up by Charlesworth. Well pitched up to Charlesworth, who drives into the offside. And there is no run. There's a good stop in there by Finn Hudson-Prentice, I think. I think it looks like, is that Tom Haynes who's come trotting out again? No, it's not. And whoever went off the field, because Ollie Carter is still on. It's 49 without loss. And Danny Lamb is going to carry on from this, the C end of the ground. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radios Gloucestershire and Bristol. Every ball of every game of every match on the BBC throughout the summer. And your commentary team, myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Izzy Duncan and Ed Seaborn, bringing you the action today.
Lamb again. He's been the most penetrative, I would say, of the bowlers so far for Sussex. He's in and bowls. That's left alone again by Bancroft. Didn't fancy that last over, Bancroft, off Danny Lamb. Danny Lamb troubling him somewhat. There was an inside edge. There was a shout, quite a severe shout for LBW in that last over from Danny Lamb, but managed to get past the pads and went for buys in the end. But causing a bit of trouble here. That man originally from Lancashire. In fact, his sister is Emma Lamb. England
Indeed.
and Lancashire. Here he is, right arm over, bowls, and there's another big shout, and he's been given. Yes, he has. Looking to turn that around the corner, Bancroft. They've got the big scalp, and it's Danny Lamb who has been causing that trouble. Bancroft looking twitchy, and just plays across the line, and is struck pretty much plumb from here. We are behind the bowler's arm. We'll probably have a look at a replay in just a moment. Do the screens do replays here, Adrian?
They might do.
They might do. Okay.
I would just say it's interesting that, because I thought the one in the previous over was out. That one I thought was slightly going down the leg side, but it could be the fact that Cameron Bancroft had got himself a long way across. But umpire Baton had no hesitation whatsoever.
Oh, well, let's have a look at. We could see the replays on the live stream.
In
can't we,
raising,
if
yes,
we
you can.
Have a look at that. See if that comes up.
It could
again.
well be he got himself a long way over to the. Good bowling though by Danny Lamb. I think you're right, Izzy. I think he's caused one or two problems here this morning.
He's been the danger man.
He has.
Danny Lamb, more so than the opening bowlers.
He's made quite an impression. I mean, to score his career best last week at Leicester. And it's one thing that Sussex have done, and one thing that Paul Farbrace identified last year, that Sussex really needs some experience in their ranks. And so far, the two acquisitions have performed really well for Sussex.
Yeah, let's have a look at Bancroft's figures there. So 27, out for 27 off 40 deliveries with 5 fours. So he got a start, but couldn't move it on, as Danny Lamb has removed him. Bowling to Ollie Price, who's busy taking guard at the moment. He's a young gun with an awful lot of promise. He scored 147, didn't he, last week against Yorkshire? That was his highest score, so he's a man in form. As Lamb arrows in here from the sea end and bowls to Price, who attempts to drive, but it's mistimed and just follows up and fields that Lamb. So Ollie Price here looking just to settle in. Yeah, great young players for Gloucestershire.
A few more patches of blue, Izzy.
Oh, look, yes, it's cracking through the blue.
Just looking at where the weather is coming from, I thought the weather was coming from the east, in which case, but it's not, is it? It's coming sort of northwest by
As
the
the
looks of it.
groundsman said, yes, he said from the north, didn't he? As Lamb again is in bowls, and that is left alone there by the right-handed Price. There are 3 slips in play still here for Price, and off Danny Lamb's bowling.
And it's moving fairly quickly. We can see the flags on the top tail scoreboard are sort of billowing away, but it looks like the weather is coming from over where the players' pavilion is.
It is the northwest, isn't it? Over
yeah, so
yeah.
the downs are directly ahead of us, but so the weather looks okay. The skies are a little brighter.
Could do with a bit of warmth. There's once again Lamb is in, and that's a beautiful looking drive. Will it go for 4? It's a very wide boundary out there towards the extra cover boundary. The chase is on. Are they going to come back for 3? Yes, they are. They get a comfortable 3, and that is Ollie Price, who's playing with intent early on, is off the mark with those 3 runs. It wasn't quite timed. Had it been timed, it would have gone for 4. Maybe the outfield's a little bit slow with the dampness out there. It's a very wide boundary. That brings Charleston to the business end of things, the left-handers. There's 2 young men out there. I think they're in their early 20s, these 2. And a lot of promise burgeoning there for Gloucestershire. So Charleston. And Lamb decides to come around the wickets to the left-hander, just looking for that angle. Let's see what he can do. Lamb to Charleston. He's in and bowls, and that's defended. And there is no run. It's not Charleston. I have been to Charleston in South Carolina.
Yeah, it's a dance.
He's actually called Ben Charlesworth. Sorry about that, Mr. Charlesworth. Lovely place, Charleston.
Have you been there?
I went there. You had a boyfriend who lived in Charleston.
Oh, right,
Spent
okay.
a few months there. It's very colonial. Nice
Right.
verandas. A lot of history.
Right.
Civil War and all that.
Right.
Played a bit of real tennis in Aiken. We had a real tennis court down there. They're building one near Charleston for all those real tennis players out there.
Are you a tennis player?
I'm a real tennis player.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
What do you mean a real tennis player? It's a real tennis
It's one of those very old
They play
games.
at Hampton Court?
Yes, they have a court at Hampton Court. They have two courts at Queen's as well. So the end of the over. So we've had.
You move in high
12.
circles, Izzy.
Well, it's
Tennis at Queen's.
Tennis at Queen's, real tennis at Queen's.
Right, okay.
Yes, yes. We were talking about the tennis earlier, weren't we? The lawn tennis.
Well, in comes Jaden Seals, running in from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. He's bowling with 4 slips, comes into bowl to Price, who's forward, plays to Carson, who fields at 4th slip. And there is no run. 4 slips, point, extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket and a finder. The third man has been done away with now for Sussex. Ollie Robinson certainly conceded 2 boundaries down there, maybe 3 this morning, before he decided to move a third man into position. Yes, so it's quite an old game, is it? Because if they played it at Hampton Court, was that sort of in the days of, I don't know, Henry VIII or something? Or?
Yes, and before Henry VIII. It was Henry VIII's favourite game, and he was jolly good at it because nobody wanted to lose to Henry VIII.
Right. In comes Seals, bowls, driven firmly to Bajaro, short extra cover. There is no run by Price. Yes, probably not a good idea to lose to the King.
No.
You'd probably have your head chopped off or something.
Exactly.
But so,
the consequences would be bloody.
Yeah, so people said that he was good, but I wonder whether really people sort of lost
He
deliberately.
was a good athlete. Actually, he was a good athlete. Yes, until he got gout and got a bit on the podgy side.
Right.
Enjoyed life rather too much, and women, of course. We know all about that. But was a great sportsman.
Right. No footage available, unfortunately.
Yes.
in comes
It's on a
Jake-
tapestry somewhere.
In comes Seals, bowls, and Price defends down the offside of the track. And there is no run. The voice of Izzy Duncan, who's with our commentary team this week, alongside Ed Seaborn, myself, Adrian Harms. And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex and Gloucestershire. A quick rattle through the scores elsewhere, because there's a bit of rain around at the moment. When the weather's been awful, hasn't it, really? I mean, for April, the players shouldn't be muffled up and the spectators as they are. In fact, they have started to play at 1 or 2 places, so we'll keep an eye on that as in comes Jaden Seals running in down the hill. Bowl short and well played by Price, who just ducks underneath it. The ball passes over his left shoulder, taken by Simpson. There is no run. So in Division 2, Leicestershire are 40 without loss at Derby. Rishi Patel, who I think is a really fine player. Watched him last week. He made 87 against Sussex and then was not out 37. Good player. He's 23 not out. Still raining at Lords. Middlesex against Yorkshire. Yorkshire 41 for 1. Adam Lythe, the man, out for 15 to Toby Road and Jones. Here comes Seals again. 4 slips go down. He's in and bowls. That's wide outside the offside. Hasn't quite got his radar here right. There's Jaden Seals taken by Simpson. And there is no run. There's still no play at Northampton in the game between Northampton and Glamorgan. And Essex against Lancashire looks like it's about to get underway. Warwickshire 45 without loss at the Aegeus against Hampshire. Still no play at Canterbury in the game between Kent and Surrey. Notts 31 for 1. Taunton against Somerset, and Durham lost early wickets 19 for 2 at Kidderminster against Worcestershire. There's a bit of glimmer of sunshine, Izzy. Look at that.
Oh, hallelujah.
Seals runs in over the wicket. Bowls driven firm. That was a much better delivery, pitching round about middle and off, driven firmly to mid-on by Price. And there is no run fielded there by Ollie Robinson. So Sussex winning the toss here this morning, electing to bowl first. Good start by Gloucestershire, 52 for 1. The man out, Danny Lamb, for 27. He was Danny Lamb, no he wasn't. What are we talking
He's
about?
that bowler.
Cameron Bancroft, who was LBW to Danny Lamb for 27 when the score was on 49. I'll make way at the end of this over from Danny Lamb, who's going to come around the wicket to Ben Charlesworth. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. If you'd like to send us an email, or you could tweet at BBC Sussex Sport, at Fine Glance, or at Ed Cricket 6.
Lamb around the wicket, bowling to Charlesworth. There's another big shout.
Ooh, that was a good shout.
Not interested again, Neil. Bainton, not given.
Did you know him? Because when we wandered out for the toss, you said hello, Neil.
I said hello, Neil.
I was very impressed.
Yeah, I like to be friendly and chummy with the umpires. I don't think they get enough attention.
I think actually the umpires should have their names on their backs. Now we can see in this game that Neil Bates is
Different
shorter.
physiques.
Yes.
Yeah.
But some of them look very similar, and they wear
They can
similar
do.
regalia.
Exactly.
So
exactly.
I think
They have their uniform.
Yeah.
Lamb, here he is, trundling in, bowling.
Wow.
Whoa, he's causing all sorts of problems again, this time to Charlesworth, Danny Lamb. He's electric this morning in these conditions with this Duke's ball. He's got his tail up, and Charlesworth really struggling here.
He is.
Let's see what Lamb can do. He's already had the scalp of Bancroft. I have to say, I think Bancroft in English county conditions has had quite a modest career. I was having a look at his figures. I think he scored 3 centuries in 34 matches. You'd expect a little bit better out of Bancroft as he continues his English education. There's an attempted drive, mistimed this time by the left-handed Charlesworth off Lamb. No runs, 52 for 1. The 50 is up for Gloucestershire.
Do they play real tennis at Lord's?
They do. There's an old court. It's not the oldest court. It used to be where the mound stand is now. That's where the original tennis court is. The current one, I'm imagining, moved in around the sort of 1880s, at that sort of time.
There's a reason for me asking, which I'll come back to in a moment.
Once again, Lamb, he's in. And bowls, he's giving it everything, and that's defended stoutly by Charlesworth. No run.
Because Mike's been in touch. He says a little respite from the cricket at Lord's, Izzy and Adrian, many years ago, went to watch some real tennis. Pretty intense, much like indoor cricket nets. So
He played it. It is quite intense, and it's terribly complicated. It's a bit like trying to explain cricket to an American who's never seen cricket without a game in front of you.
Okay.
Real tennis, it's all about chases. If you read your Shakespeare or Henry V, you'll have come across it. He's in and bowls again, and there's going to be runs here. It's a thickest edge, bit of a miss hit. We'll go for 4 off the bat of Charlesworth. He threw everything at it, the kitchen sink and the toaster, and that has gone for 4 runs. So, as the scoreboard, it's a little bit stodgy with Lamb bowling. Those runs will be a relief for Gloucestershire, and they go up to 56 for 1, and Charlesworth 14 of 33 deliveries. I'm having a look at Lamb's figures now. 3.5 overs, 1 for 12. So he's kept it tightish.
just for the benefit of our listeners, is he perhaps the end of the day we could talk about, because you were involved with the MCC, is that right, or Lord's?
Yes,
okay.
yes.
You could explain that at the end of the over.
Here comes Lamb again, continuing to come around to Charlesworth, who attempts to drive and mistimed, gets onto the front foot. He's a tall man, but no run. It's cut off there at mid-off. 56 for 1, end of the 14th over here. And Price is on 3, Ollie Price, and Ben Charlesworth on 14. Yes, I sat on all these committees at MCC at Lord's for a number of years, probably over a period of about 20 years, because I'm so old now, half a century old, unfortunately, still carrying my bat. But a lot of years at MCC on committees, and I've seen all sorts of things happen, all sorts of controversies and well, high points and low points, an awful lot of development at Lord's, with new stands going up all over the place, with the new tavern stand. And also at the other end as well. Oh, now we welcome Seaborn back. Ed Seaborn, off you go.
Comes Jaden Seals bowling to Price, and this is defended to mid-off, and there's no run. Yeah, I think they've done a cracking job with the redevelopment at Lord's, because the one thing always was the media centre, and does it really quite blend in? But actually, now that they've redone the Compton and Edridge,
Compton and Edridge,
stands
that's right,
around it, it looks magnificent. I think it brings it all into the ground now.
That's right, because it's not a stadium, it's a ground. So you use the right terminology there. Every stand has its own character.
Bristol is a stadium, apparently. Now. Seals bowls wide outside the off stump. Price, pardon me, leaves it alone. Yes, Seats Unique Stadium it is now.
Yes, okay.
Rather than the county ground.
Well, they're thinking of selling up, aren't they, at
well,
Bristol? That's it's more than a rumour, isn't it? I mean,
yes, yes, it's very much part of the plans for the future of the club, and trying to, I guess, move it forwards and generate new revenue streams, all that lovely stuff that they talk about now, and really they feel, I think, that the site at Neville Road's kind of exhausted as far as that's concerned, and as the accounts have shown, Seals bowls wide outside the off stump, away swinging from Price, who again shoulders and arms. The accounts are extremely worrying. And, you know, there's optimism, at least from centrally from the club, that they will be able to turn this around. But a big part of doing that, I think, in terms of the plans, is that move. We've got a couple of sites lined up, but, you know, nothing's, I don't think, going to happen before 2030 as far in terms of actually the move happening. So it's still quite a few years down the line. Seals bowls to Price. That one stays very low as it bounces well in front of the keeper Simpson after Price let it go.
But it sounds like it's necessary.
Yes.
The money is required. I mean, going up into the first division, I think that was 2019, is that right?
Yes, promoted in 2019. They didn't actually get to play in the first division properly until 2022.
That's right, because we had the Bob Willis
and then Bob Willis as well. Yes,
exactly.
So in some ways it was a real shame, obviously, because you earn that promotion, you've got a side together which has earned that, and then they don't actually. That side isn't the one that gets the chance to solidify Division 1 status, as this has been edged by Price, but down in front of the slip cord, and it goes between first and second slip down to the boundary. So 4 rather streaky runs from Ollie Price, but he did keep the ball down, which was the key, even though he did get a little squared up, and that's the way that he picks up his first boundary. Gloucestershire to 60 for 1. Oh, we can hear everything that they're saying down there. Hopefully that they don't ask where the blinking ball is and just ask where is the ball. They found it. As the sun comes out fully, which is great to see. I'm not sure it's going to last that long.
It's a relief to see the sun. I think people ought to go on X, formerly known as Twitter, to have a look at Ed Seaborn, who was on the beach. It's on your Twitter account, on the beach, just blustering a hoolie. Couldn't really make out what you were saying, Ed.
That was the point. Seals bowls. This is clipped away fine by Price. Work for the substitute fielder Ollie Carter to do down at fine leg, and he's managed to effect a fine stop to his right, and it is just a single. So 5 from the over. Gloucestershire 61 for 1. Speaking of X, a few messages on there. Phil O'Rourke, Ollie Price's last innings, career best 147. A sublime innings in the teeth of a biting southwesterly off the Bristol Channel, says Phil. In a bit of form, hopefully. Yes, that is the hope. It was actually the 10th time in his career now that Ollie Price has beaten his career best. He's had this extremely kind of linear progression. So his first couple of scores when he made his debut at Cheltenham in 2021 were in the 30s, and then he sort of progressed to 40s, 50s, 70s, 100s, and now big 100.
Here he is, Lamb to Price. Wide-ish of the off stump, not a sniff of interest there from Price, leaves it well alone. Yes, and he's now up to 147 versus Yorkshire, and that was only last week, wasn't it? For Ollie Price. A great talent.
Yeah, had a winter with the Lions, not just out in the UAE where they had a training camp, but Price was involved in those Lions tests against India in Ahmedabad.
3 slips in place, Lamb in, bowls, left alone again by Price, being circumspect here.
I think it's safe to say that Hove on a cold April day, a little bit different from, 40 degrees, high humidity, 112, actually, they say 120,000 seat stadium. I think technically it is, but actually in terms of the number of people they get in for a cricket match, it's not 120,000. That was a contentious issue during the World Cup. But anyway, extraordinary experience to play in that stadium, I'm sure.
Lamb again, right arm over, always popped it along the cut, almost looked like it was in the air to start with, and that has been fielded there in the covers. Just had to a little bit quicker onto him that time, Ollie Price, from Danny Lamb really bending his back. But he survives, keeps the ball on the ground. Ollie Price on 8 and Charlesworth on 14 at the other end. Score 61 for 1 here, Gloucestershire. In this 16th over now, Danny Lamb continues. He's been the most interesting of the bowlers so far in his 5th over, Danny Lamb. Saunters in, bowls, and there's a drive, a checked drive, but straight into the covers there. It's fielded by extra cover. Who's that there at extra cover with the long hair?
That is Ollie Carter.
That's Ollie Carter. So He's in, I think, he's subbing probably for Haynes, I would imagine. Yeah, 'cause
Yes,
Haynes has gone off with an
believe so.
injured hand, which is in that first over. I think he injured his hand, didn't he? It was a little bit problematic here for Sussex because he opens the batting for them as well. So we'll see what happens to poor old Tom Haynes as Lamb is in and bowls, and there's a late withdrawal of the bat there. Just comes inside the line. Ollie Price.
They'll know Danny Lamb very well, will Gloucestershire, because he spent a little bit of time on loan with them last season, played in a championship match against Leicestershire, played some T20s, and then went back to Lancashire. Then he went back on loan for Somerset and played against Gloucestershire in the One-Day Cup. So I've seen a fair bit of him.
Lamb again, he's in, and oh, he's caught at second slip. That was a great low catch. Caught the outside edge of Price, and well bowled Danny Lamb. Just the ball just moving away, and that was caught by Clark there at second slip. It was a good catch. It was travelling and it was low, taken to his right. And that is the end of Ollie Price. He didn't really get much of a start there. He is out for 8 of 21 deliveries. And Danny Lamb takes his second wicket, 2 for 12 off his 7 overs, Danny Lamb.
People are going to think I'm being disparaging here, but it's great to have the Duke's ball back, nibbling the ball about at 75 miles an hour, causing absolute chaos. 2 international bowlers opened the bowling and couldn't take a wicket, and here comes Danny Lamb, 2 for 12 in 5 overs. But no, he's bowled beautifully. He's just bowled a good line and length. And I think if you could be critical of the way that Seals and Robinson started off, I'm not sure they've really pitched the ball up enough. There were a lot of deliveries which were going over the top of the stumps, and it was looking quite decent coming through to the keeper. But I think Lamb has come on, bowled just that little bit fuller. And I know we say it all the time. I mean, we were saying it last week, certainly, that felt maybe Yorkshire in that second innings had bowled a little bit too short, certainly in terms of banging the ball in and not getting that right. They did that a lot, but also when they bowled with a new ball, apart from Code, it was just not enough deliveries hitting the top of off stump and too many going over the top. And even with a couple of, well, there was one LBW shout which I think was turned down for being too high, and another which probably also would have been too high. Just the benefits of allowing the ball that extra bit of chance to do something. And Lamb has caused all sorts of issues, and he's got 2 prize wickets, that of Bancroft and Ollie Price. So the tone of things has changed an awful lot now as Jaden Seals starts a new over, bowling to Charlesworth, who lets that one go through to the keepers. It's angled across him, Seals having switched to over the wicket to the left-handed Charlesworth. And it's another left-hander, Miles Hammond, who's come out to the middle at the non-striker's end, with Gloucestershire kind of needing a partnership now. 49 runs put on by the openers, and now 2 wickets falling for 12 runs.
So Miles Hammond, no relation to Wally Hammond?
No relation.
That would be lovely and neat, wouldn't it?
Would. I mean, he was the first Hammond to score a ton for Gloucestershire since Wally. This has been driven through mid-wicket in the end by Charlesworth. Not exactly sure that was where the ball was intended to go. And another indication is that the ball has not gone to that rather short side to the leg side. It's 2 runs to Charlesworth. He moves on to 16, 63 for 2. And he's been becalmed as Charlesworth after
after being called Charleston.
Yes, he's not made in Carolina.
South Carolina. What a beautiful place.
There is a Charleston in West Virginia as well. I think it's the state capital of West Virginia.
Right.
You've got to be a bit, you've got to be a bit careful about that, because you see Charleston, you think, well, in South
Not
Carolina.
as well known,
but
though.
I think it's Columbia is the state capital of South Carolina. Seals bowls that's very full, dug out into the offside by Charlesworth to Carter at backward point. That was almost so full he couldn't do anything with it. Right up into the block hole.
So what about Raleigh? So Raleigh is the capital
Raleigh
the state.
is North Carolina.
Is North? That's right. It's the state capital of North. And Charlotte, which is a big city, is not. You'd think it would be Charlotte.
Yes.
Anyway, enough of the Carolinas.
Carolinas.
There's no relevance to apart from the Charleston-Charlesworth connection.
Here goes Seals. Past umpire Newell, he bowls, and again Charlesworth has let that one go. Yeah, he's a patient sort in the championship, is Charlesworth, and you know, he batted a lot more positively down the order last week, but just wonder whether the weight of responsibility, especially given the fact that he's lost a couple of partners and the fact he's got Hammond at the other end, and nobody other than Miles Hammond, I think it's fair to say, knows how he's going to play this particular innings. You can't guess, because you know he came out and scored a runner ball when Gloucestershire were saving the game against Yorkshire. Seals in, bowls driven by Charlesworth, and again I don't think he's really felt great about that one. There was a little wobble of the left hand which suggested potentially some vibrations going through the handle, which is never pleasant.
Not good vibrations
No.
by the Beach Boys.
No. But in the first innings, Hammond was extremely circumspect. He made 40-something, he says, having started the sentence without the notes in front of him, from about 110 deliveries. So he took his time. 43 it was. So, yeah, you just don't know exactly how things are going to go with Hammond, which is what makes him fun to watch, but also sometimes a little unpredictable, as this is swayed out of the way off by Charlesworth. The Seals, he's not dug many in short, but he just he banged it in a little bit. It wasn't a genuine bumper at the head, it was more a sort of rib shoulder sort of height delivery, but Charlesworth gets out of the way, and that is the end of the over. 63 for 2. A little bit of the Charleston out of the way of that one.
The Charleston. It's not the Charleston shuffle, is it? Because that's the Harlem shuffle. But it's the Charleston something. Is it the dance? Is it the Charleston two-step?
I thought it was just the Charleston.
Or was it just the Charleston?
Yeah,
It probably is
you
just the
might
Charleston.
be right.
I'm talking rubbish as usual. The sun is out here. And Hammond is busy taking his guard, scratching away with his spikes there. And of course it's going to be Danny Lamb to continue.
He's could bowl a 10 over spell here. I mean, you know, he's obviously giving it a lot in terms of effort, but you know, you always kind of feel these sorts of bowls, if you ask them to, they could bowl all morning.
Miles Hammond, left-handed, shuffles across his crease there to play that, almost outside of his off stump the way he does that. That's probably his, I would imagine, one of his trigger moments for Miles Hammond. Nearly called him Wally. No run. And he works that into the onside despite the movement. 63 for 2. And Danny Lamb, our hero of the day here for Sussex, 2 for 12 into his 6 over now. Very compact, economical run up. He's in. Flicked away into the onside by Hammond. There will be at least a couple here. It should only be 2 as the ball is retrieved. And winged back in there by Jaden Seals. And 2 more added to the total now. 65 for 2. Hammond is off the mark. He has troubled the scorers. Sharpen your pencils. Charlesworth at the other end on 16.
There's a lot of people who get very annoyed by that particular phrase, aren't there?
What, sharpen your pencils?
Troubling the score. No,
Oh.
troubling the scorers.
Troubling, yeah, it's a bit of a cliche.
Well, it's also the fact that people seem, you know, especially if you're out for not very many runs, then, you know, the feeling is that you have troubled them.
Here we are, Lamb coming around. Wicket to the left-hander. And that is left alone by Hammond this time.
I managed to be set off last week with the phrase, never run on a misfield, which is, you know, if anybody's got any more of these bugbear type things, please do say. We love it, especially if we are the ones that say them. Then, you know, it's always great to read that something that you say all the time irks people.
We want to irk people, don't we? As Lamb is in and bowls, and there'll be a quick single here. They've got to scuttle through, and they make it. Had to hurry there from Hammond. He goes on to 3 now off his 4 deliveries. 66 for 2.
But yes,
A
I managed
little
to be...
bit danger zone there with that run, but made it.
I'm sorry, I managed to be wound up by that. I mean, if you have a misfield, as it were, in the circle, and you misfield it so badly the ball goes out towards the boundary and stops 1 centimetre short of the rope, you're supposed not to run.
I know. I think we best keep quiet. Best keep quiet. 3 slips in place as Lamb is in and bowls to Charlesworth, who comes forward. 2 left-handers out there, which makes life easier, I was thinking. If you've got 2 right-handers or 2 left-handers, makes life easier for the fielding side, of course. They don't have to keep swapping around all the time. And the bowlers to get some sort of a rhythm to sort out their line. And Danny Lamb has had no problem with any sort of consistency or rhythm today. And as Ed Seaborn, am I pronouncing your name properly?
Yes.
Good, just checking. Don't want to upset anyone. Lamb bowls. Oh, there's a late withdrawal at the back. Just comes inside the line there, Ben Charlesworth, and leaves it well alone in the end. 66 for 2. Sussex having won the toss earlier on, electing to bowl. Gloucestershire 66 for 2, and those wickets taken by that man, Danny Lamb. And his figures are, is it up on the board? Going a bit blind here. 2 for 15, yes, off his 6 overs with 1 maiden in there.
Yes, I'd be glad to see the back of him in the attack, I think, will Gloucestershire. You also wonder whether potentially Finn Hudson-Prentice might be somebody who's looked at what Danny Lamb has done and thinks maybe I might deliver a spell something similar to that, because Hudson-Prentice probably a fairly similar pace, and if there is some movement on offer, which there seems to be for Lamb, then he should be able to find it as well. It's like a change of gloves for Ben Charlesworth. It's just so hot, sticky and sweaty out there that Charlesworth has
Yes.
had to change those. But anyway, some people just get a little bit sweaty, just like to change them as a matter of course.
Nervous, sweaty palms.
In goes Seals, bowls to Hammond, and this is a rising delivery a long way outside the off stump, and Hammond has let that one go. I was wondering whether Seals would play this game, actually, because he's not... Well, I suppose now he's a little bit further removed, but he did have a serious knee injury which kept him out for basically a year, which is why he's not played Test cricket for a couple of years now. And I think the feeling is, amongst people in the Caribbean, is that this is a great chance for him to come in, build his overs up here, and then find his way back into that Test side. Seals in over the wicket to the left-handed Hammond, who sways out the way of that one wide outside off. Again, not really forcing Hammond to play. But, you know, he's got company now. There was that fantastic debut series for Shamar Joseph in Australia, with West Indies managing to scalp the Aussies at the Gabba, which was a fantastic sight of Shamar Joseph with a broken toe or something like that. Ooh. I think he took a 7-wicket haul in the second innings in that Test match. So it's nice to see the future of West Indies fast bowling coming through. Seals in, bowls again. It's very wide and could do with being a bit closer, really, if truth be told. Goes through to Simpson.
Well, he's certainly in the shop window here, isn't he? I mean, he's learning the English conditions, Seals, but he's got to, as you say, he's got to prove himself. He's in the shop window, and he wants desperate to play for the West Indies and be in that squad. They're touring later on, aren't they, in the season against England, and it's all part of the grand plan, I'm sure, for Jayden Seals, that he wants to join that squad.
Switches to round the wicket now. 3 slips in place. Seals bowls, Hammond drives. Pleasing shot, but it won't get him any runs as it picks up Bajara at mid-off. Yeah, Jayden Seals, both Josephs, Alzari as well. Kemar Roach, I'm sure, will find a way to nibble in and cause all sorts of problems. And, you know, they tend to when they're playing England.
Yeah.
The West Indies, even if against other sides they don't have always the results that they would like, but they always play England tough, that's for sure.
Fire in their belly.
Here goes Seals past the umpire, bowls, and Hammond is caught in no man's land there as the ball nips back on him and jags, and it catches him on the pad and goes out towards backward point, and there's no run. It's got a little murkier again. I think it's just been one of those days, isn't it, where because the wind is blowing, not quite a howling gale, but it's a strong, gusting breeze that whatever weather, hopefully, if we do get some showers as well, it will blow those through quickly, but it's going to be one of those wait and see kind of days. Seals bowls, Hammond jams down on the ball into the leg side, and in from mid-on to field is a substitute fielder who's now running off.
Oh.
So that was good. 66 for 2.
If he's
Yeah,
running
to
off,
bat
I
over.
wonder if Haynes is coming back on. So we need our eagle eyes.
Sean
substitute.
Hunt, says my list of
Sean Hunt.
numbers. Sean Hunt was on the field, and Ollie Carter are both running off.
Okay. Is this good news
And I
for
think
Haynes?
that is that Tom Haynes just walking towards us, who's just caught the ball. It looks a lot like Tom Haynes, so that's excellent news for Sussex. Means that either his finger's been popped back in, or there was none of that needed in the first place. So excellent news from Sussex's point of view. Their opening bat is
Exactly.
okay.
Here is that man, Danny Lamb, darting in, and he bowls to Charlesworth, who will get a single. It's just tucked backward of square, where it's fielded by that man, Jaden Seals. They go on to 67 for 2 now. And let's have a look. Hammond's on 3. He's facing Charlesworth, both of them left-handed, on 17. So, Hammond, Miles Hammond. We'll think about similarities, connections to Wally in a moment. Born in Cheltenham. Was Wally Hammond born in
No,
Cheltenham?
Wally Hammond was born in Kent.
In Kent, of course he was. 100 at Cheltenham, the
Yes.
festival. So, Lamb bowls. That's gone through the batter, has beaten everything and is taken by the wicket-keeper there. It's a very good take by Simpson. He's right up to the stumps, breathing down the neck of Hammond, just trying to cause a little bit of intimidation. A good take there. So Gloucestershire 67 for 2. It's the medium pace. Well, it's sort of medium fast, I would say, Danny Lamb. How would you categorise Danny Lamb's pace? It's a short run up. He's in and bowls to Miles Hammond once again. And it's beaten the bat once more. Taken by Simpson.
I must say, gosh, the
Am I
problem
being
is
generous at
if,
medium
if
fast?
Lamb isn't medium, who is? I wonder.
Yeah, yeah.
I know this is something that is one of those absolute damning with, well, actually it's not even damning with faint praise, is it? It's just damning to be called right arm medium.
But right arm medium with the Duke's ball can be particularly effective. There's a big stride forward there from Hammond, making sure he gets the pitch to the ball and smothers it. Forward defensive, no run. 67 for 2. Just causing a little bit of stuttering here by Danny Lamb.
Has the heating come on? You can sort of smell that
Oh.
smell of heating up.
Oh, look,
there's
there's
a
electric
heater
fires
down
going
there.
on.
That's exactly what that smell
That's
was,
what that
and
smell
so it
is.
was.
Yeah, okay. Lamb again, bowling. There's going to be a quick run here. They scamper through those fit boys. And they go through 4-1. That's just nurdled into the leg side. And Hammond will make that single. He goes on to 4, and the score now 68 for 2. And the over's not quite over. We've got 1 ball left. Charlesworth will face on 17. But runs are difficult to come by at the moment off Danny Lamb's bowling. Is that you can just feel a little bit of a build-up of pressure out there between these two, Hammond and Charlesworth. Lamb desperate to eke out a mistake from one of them, an error as he's in and bowls, and that is a play and a miss by Charlesworth, and a good take. Standing back this time, the wicket-keeper. Simpson takes that neatly, and that's the end of the over now, 68 for 2, Gloucestershire. And those figures again for our man Lamb. Let's have a look at his figures. God, I'm finding it quite difficult to read. It's 2 for 17 off 7 overs. I think it's the yellow and the white, and then it keeps flicking, doesn't it?
I'm glad I've got my
Got your glasses on.
as we've discussed my new glasses, because I'm having absolutely no trouble whatsoever reading.
Well,
this
I've got glasses
scoreboard.
on. I've got glasses on, so I've got an excuse. It's the colours.
Mr. Hudson Prentice is coming into the attack. So from the Cromwell Road end, so we'll see how many overs Lamb wants. We'll get another burst of Robinson potentially from the C end. Might have to be a if not an immediate double change, a slightly staggered double change, with Seals having bowled 2 4-over spells, 8 overs, 3 maidens, none for 18. And bowled badly. In general, he's probably just been a bit too wide, I think. All the criticism at him. Here's Hudson Prentice then bowling his first ball, and he starts off with one wide of off stump, but perhaps tempting enough if Hammond wanted to have a flash at it, but didn't. And he lets it go through.
He did well against Leicestershire, didn't he? Hudson Prentice is 5 for 50 versus Leicestershire with the Kookaburra ball, and I'm sure he's classed as a medium pacer, Hudson Prentice. So he made something happen. He got some magic out of the Kookaburra at Leicestershire.
Here comes Hudson Prentice, round the wicket bowling. Hammond sways out of the way of that one as it's a bit further back of the length. I think probably, I don't know if all the games would have taken this sort of pattern, but more and more seem to in English cricket as the pitches become more uniform around the country. But so often I think you find now that it gets better to bat on as the game goes on, and hence the sort of Bazball mentality of we're going to win the toss and chase. You know, Hudson Prentice is in, forward comes Hammond, just playing the ball quietly out into the covers, fielded there by Carson for no run.
And we haven't mentioned hybrid pitches.
No,
that was quite a surprise for the first time this year in the championship, or the first time ever. Hybrid pitches will come into play, and it's up to the understanding is that it's up to the clubs as to when they pick and choose to use them.
So Gloucestershire are thinking about using them for the next home game against Middlesex. Hudson Prentice bowls, that's left on length really as much as anything else by Hammond. It didn't pass the outside of off stump by a huge amount, but it went over the top of it and through to John Simpson. I don't know whether it's certain they're going to use the hybrids for, well, they're going to be using one pitch, we know what I mean. I don't know if they'll be using a hybrid pitch for that one or not, but it's certainly been floated as a possibility. The first home game wasn't a hybrid, but this is effectively the hope is Hudson Prentice in bowls, Hammond across his stumps, tapping to backward point. But again, there's no run. The hope is that it will get more pace into the Bristol pitches, and Gloucestershire could put out an attack, say, of Marchand de Lange, Ajit Singh Dale, Zaman Akhtar. That's a pretty quick attack, and you know, is a hybrid, even if it's not going to deteriorate, but then when the pitches deteriorate at Bristol, they just tend to get lower and slower anyway. So it's not as though you're kind of preventing wear or anything like that. This is full, inviting the drive, but Hammond doesn't time it, and that is another maiden over, as Gloucestershire have now just added 7 runs in the last 5 overs.
Okay.
So things have really dried up.
Yeah, they have, and it's all down to Danny Lamb, more or less. We're just going to have a little Harlem shuffle.
Thank you. Yeah,
Back into the bowling attack here in the commentary box.
Yes, thank you, Izzy. Sorry, just having to change things. I've got an update to do on the radio, so apologies for that, for cutting in. But it is going to be Danny Lamb who's running away from us. Figures of 2 for 17 in his 7 overs. He's in and bowls, and Charlesworth flirts with one outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, and there is no run. I have to say that John Simpson behind the stumps is making a really big difference for Sussex. That's not to be disrespectful to Ollie Carter, who's a young wicket-keeper, very much finding his way in the game. But, you know, John Simpson standing up to the stumps for the seamers, it just makes such a difference. He's standing back at the moment for the left-handed Charlesworth. In comes Lamb again, tucked away nicely through square leg. They picked up one. Tom Haynes is in hot pursuit. In fact, Ben Charlesworth slips over. And Sussex will be pleased to see that Tom Haynes is back on the field, having gone off in the first over with that finger injury. I think you're right, Ed. I was listening to you and Izzy talking, and you know, perhaps early on the Gloucestershire players didn't have to play quite as much as perhaps they should have done with the new ball. But Danny Lamb, he's very much at the batsman, isn't he?
Yeah, I think there was a little bit of that, and then, yeah, as we said, maybe just not quite enough deliveries on that full length, even if it's not necessarily bowling at the stumps. I felt that, that Robinson maybe was just... They were playing him a bit too much off the back foot or from the crease, maybe a little bit. What's going on here? Have we got another change of something?
Well, he just looked at his hand then, didn't Ben Charlesworth? Now, I'm not entirely sure what happened. He looked to be inspecting his finger. Now, I'm not sure whether he needs a new pair of gloves or whether he's been struck on the hand.
It might have been as he was falling over, as he
Possibly.
tried to break his fall.
Yes, and he did slip. He's taken off his helmet as well as Charlesworth. Let's hope now Miles Hammond is waving. I think initially they thought he wanted a new pair of gloves. And that's what the 12th man has brought out. But I think they're now saying, actually, we want the physio to come out. So we're going to have a delay here. Let's hope that... can you hear that sound like a creaking chair?
Yes.
Yes. So I think that's our effects microphone, which is swinging in the wind. Sounds like a song, doesn't it? So we'll see if we can sort that out during the lunch break. It's so windy here down at Hove at the moment. There's some... I don't think it's actually the microphone. I think it's just where we've got it hanging out of the window here. We have got a break in play, and here comes the physio trotting out onto the field. It's a bit of discomfort here, does Ben Charlesworth.
Yeah,
But maybe he did. Maybe you called that correctly. He's just looking at, I think, at his left hand. So the second finger injury we've had today.
Hopefully this is the same as the first in that it's...
He's okay.
Okay, but it was a... I mean, I let out a gasp because I was more for the fact that, there could be a huge mix-up here rather than, is he going to be okay? He just slipped at the non-striker's end as he was turning for that second run. But, yeah, it didn't, it looked like a fairly innocuous fall.
It did.
But then, if you've got a lot of equipment on and, you just fall awkwardly trying to break your fall with your hand, then cause yourself a bit of mischief. But and then, as you say, like initially, it looked as if they just were going to bring out a change of gloves, and that was all he wanted after he maybe got some dirt under there. But
well, Finn Hudson-Prentice is taking the opportunity to run off the field, I'm presuming, for a comfort break.
That's handy, isn't it?
Yeah, that's very impressive, the way he hurdled the advertising. In fact, he's going to move on here, is Finn, because Charlesworth has now got his gloves back on, and Danny Lamb is getting ready to bowl. In fact, he's going to get a couple of moments here, because Charlesworth is just taking his time to go back to his mark. Finn Hudson-Prentice's career best figures last week, 5 for 50 up at Gloucestershire. Now, Sussex haven't got enough fielders here, because Hudson-Prentice is still, we think, in the loo.
Did anyone notice him go from the
here he comes.
point of view?
Now, I wonder what the umpire does here. Yeah, here he comes. Oh, that was impressive by Finn. Well, he's just
enter him into the Grand National next year.
Yeah, he's just about got away with that. Danny Lamb realised that his couple-point fielder wasn't there. Here comes Lamb around the wicket, bowls to... plays with that outside the off stump, taken by Simpson. There is now a good spell of bowling this by Danny Lamb. He's got the ball, pitching round about middle and off. And he's just moving the ball away from the left hand. It's been a very good spell of bowling.
I knew this was going to happen as well, because it's what always happens. You see, came on loan last year, to be honest, didn't really make much of an impression. And you're never in a great position, I always feel, to make a great impression with a lot of these loan spells. I mean, he had no cricket at all for months.
Again, bowls. Well, I can only imagine that Charlesworth maybe got an inside edge on that, because he was back on his stumps. It kept a little... did it hit him somewhere unmentionable?
It certainly made a noise that was a little bit more clunky than thuddy.
Yes, I think that could have been a rather unfortunate place that
Yes, there are some minor adjustments going on.
He's okay.
He seems to be braving it at the moment.
He's in the wars here,
yes.
Ben Charlesworth.
Well, he has. I'm afraid that's been another feature of his career so far, sadly.
Again, bowls. Charlesworth lets one go outside the off stump, taken by Simpson. And there is no run. No play in any of the matches in Division 2 at the minute. It's raining at Derby in the game between Derbyshire and Leicester. Ed will know all about rain in Derby. No. Middlesex, Yorkshire 41 for 1 with an early lunch at headquarters. And no play so far in Northamptonshire against Glamorgan. What on earth did you do for 4 days, Ed? I mean, it's really difficult wherever you are when you're away for cricket when games are called off. In comes Lamb and bowls, and played by Charlesworth into the offside. That's 2 runs off the over. Gloucestershire 70 for 2. Hammond is on 4, Charlesworth on 19. Danny Lamb, very good figures, 2 for 19 in his 8 overs.
Well, it was one of those odd ones because it didn't actually rain a huge amount during the scheduled hours of play. So it was one of those rare occasions you could actually get out and do something outside when you have these days off. Normally you're just marooned indoors, or maybe you've got to go to a museum or something. But yeah, so I on day 1 I went for a walk quite a long way down the Derwent. Actually got a fair way down there, and that was quite pleasant. A lake and something called Bird Island a bit further down downstream, I suppose. Yeah, downstream. I suppose it's going that way, isn't it? I'm trying to work out which way the Derwent goes from Derby. Anyway, here goes Hudson Prentice and bowls now to Hammond. He flicks this one backward of square on the onside, and he will take a single and move on to 5, 71 for 2. And I also went to the art gallery in Derby and saw some work by Joseph Wright of Derby, who's sort of fairly underrated, I think, English artist, but extremely talented and a long way ahead of his time. He did some paintings of Mount Vesuvius, which I think is sort of, along with his more kind of, well, come back to that. Hudson Prentice bowls, 4 ghosts, and Charlesworth defends into the offside for no run. These kind of quite dramatic scenes, often, well, dimly lit, but then also sort of brilliantly lit. He was known as kind of a master of light. So yeah, that was nice to be able to see those. And they've got some, in fact they've got a lot of his drawings there as well that you can pull out of drawers and have a look at as well. This is cut away by Charlesworth, and he had a right old go at that one, and well, he might, because it was a free hit, and he's cut it away through wide third for 4, 75 for 2. Charlesworth moves on to 23. He's not actually had a great deal of the strikers, Charlesworth. He's faced 52 deliveries now, so just under 9 overs, and we're halfway through the 23rd over, so he has spent a fair bit of time at the non-strikers end, as Charlesworth, which hasn't exactly aided his progress in terms of run making, but that was one to have a go at. Hudson Prentice bowls now to Charlesworth. This is full and driven by Charlesworth, sort of shovelled really into the ground, fielded up at mid-off, and there's no run. Really is getting quite gloomy now, but the good news is that if the weather's still coming from the same place it was earlier, which I think it is, this really dark stuff that's overhead at the moment is just going to move away, and we'll have some, if not blue sky, certainly some slightly lighter cloud, we hope. Hudson Prentice runs in now and bowls. This is down the leg side. Charlesworth tries to glance it away and misses it. It's taken by Simpson. Yeah, I can imagine you were talking about Simpson's keeping. What a huge difference that would make. One of the country's finest behind the stumps with the gloves. And of course it was great that he finally got some England recognition, because he was involved in that squad in 2021, where England had to select an entirely new squad because of COVID against Pakistan. Charlesworth flashes outside the off stump there and does not make contact, and that was a bit of a rash shot from Charlesworth. It wasn't a half volley. Didn't really do a great deal, but he swished and he missed as that ends the over. 75 for 2. 23 overs have gone. David Payne was a member of that squad as well. Payne was actually a stand-in captain for Gloucestershire in the game at Cheltenham that they were playing against Middlesex, and Simpson was in the opposition side, so they both started the game, and then after day 1 got called up to that squad, so had to leave and take part in that. But it was great that Simpson could could gain that recognition.
Indeed.
He's, you sort of feel, especially for his glove work, but he's been such a consistent scorer of runs as well, that he's somebody you almost feel perhaps could have played more.
Certainly. Apologies if there was no commentary going for about 10 minutes. I'm not entirely sure what happened back at base, but it's all rectified now. So good news, it's going to be Tom Clark who's coming into the attack. Didn't bowl last season, had an ankle injury, but bowled last week up at Leicester, picked up a wicket. He comes in around the wicket, bowls to Hammond, who hits the first ball for 4 runs. Too much width from Tom Clark, and whacked away to the offside boundary for 4 runs. He goes to 9, the total to 79 for 2. Here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Bristol and Gloucester, Adrian Harms, Ed Seaborn and Izzy Duncan, your commentary team today. Tom Clark just has a word to his good mate Tom Haynes, and I think they're going to adjust that offside field. A bit more protection there, Ed, because it's a very short offside boundary.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to protect that boundary, I think, throughout the course of the match, especially if you've got a left-hand, right-hand combination, and then Gloucestershire decided to play a spinner this time in Zafar Gohar. Be interesting to see spin.
Clark in bowls, and he beats Hammond outside of the off stump, taken low down by Simpson, and there is no run. Just the 2 slips in place for Sussex now. There's a point, well, a backward point, an orthodox point, extra cover mid-off. There's a mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep backward square way out on the leg side boundary. Must be fully 70 or 80 yards away from where Hammond is batting. In comes Clark, bowls, Hammond up on his toes, punches this into the covers, fielded there by Ollie Cart, who's still on the ground. So I think it may be, well, Jaden Seals is on, Ollie Robinson is on.
As Danny Lamb disappeared.
Yeah, I think you might be right. Tom Haynes just threw that ball with his left hand, which was slightly unusual. So, anyway, he's on the field, which is the main thing. Clark in and bowls. That's a good delivery. Beats Hammond outside the off stump. He was drawn into the shot, was Hammond, and the ball whistled past the outside edge of his bat into the gloves of John Simpson. And there is no run. The sort of remains 79 for 2.
Vital partnership, not just in terms of the innings as a whole, but in terms of getting through to lunch. I mean, you're put into bat on a cloudy first morning. If you only lose 2 in the morning session, you think that's probably okay?
In comes Clark again, bowls to the offside, taken by Simpson. There is no run.
And that 3rd wicket is so often kind of the swing wicket, isn't it? If you get 3, you tend to feel you're pretty happy with your morning. And of course, as you're mentioning, in terms of that mentality of sides liking to chase now, as pitches so often seem to get better for batting on as the game goes on. It's not always the first morning that's the entire reason why you've won the toss and decided to bowl.
Clark in bowls and defended by Hammond down the onside of the track. There is no run. End of the over. Gloucestershire 79 for 2. Tom Clark's opening over just went for the 4 runs. 23 to Charlesworth. Hammond is on 9. Email has come in from Chris Hammond. Hi Chris. He says, I'm up in the pavilion stand, freezing, says Chris. He says, do you happen to know the frequency the ground commentary earpiece uses? My Sussex one disintegrated during the winter and the club don't sell them anymore, they say, because of the cost. I've obtained one from Lancashire, but the E-event frequency appears to be different. None of the other frequencies on it work either. I can use the live feed, but it's a couple of deliveries behind by the time the internet reaches me. Any help gratefully received. I'd like to get the instantaneous words straight off your lips, says Chris. I'll make some inquiries, Chris. I'm unsure what the frequency is, but leave it with me, and I'll see if I can make some inquiries and send this to some people who are more capable than I.
Hudson Prentice starting a new over, bowling to Charlesworth, who's in behind that one and blocking it back to the bowler. I've had a bugbear in from Dave, who has said in and around. You're talking about phrases that are used a lot that bug people. In and around is one of those. I probably have found myself saying that on various occasions. Hudson Prentice bowls, Charlesworth drives, but won't pierce the field. Mid-off is able to stop it. So no run there either.
I heard you talking earlier on with Izzy about never run on a misfield. I mean, I was always taught that.
Oh yes.
But I do agree if it's a, if the ball does stop, as you said, a yard from the boundary, you probably ought to run. But no, that was always the old thing: never run on a misfield.
Hudson Prentice in bowls to Charlesworth, who turns it into the onside, finds the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on, but will only pick up a single. And he ticks his total on to 24, Gloucestershire 80 for 2. Yes, I think I probably meant initially, this has opened the floor up to all sorts of criticism of us now, which I didn't intend to do. But in terms of more those sorts of adages and sayings that are just completely not true, there must be all sorts of other ones I've not thought of. Hudson Prentice in and bowls wide of off stump, and Hammond does that swaying motion out of the way of the ball. You do wonder, I mean, we can have this debate till the cows come home about Kookaburra versus the Duke's ball. But do you not wonder whether with the Kookaburra we might have seen some spin by now? And instead, here we are in the 25th over of the morning, 10 minutes to go until lunch. Yes, Danny Lamb's got the ball to move about a bit, so I'm not blaming Sussex for not bowling spin, but that is one of the main arguments, I think, for why they want to use this Kookaburra. Hammond drives, but no real timing, fielded at mid-off, no run.
Well, interestingly, last week Finn Hudson-Prentice took that 5 for 50, and I asked Finn about what he thought of the Kookaburra ball. Now, Finn's view was that it makes you up skill, that it's better for bowlers, that it makes you work really hard for wickets. He felt the Duke ball, the Kookaburra sits rather more nicely in the hand than the Duke's. So it was quite interesting. I thought his view might be, it's awful, but it really wasn't, which I thought was an interesting view.
It's funny, I mean, there are a lot of different opinions about it from the cricketers. Hudson Prentice bowls, that's a wide delivery, and Hammond has had nothing to do with it. End of the over, Gloucestershire 80 for 2. There are 10 minutes to go until lunch.
And interestingly, Roman Walker, who is plays for Leicestershire, is currently out of action with a side strain. He said exactly the same as Finn said, so it's quite interesting. A couple of people got in touch. Callum May, hello Callum. He says, hello from also in the pavilion. I've got a tunable sports radio I bought at Lord's some time ago. Hove broadcast commentary on 61.7 megahertz. So thank you, Callum. That's very kind. I don't know whether that helps you. The gentleman got in touch before. And Alistair, similarly, just break off for a moment as in comes Clark. Around the wicket, bowls and let go outside the off stump by Charlesworth. There is no run. He says, many thanks for the commentary. In answer to the gentleman's question, I'm listening to you on 61.7 megahertz. Crystal clear. He says, great spell from Danny Lamb this morning. That's from Alistair McBride. Thank you, Alistair, and thank you, Callum. So hopefully that'll be of some help to Chris, who was inquiring. In comes Clark, bowls and drills into the offside by Charlesworth. He's been very watchful here this morning. 24 of 61 deliveries. Gloucestershire 80 for 2, having been asked to bat this morning. I think they'll be relatively pleased, Gloucestershire, to have a lot of talk, as you said, about the Duke ball, about it being in April. They won't want to lose any more wickets before lunch. Clark again. In and bowls. And he beats Hammond outside the off stump. That's the second time that he's done that in this over. Clark's got his hands on his head. Taken by Simpson. 2 slips. Backward point. Cover, shortish extra cover, who's Chetishwar Pujara. Mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket, and that deep backward square. There are even lighter skies, brighter skies coming in from the direction that the weather's coming from, which is good news. The sun is coming out as in comes Clark again, bowls to Charlesworth. He punched into the offside. He's annoyed with himself there, Tom Clark. He bowled too short.
Yeah, Charlesworth, I think, would have been thinking about stabbing that back foot drive through the offside somewhere, but they've packed it fairly well now. Just down to the 2 slips, and then 4 fielders saving the single in the ring, as it were.
Clark again, bowls, and Hammond works this one into the offside, fielded there by Lamb, and there is no run. If you could let us know, Chris, whether that frequency is working for you, that'll be very helpful. If not, I've sent a note off to our engineer, who's an incredibly helpful guy at the BBC who may know as well. The sun is now out, and it's as sunny as it has, or as bright as it has been all morning. Clark runs away from us. Right arm around the wicket, medium pace bowls, and that's a little too short, and looking to hammer that one away on the offside. In fact, I lost completely track of the ball then. I think it went to Pujara, a short extra cover. There is no run, so maiden over from Tom Clark. 2 overs, no wicket for 4. Gloucestershire 80 for 2. Charlesworth 24, Hammond on 9. When you think last week, Ed, that Sussex recorded their 3rd highest ever score in first-class cricket, 694 for 8 at Leicester. Tom Clark was out off the very first ball of the innings.
Yeah, well, Gloucestershire took a wicket in the first over as well last week. Josh Shaw getting rid of Finlay Bean, and up front, Gloucestershire bowled extremely well. They had Yorkshire 5 down at lunch. Hudson Prentice to bowl, squares up Hammond as he squirts it out into the covers. There's no run, rehearsing the shot that he thinks he might have played there is Hammond.
Chris has been in touch and he says, thanks Adrian, thanks other guys. So I'm assuming it works. So there we are.
Right.
The power of the radio.
And that was from somebody called Hammond, wasn't it?
It was Hammond, so it's all Hammonds, which is great.
Here comes Hudson Prentice bowls, Hammond drives, and there's not exactly a spectacular piece of fielding by Pujara at cover, and the ball goes by him. They'll think about a 3rd run here on the arm. Oh, Hammond slipped over now in exactly the same place that Charlesworth did, so they only get 2.
That's twice. He's okay. That wasn't a great bit of fielding by Pujara. I don't think that would have pleased Hudson Prentice too much.
No, it was rather a lollop down to his left and sort of almost escorted the ball by for somebody else to go and chase. Hammond's got 11, Gloucestershire 82 for 2. It is very green around this pitch, fairly lush, so I guess hence the slips. Hopefully that doesn't keep happening. Hudson Prentice is in, bowls back of the length. Hammond he lets it go in almost Labashanian manner with all sorts of hand movement and leg kicking and histrionics, but you know, let's style it out, I would say.
You and Izzy may have discussed this. What's been the, and if you have apologies, what was the Gloucestershire reaction? Because they also bid for one of the women's teams.
Well, I was going to get my teeth into that after lunch, really.
Okay,
it sort of felt as though it was getting a bit close to lunch, and we kind of need a bit of time for that. Hudson Prentice is in, forward goes Charlesworth and defends back to the bowler. I mean, you know, the club, in terms of their output, have been very magnanimous. They've said congratulations to Somerset, who, I mean, it's fairly clear they were competing against Somerset and Glamorgan. This being done very much on a regional basis. The plan was to get a proper geographic spread here. So I know there is a lot of this rich get richer talk at the moment. Hudson Prentice is in, left alone by Hammond wide of off stump, and I'm not saying that is not justified, but they did give a team to Essex instead of the MCC stroke Middlesex. They did give the team to Durham instead of Yorkshire, much to Yorkshire's obvious chagrin, because they've delivered a rather more strongly worded statement than Gloucestershire have. But yeah, there were always going to be a lot of people disappointed with the outcomes. There's no getting round that. There just weren't enough teams to go around to keep everybody happy. Hudson Prentice bowls, and again Hammond squared up, and it comes off the leading edge, but along the ground out to Pujara at extra cover. And Hammond survives, but turned round twice in that over by Hudson Prentice. He's through 4 overs for just the 8 runs. Gloucestershire continued to find run scoring difficult. 82 for 2 is the score after 27 overs, and even just actually that last over kind of illustrating, I say the last over from Clark, perhaps more so than that one from Hammond. But even there, the leading edge threw the shot a bit early. Charlesworth was trying to force the pace in the previous over off the back foot and not really timing it. I wonder if it's either just the fact the ball's getting a bit older, or maybe it is just a little bit slower than they think it is.
Here comes Clark, bowls. This will be the last over before lunch. Plays by Hammond mid-on. There is no run. Jim May has been in touch. Jim is the former chair here at Sussex. He's having his say about women's cricket. He says, Sussex has a great record of producing women cricketers who have played internationally or more in recent years in franchise or regional competitions. Amongst the players, in comes Clark Bowles, played down the onside of the track by Charles With There Is No Run. Amongst the players are Ruth Prideaux, Jeanette Brittin, Claire Connor, Holly Colvin, Sarah Taylor, Laura Marsh, Tara Norris, Freya Davis, Georgia Adams and many others. Sussex Cricket Foundation has made enormous progress in the development of women's and girls' game in the county, with Charlotte Burton, Alexia Walker and others playing their part. The decision not to place Sussex in the top 10 of the Tier 1 counties is a hammer blow. In comes Clark Bowles and played down the onside of the track by Charles With There Is No Run. It forces our talented cricketers to earn their living elsewhere. Regrettably, this decision by the ECB compounds the growing divide between those counties who get the advantage of hosting international and franchise matches and the rest. It raises serious questions about the ECB's avowed aim to grow the game in an inclusive way. That's Jim May, formerly chair here at Sussex, as in comes Clark Bowles, cut away to backward point, and there is no run. What do you have your say? SussexCricket at bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet at EdCricket6, or at Fine Glance, who is Izzy Duncan, who will be with us after lunch, or at BBC Sussex Sport. Yeah, there's nothing official from Sussex yet, so that I stress these are views of people who, these are not the views of Sussex Cricket Club. In come Clark Bowles, played to mid-off by Charles With There Is No Run, and we await that statement from Sussex, which I'm sure there'll be something in the next few days.
The one thing I would say, though, before I maybe go on a bit more, and a bit more, and a bit more after lunch, but one thing that is nice is to see how many people wanted those teams, actually, and maybe not necessarily.
Clark in bowls, played to the offside by Charles With There Is No Run. That will be lunch, with Gloucestershire 82 for 2. Charles on 24, Hammond is on 11. The men out, Camera of Bancroft for 27 and Ollie Price for 8. Both wickets taken by Danny Lamb as they make their way off. Just chat away for a bit longer, Ed. In fact, I can see the ground staff getting ready here with some covers. The sun is out, but there's some heavier cloud in the distance, so maybe just a precaution down below us.
Well, no, sorry, that lunch interval rather snuck up on me. I didn't actually notice it tick around to 1 o'clock, so we've gone to lunch at exactly 1, which is quite a rarity. But yeah, no, I think it has been nice to see how many people wanted those teams, and
There has been a slight reduction, and 4 are being carried forward to tomorrow as it stands. So that might change if we get more rain. But the good news is that we're back out playing. Everybody who'd gone to the pub, Julian, is now back again watching the cricket, which is good. Well, most of them are back watching the cricket, I think. And I can see Ollie Robinson is getting a strip for action at the Cromwell Road end of the ground. I have to say, Ed, we were sitting here half an hour ago and it really did look pretty awful. And but the good thing is these showers seem to be blowing through quite quickly.
Yeah, it's your classic April day, isn't it? You know, 3-4 days in one. I don't think it's very warm. I'm just going by the fact that there's a member of the ground staff in front of us who's still got his waterproofs on and a hood pulled over the top of the cap. So, yeah, it's not warm, but the sun is out, and I think we're going to be getting, at least for the foreseeable future, a decent amount of cricket. As you say, there are the potential for maybe 1 or 2 more showers to make their way here, but let's enjoy what we can.
Well, Ollie Robinson is going to get things underway, and I'm sorry, we have an update to do in a few minutes' time, which goes into our station in Kent, which is all very confusing. But anyway, we won't worry about that too much. There's 2 aeroplanes who seem very close together make their way. Is that what you were looking at?
Yeah, so I was thinking, are they on a course?
Here comes Ollie Robinson down the hill, bowls to Hammond, who turns that down to fine leg and picks up a single. So the total, he goes to 12 and the total to 83 for 2. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Bristol and Gloucester, Adrian Harms, Ed Seaborn. Delighted that Izzy Duncan is the 3rd member of our commentary team today. And we're going to hear shortly from Sam Keir, who used to be the press officer here at Sussex, but is now involved in all sorts of different things and has been involved in a podcast with David Visa, who was a Sussex cricketer a couple of years ago, talking about the rise of franchise cricket. As in comes Robinson around the wicket, bowls, and looking to work that one down to fine leg. Rather feel he'll miss out there, Ben Charlesworth, and there is no run. So Sam can tell you all about what this is all about, and it's a general discussion as well around franchise cricket and how cricket is definitely changing, isn't it? No question about that, Ed.
Yes, and we get new leagues seemingly popping up all over the place, and then you've got the potential for the IPL to expand ever further, more teams, more of a space in the calendar taken up by them. It is ever evolving.
It is. In comes Robinson round the wicket, bowls. Oh, it's a good delivery, really good delivery. He lures Charlesworth forward. The ball whistles past the outside edge through to John Simpson, and there is no run. 3 slips, 3 men saving 1 on the offside. There's a mid-on, Jaden Seals warming up there, a mid-wicket and a fine leg. We had a lively lunch, didn't we? We were sitting here talking about all matters cricket.
I think we put the
which
world
was a good,
right.
Yes, we did.
Just
well,
about.
Well, we tried.
It's certainly the game of cricket in this country,
Yeah,
anyway.
yeah. Well, I think it's good to have these conversations.
Well, I think it's one of the nice things actually about cricket season is during the rain delays we can just babble away in a way that we can't on air. Say what we really think.
Here comes Robinson, bowls, and forward comes Charles. Well, that's a lovely shot. Drills the ball down the ground, and he's going to pick up a boundary. That was a lovely shot, over pitch by Ollie Robinson, and Charlesworth, well, he just eased it down the ground, Ed. Lovely shot.
Yeah, I mean, it's a real strength of his game when he can get it going. He does look so good when he's playing those shots, especially straight, on drive, off drive. But at least from Gloucestershire's point of view, a bit of a nerve settler maybe after the extended break, because this partnership is important. They lost a couple of fairly quick wickets and 2 big ones in Bancroft and Ollie Price, so these 2 need to steady the ship.
In comes Robinson around the wicket, bowls. Charlesworth is forward, good delivery, pitching around middle and off, played to mid on, and there is no. A couple of emails have come in. This is a lovely email. Now, we were talking about countries that we've heard from so far during the match, Ed, and we've got Austria, France, Laos, Scotland. I think we could include Scotland.
Well, they certainly want to be. No, we've better not get into that.
No, don't go there. The next one on the list is Bermuda. And
Right.
I suspect...
Also technically not a country, but, we'll take it.
I suspect, and I'm watching this game from Bermuda. Sussex looked good in their last 2 games. Hopefully that can continue. That's from Denise Rawlins. As in comes Robinson, bowls. Again, right on the money. Played to mid-on, there is no run. End of the over, 87 for 2. as I'm lucky enough to have a day off work today, I'm also looking forward to the local curry house opening later, so I can get my usual Friday curry. Any recommendations for what type of naan to get with it would be most welcome. Types of naan?
Who is this from?
I don't know, this might be a wind-up. I don't think it is. He comes changed and sealed, running around the wicket, comes in and bowls outside the off stump. There is no right. He goes on to say, anyway, my question. I saw James Cole playing in Bristol last season and he looked a real talent. What are the expectations at Sussex as to how far he could go? Good question. If you ask Paul Farbrace that question, he would say he'll play for England.
Right.
Because he said that openly, that he thinks James Coles will play for England. He was away with the England Lions, James, in the winter months, and performed very well with bat and ball. It said how much he enjoyed working alongside Graham Swan. Here comes Seals around the wicket, bowls all down the leg side. That's a terrific take by John Simpson. I'm not saying Ollie Carter wouldn't have taken that, but Simpson makes very few mistakes behind the stumps.
Easy did it with as well. I mean, just a simple
nonchalant,
move
wasn't
to
it?
the right, and it was swerving away from him as well. If you can keep at Lords,
Yes,
that
indeed.
well, I think probably the feeling is you can keep anywhere.
He did. So the expectation is here, James, that he could go a long, long way. Obviously, he's only 20. With obviously there's expectation around James Coles now, but he is a fine player, good young cricketer, and a nice young man as well, which makes me sound very old. In comes Seals, bowls to Hammond, who plays well on the offside, no run. What sort of naan, Ed? Are you a curry man?
Yes, very much so.
Okay.
Well, I like to vary it a bit, actually. I don't think I've got a particular. The thing is,
You can't say plain.
well, no, but if the plain one has just been rubbed with a bit of ghee, then I still think that's actually better
Ooh,
than
wow, that's
better than with the other
Oh,
sort
I'm
of
impressed.
add-ons. Like I like a Peshwari sometimes. The sort of the garlicky type ones are good, but you've got to be aware of who you're with the next morning.
In comes Seals around the wicket, bowls driven firmly into the covers, fielded by Pujara, and there is no run. I was in Leicester last week, 'cause funny enough, that's where Sussex were playing, and Leicester, a little bit like Birmingham, is well known for its curry. I went into an Indian restaurant on Sunday. In fact, when I went in, there was only 5 people in there. And
They can be the best ones.
And very soon after, I was the only one, but the curry was really
Yeah.
And compared to the prices you pay down here, I'd have gone back there again. It was really good.
I've tended to find with Indian restaurants, you almost work to the theory of the fewer people there are in there, the better the food.
Well, this was lovely. Really was. In comes Seals around the wicket. Bowls. Played into the offside. Did it come off the pad? What happened there?
It almost went into his pad flap,
Right.
and then I think it went down into the ground. I thought it was going to get lodged in there, but Hammond sort of nursed it to safety at the end.
Yeah. So thank you for that, and we'll carry on the conversation about
Naan.
Naans in a few moments' time. We're about to do our update to the listeners on BBC Radio Kent, Sussex and Surrey, so we'll do that in a moment. But I can hear you loud and clear in the studio. Here comes Seals. It's lovely afternoon sunshine now. Wouldn't have said that half an hour ago. Seals is in, bowls and turned nicely by Hammond down to fine leg. They've taken one, they'll think about 2, though there won't be 2 there. That's a good bit of fielding all the way down in the distant by. I think that's Finn Hudson, or was it Tom Clark? Let's just see, he's a little way away. Let's just see. Oh, he wouldn't turn around, would he? Or maybe, I think it's Jack Carson.
To a twirl. Yes, I would have, if you'd have put me on the spot,
Yes,
I
Jack
would have gone with Carson. But
Yeah.
yeah.
88 for 2 at the end of the over. So we will do an update in a couple of moments' time to the listeners on a BBC Radio Kent and Sussex.
This your sort of music?
Which I have no idea who it is.
No.
I'm going to say it's Dua Lipa,
So
but I don't
neither
know.
It could be.
Sounds sort of Dua Lipa-ish, doesn't it?
Could be for all I know.
We've got music coming through our headphones, so in fact I'm just going to... I think sometimes you can hear that as well, so let me just turn it down. In comes Robinson round the wicket. Bowls! There's a loud appeal, and it's not upheld by umpire Newell at the far end. There is no run.
No, I don't think he really considered that for a huge
No, I don't
length
think-
of time.
I don't think he did either.
Not to be confused with Mick Newell either, former
No.
Nottinghamshire director
No.
of cricket, which I may do. Apologies in advance if I do. I know fully well who Mark Newell is, but I've just put down M. Newell on my notepad, which is always a danger that you end up just on autopilot misreading yourself.
Robinson. Back to his marker now. A lovely sunny afternoon. Around the wicket in and bowls and played onto the onside by Hammond. I think that came off the pad. Let's wait for the umpire's signal. Indeed, it is off the pad. Lots more emails we've had in. I'll attempt to read them after we've given our radio update. 80. No, I'm struggling with that. Is that 80?
89.
Thank you for 2. The sun is just glinting off it. I can see it more clearly actually on the scoreboard now over the Spain Karma Pavilion. Robinson coming around the wicket. Comes in and bowls. Forward comes Charlesworth, plays down the offside of the track. Robinson fields, and there is no run. 3 slips, backward point, mid off, mid on. There's a sort of a shortish mid wicket, a square leg and a long leg all the way down in the distance.
Definitely seems to be some sort of a plan they're working to, doesn't it? With Robinson round the wicket, trying to get Charlesworth to perhaps clip one in the air through that leg side.
And comes Robinson around the wicket, in and bowls, and forward comes Charlesworth, playing to the onside, and there is no run. So it remains 89 for 2.
Really trying to tempt him into that drive with that huge gap.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Adam. We're back playing again. We've had a couple of interruptions for rain, but it's now the most glorious afternoon here. The sun is shining, and Gloucestershire going along nicely. They lost the toss this morning, Sussex asking them to bat. Gloucestershire are 89 for 2. Ben Charlesworth, who's been there since the beginning, he's 28, not out. Miles Hammond is on 13. Both the wickets for Sussex taken by Danny Lamb, who's been the pick of the Sussex bowlers. Meanwhile, down at Canterbury, a really frustrating day. They've just had 11 balls bowled so far, and it's raining there again now. Kent are 2 without loss. So that's the end of our cricket update. And we'll... Can you hear that music? In comes Robinson. Around the wicket. Bowls. Forward comes Charlesworth. Runs here. The ball runs wide of second slip. In hot pursuit is Tom Clark. I think it'll just be a couple of runs here for Ben Charlesworth. He goes to 30 and the total to 91 for 2 at the end of the over. Ollie Robinson, 7 overs, 1 maiden. No wicket for 28. We've had a change in the commentary box, and Sam Keir, who formerly worked here for Sussex as the press officer, known to many Sussex members, now doing all sorts of other pieces, and more of that in a minute. But first of all, good afternoon to you, Sam.
Harmsy, hello, nice to be here again.
I love this view. Do you miss this view?
I do, very much, particularly when you've got the strip that they're using this week. You couldn't get a better position to commentate from, could you?
Jaden Seals is going to... We're going to hear about a podcast you've been involved with, Sam, in a couple of moments' time. But before I do that, we had James getting in touch. He was talking about James Coles and what a good player he is. One of the questions that James posed, as in comes Seals around the wicket, in and bowls, and forward comes Hammond and plays to mid-off, fielded there by Haynes, and there is no run. He's looking forward to going to his local curry house later, to get his usual Friday curry. He says any recommendations for what type of naan to get would be most welcome. So Ed said that he would have a plain naan with some sort of very fancy cheese. What cheese was it, Ed?
Cheese.
What was it?
Geese, clarified. Geese.
Oh, geese, sorry, right. So what would you have?
Oh, you've got the right man on for this conversation.
Okay.
I like a Peshwari naan.
Oh, right, okay.
That's sort of coconut and raisins.
Oh, right, okay.
Stuffed.
In comes Seals around the wicket, bowls, and clipped away to mid-wicket, fielded there by Robinson. There is no run.
A kulcha naan.
Oh, wow, what's that?
Stuffed with sort of minced vegetables.
Oh,
And before I was a vegetarian, I did like a keema naan,
right.
which is minced beef in a. It's almost like a sort of a naan hamburger.
I think I've sort of missed the boat here, really, because I only thought there was a plain naan.
Well, listen, there's nothing wrong with a good plain naan can be just what you need if you've got the right sauce for it to be the vehicle for.
In comes Seals around the wicket. 3 slips go down. He's in and bowls and driven nicely to mid-off.
Great question.
There is,
If you need an analyst on
Curry.
Then
Right, well, perhaps you can make that your next podcast, cricket and curry. Actually, something else you might know here. I had a nice email in from Bermuda from Denise Rawlins. Now, I'm not sure if that's Del Rey's mum.
I think it is.
Oh, well,
Yeah. Or certainly connected. One would assume, yeah.
Yes. So, thank you very much, Denise, for getting in touch.
Yeah, hello Denise, and hello Delray if you are connected, Denise. I hope Delray's doing well. I saw he's still playing for Bermuda, which is good.
In comes Seals around the wicket, bowls and driven to mid-off, and there is no run. So we're going to talk about this podcast you've been involved with, Sam, in a couple of moments' time. I'm just going to read out a couple more emails. Roy in Horsham has been in touch. He says, enjoying the commentary as always, thank you. Although Jim May's comments are not the official opinion of Sussex cricket, I'm sure his views echoes the feeling of most Sussex fans. Now, this is with regard to the 8 women's teams that have been allocated. Sussex haven't got one of them. And Jim May, former Sussex chair, with some very strong views that we read out before lunch. In comes Seals, bowls, driven through the offside. Good stop by Pajara in the covers, gets a round of applause, and there is no run. He says, on the subject of cricketing cliches, this is something that Ed and Izzy were talking about earlier on. He says, and speaking as an umpire, I always shudder at the phrase, the benefit of doubt goes to the batsman. There is no such wording in the laws. And don't get me started on the line belongs to the umpire. So there we go. So thank you, Roy, for getting in touch. Lovely to hear from you. Back to his Marcus Seals. 3 slips go down. And more emails to come, which I'll read as we go through our commentary. Jaden Seals is in around the wicket, bowls and played down the onside of the track. They take a quick single. Robinson is there, gets in the throw, which is miles away from the stumps, but a single is taken. The total goes to 92 for 2. It's the end of Seals is over 10 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 20, and Gloucestershire are 92 for 2. So first of all, good afternoon to you, Sam. Thanks for coming up and having a chat. Just tell us a little bit about this podcast, because there's 2 areas of interest. The first one, primarily, it features an ex-Sussex cricketer,
Indeed, yeah.
A very popular cricketer in David Visa, and secondly, franchise cricket and how it all evolved. So first of all, just tell us how this came about.
Well, thanks for having me, Harmsy. It's really kind of you. Well, it feels a bit sort of incongruous to be talking about franchise cricket when we're here at Hove in the middle of the championship, county championship. But in a strange way, that's almost what sparked my interest in it. This is what we've all grown up with and love, and on the horizon, or coming much closer than that, I'll just break off for this ball.
Here comes Robinson down the hill from the Cromwell Road, and he's in and bowls. Oh, he almost plays on. Does Miles Hammond. Didn't know where that had gone, and it just bounced over the top of the stumps, and there is no run.
I mean, it's not a new discussion, the future of kind of 4-day cricket and county cricket, but the behemoth that is franchise cricket that has come over the hill and is very much, approach the barbarians at the gate. If you take that view, I thought, well, how much do we actually know about this world? And so the idea, actually, I must give credit to my dad. I was on a walk with him, and he said, "It'd be really interesting to sort of get an inside view." And I thought, yeah, that would be.
Robinson down the hill in bright sunshine, bowls. Hammond is forward, runs here as he works it wide of the slip cord. And there's probably a couple of runs. Finn Hudson-Prentice is first to the ball, and it's a couple more runs to Hammond, who goes to 16, and Gloucestershire to 94 for 2.
And I thought, well, who would be the perfect person to give that inside track? And racking my brains of the sort of contacts I'd made during my time working in cricket, David Visa, formerly of Sussex, was sort of the ideal candidate as someone who no longer plays for a club like a Sussex or a South African equivalent. He is a freelancer. His job is going from tournament to tournament, and last year he played in almost every of those big tournaments.
Robinson in bowls. I mean, it's a good delivery by Robinson. He's struck round about the thigh, and he winces, does Miles Hammond, as he picks up the ball, and there is no run. And we should say a very popular figure here, David.
Yeah.
Played county cricket, played in the T20 side that got to finals day in 2018.
T21?
Yes.
Yeah. He was still, I think he was an overseas, just came back for that year, didn't he?
And when his county career came to an end here at Sussex, and well, I'll let you pick up the story in a moment, as in comes Robinson. In bowls. bowls and worked into the offside by Hammond, picks up another single. He goes to 17, the total 95 for 2.
Yeah, David, to me, was the perfect person because he'd experienced life sort of pre-franchise freelancing here and back in South Africa for his regional side, provincial side, but now he was sort of at the forefront of this increasing number of cricketers who are freelancers, who will just go from tournament to tournament hoping they get picked up. And beyond that, he's a very good speaker. He's very open. He's very honest. He got himself in a bit of trouble through the podcast, which was good of him.
In comes Robinson bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery. How that didn't knock out the off stump, I've no idea. And a rare mistake by John Simpson, who actually doesn't take the ball cleanly. Fortunately, there wasn't a nick as far as Simpson were concerned. That was a good delivery by Robinson. 95 for 2. Bit of trouble. What did he do?
So in the so just to explain, it's a 12-part series.
Thank you. Okay.
It's basically going from one tournament to another, and we recorded it over a year. It's called Hitman for Hire: A Year in the Life of a Franchise Cricketer, and each episode basically takes in a different tournament, whether that's the Pakistan Super League, the IPL, the 100, the Blast, Major League Cricket, SA20, etc., etc.
Robinson down the hill bowls, let go outside the off stump, taken by Simpson. There is no run. End of the over. Gloucestershire 95 for 2. Hammond on 17, Charlesworth on 30. Listening to live cricket on the BBC. BBC Radio Sussex, Gloucestershire and Bristol. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Sam Keir, who's talking about a podcast, a cricketing podcast featuring a former Sussex player, David Visa, called Hitman for Hire. Sorry, Sam, you were just explaining.
Yeah, and so we recorded conversations over a year, saved them up, but they were done at these tournaments, via the wonders of the internet. Saved them up, and then I've been releasing them weekly. I think we're episode 8 now, so there's a few more to come. And one of the episodes, or actually 2 of the episodes, were about his time playing for Kolkata Knight Riders in the IPL.
Jaden Seals is going to carry on his next over, his 11th. Figures of 0 for 20s in and bowls short, and ducking underneath that is Hammond through to keep Simpson no run.
And David gave very open and honest appraisal of his time at the team, in which he'd been not critical, but sort of said that some of the players had found the coach's style a little difficult or a little different. And the world we live in, the moment that got picked up in the Indian media, it sort of blew up a bit, which was great from the podcast point of view, but I did feel a little bit guilty for David because I worried that I'd scuppered any chances he had of returning.
Seals in again, bowls and dropped. Oh, that's a straightforward chance. That's a bad drop at second slip. Well, it was a routine chance to second slip. I'm just looking to see. I mean, generally it's Tom Clark at second slip, and that was a routine chance. I mean, I know it's always very, very easy to say from here, but at this level, I'm afraid that sort of opportunity has to be taken.
Jordan Seals is...
And Jaden Seals is very disappointed.
Yeah, his reaction says everything about that, really.
95 for 2, and Hammond gets a life on 17. Bad drop. I'm fairly certain that's Tom Clark in there. Yes, it is. He put one down at Leicester last week, actually. In comes Seals around the wicket, bowls and driven beautifully as if to rub salt into the wounds. Drives it through the covers for 4 runs. Beautiful shot. Hammond goes to 21 and Gloucestershire at 99 for 2. Sorry, Sam, carry on.
Fine, yeah, so, I mean, classic storm in a teacup. But, yeah, it was... I did feel a little bit guilty. But David, being the man he is, said, look, I'll stand by what I said, and I was honest and open. And that's what's great, because I think possibly the fact that David, as Sussex supporters will know, is he's at the back end of his career.
Yes.
Means that probably he's more willing to be open and honest than if you were a 25-year-old thinking this is the next 15 years of my earning life.
In comes Seals, bowls. Hammond plays slightly across the line to mid-on, and there is no run. And that was a point I was going to take up with you, Sam, that clearly David Visa is at the end, nearing the end of his cricketing career. He plays international cricket now for Namibia, and he was a very popular figure here at home. As it reached a stage in David's career, and you don't want to tell the whole story because you want people to listen to the podcast, but does that mean that, you're literally thinking, how can I make as much money as I can out of this whilst I can and whilst I'm still being selected? And no one would blame him for doing that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he'd put it like that, but obviously anyone in any industry,
of course,
would be doing exactly that. But I'll just break off.
Seals, and again bowls and driven. That's 4 more. That's a lovely looking shot over pitching as Jaden Seals will be Frustrated having seen a chance go down in that over, but 2 lovely boundaries from Hammond, who goes to 25. The 100 up for Gloucestershire, 103 for 2.
But I think regardless of the stage of your career you're in, the point that David makes throughout the series is actually how fragile an existence being a freelance cricketer is, because you don't have the security of a 3-year deal at Sussex. If you have a bad tournament, then people are going to probably say, well, we don't want you next time, and that has a knock-on effect on other tournaments. So you can go from flavour of the month to on the scrap heap very quickly. So there's been that big debate, hasn't there, with, I think Alex Stewart is saying, well, players can't have it both ways, where they spend their time away playing in these leagues and then expect to come back and have all the sort of provisions that a club like Surrey...
Like a physio and
exactly,
everything.
yeah.
Seals around the wicket, bowls up on his toes as Hammond plays that into the gullies. Frustrated Jaden Seals. It's the end of the over. Gloucestershire 103 for 2. Charlesworth 30, Hammond on 25. Listening to the voice of Sam Keir, who's talking about a new podcast, Hitman for Hire, all about franchise cricket, and particularly of interest to Sussex supporters, featuring David Visa.
And I think, you say it's all about franchise cricket, and it is, but I learned a huge amount from speaking to David about the wider ecosystem of cricket, and so much of it impacts on what we're watching here now, and on the international game, and so the sort of structure of it is based on franchise cricket. But I do think you learn a lot about the way the wider game is going, and perhaps how...
Here comes Robinson, bowls wide outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, no run.
And perhaps how, as we've seen even in the last couple of days with the decision on women's Tier 1 teams, the kind of decisions that are having to be made in these venerable old institutions of county cricket and the domestic game in England, based on what's going on globally. So that was almost, for me, my selfish motivation was a bit of an education on, this is what I grew up with, like you, and I think lots of people watching and listening. I've done a bit of work in the 100 and stuff like that, so I've had that slight glimpse of it.
Robinson in bowls, and he's going to pick up a boundary. Here is Ben's Charlesworth. Ollie Royce's stand sort of puts his hands to his face, if to say, that was nearly a chance. It wasn't a chance. It whistled through the slip cordon for 4 runs. Charlesworth goes to 34, Gloucestershire to 107 for 2.
But there's no one who can give that overview like someone who's
in it,
is living it. And last year, we were lucky, again, from my point of view, from the podcast point of view, that David was playing in almost every tournament last year. I think he spent 8 months away from home from the start of the year until finally having 6 weeks at home at the end of August. And then it all starts again, in theory, if you keep getting gigs.
Robinson. The cloud is building, I'm afraid to say. Comes in and bowls on the leg stump, and it's clipped. Hasn't quite got his line right here, Ollie Robinson. Was pitching on the leg stump, and Charlesworth able to ease that one away through a very straightish mid-wicket for a couple more runs. He goes to 36, the total to 109 for 2.
And alongside sort of the kind of political and structural issues that come up, there's great anecdotes that David tells as well. There's one about the IPL player who they get off a plane in Delhi, and they all trudge over to the team bus to be taken to the hotel, and also outside the airport waiting is a Bentley with a driver, and the team captain says, "Right, see you later, guys." Heads off into his Bentley while the rest of them pile onto the Iverco coach.
Robinson bowls let go by Charlesworth. There is no one. Yeah, they're all on the coach and down to the Premier Inn.
Exactly. Well, sure
nothing wrong with the Premier Inn, by the way.
Exactly. Other budget hotels are available, but it's eye-opening, that kind of thing. Again, when you contrast it to these guys who are not going to be badly paid in terms of the average UK wage, but the sort of, if you're an IPL player and an IPL captain, and then you can afford your own Bentley and your own driver.
4 slips in place as Robinson wheels around the sun. The sun has gone in. There's now some really heavy cloud drifting across Hove, and I can see the ground staff are poised as in comes Robinson. I think that's probably came off the pad. Let's just wait for the umpire's signal at the far end of the ground. Is it a leg by? No, it's a bit of bat on that. Another single to Charlesworth. He goes to 37, 110 for 2. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if we don't get another interruption. Just in terms of what it's like, Sam, playing though for Sun. This week I'm playing for the it's someone in the Pakistan League. The next week I'm playing for someone in another. I wonder if you ever get a feeling for that team, though, and a feeling you really, really want that. I wonder that sometimes with these franchise cricketers.
Yeah, it's something we discuss.
Robinson in again. Bowls. Oh, what a play and a miss by Hap. That was a much better delivery by Ollie Robinson. Unfortunate not to get a wicket. End of the over, 110 for 2. Robinson has bowled 9 overs. No, yes, it's bowled. Yes, 9 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 38.
Yeah, it's something we discuss, and the short answer is by and large no. That's sort of part of the origin behind the title. Hitman for hire is you're a mercenary, and those are David's words, not mine. The interesting, actually, next week's episode is about his time playing for Namibia in the ICC Men's World T20 World Cup Africa qualifier for Namibia, which they went on to win and get a place in this year's World Cup. And that's almost become David's sense of belonging, where it used to be a club like Sussex or Titans in South Africa. He's doing that because it's a way of still feeling like you've got a base and a belonging.
Jaden Sills comes in and bowls, played into the offside. And there is a single to Miles Hammond. He goes to 26, 111 for 2. Will he be playing in the World Cup out in the West Indies?
He will,
America?
Yes. Yeah, barring injury, then he's a big part of that Namibian T20 side that's done so well in recent years. I think this is their third successive main event T20 World Cup, and he's been a big part of that. And obviously, they can't afford to pay him the money he would be getting in franchise tournaments. So he's doing that as, for him, it's a sense of still having a base.
Seals in bowls. That's a good delivery by Jaden Seals, and he beats Hammond outside the off stump, taken by Simpson. And there is no run. And I'm sure David isn't looking for sympathy. I've interviewed him many times here. He's a lovely guy, but he's got a relatively young family. It's all very well. He's probably earning good money, so we're not shedding any tears. But away from he must spend a hell of a lot of time away from family.
Yeah, and again, that's like we talk about. He comes back after that 8-month stint, and his 18-month-year-old daughter. He goes to pick her up, and she bursts into tears because she doesn't recognise him, which is heartbreaking. However much money you're being paid, I mean, they soon rekindle their relationship. But
in comes Seals, bowls, and played rather uncomfortably by Hammond out into offside to backward point, fielded there by Hudson Prentice. There is no run.
But yeah, there are huge sacrifices. Not seeing your family, staying in hotels, and David is a very philosophical person. I think how I would cope with that, and I think not as well is the short answer, because imagine the doubt that creeps in when you're sitting in your hotel room and you've had another failure or you're not being picked. It's a lonely place, right?
And it's a pretty cutthroat place, I'd imagine, franchise cricket, as you say. Yesterday's man very quickly. In comes Seals around the wicket. Bowl short, pulled away, not timed though by Miles Hammond. He's going to get runs though out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. Ollie Carter is in hot pursuit. Gets in the throw. Jaden still stands with hands on hips. He looks frustrated because he should have really. Miles Hammond should be out. But he goes to 27, 113 for 2. And just in terms of David himself, as I say, Sam, he was a hugely popular figure. Does he have, this may come out later in your podcast, I know that's for people to listen to, does he have designs on returning to England or coaching? Well, how does he see his life beyond franchise cricket? Because it will come to an end at some stage.
Yeah, well, obviously he still gets over here. He was in the 100 last all three editions to lesser or greater extent.
And the blast
in the blast for Yorkshire last year. And I did ask him, was it weird playing for another county other than Sussex?
In comes Seals bowls. Hammond is forward down the offside of the track. There is no run.
And he said not really, because in his eyes the blast. This is really interesting actually. The blast is almost two different franchise tournaments running concurrently that come together for finals or for quarterfinals and then finals day. Because you've got a north and a south group. I don't know whether he'd have felt more torn if he was playing for Essex or Kent, but he did say that was a really nice chance when in the UK to catch up with. He mentions Luke Wells, Phil Salt, Ravi, Bapara as a chance to sort of catch up with the old gang from his Sussex days.
Seals around the wicket, bowls and run out into the cover. Need to get a move on here as the throw comes in, but it was a good bit of running between the stumps. Hudson Prentice was quickly in from backward point to field, but Charlesworth goes through for Hammond goes through for a single. He goes to 28, end of the over, 114 for 2, Gloucestershire.
But I think going back to what David wants to do, he has mentioned coaching, but do you know what? In a funny way, not to suggest that appearing on a podcast with me is anything like great media training, but I think it has sort of slightly given him a bit of an itch to perhaps go down the media route. He speaks so well about the game and in such sort of clear and concise and candid terms that I think he'd be a great addition to some TV commentary or radio commentary panel anywhere in the world. He's extremely popular in Pakistan. That really comes out in the Pakistan Super League episode, because he's been sort of a bit of a hero for the Lahore Qalandars team for 5 or 6 years now. He's got a nickname, I think, which is Murshad, which I think in Urdu is something old man or wise man, which sort of fits his persona. And you know, we talk about how strange it is seeing yourself up on billboards in Lahore city centre. And
in comes Robinson, bowls to Joe, struck on the pad. I reckon that's going down the leg side. And there is no run. A couple of changes in the field here. Sussex have kept the slips in place, but there's now a deep mid-wicket. Cheteshwar Pujara is out there. A cloud update. It's drifting towards Hove, but there's some blue cloud behind. So blue cloud, blue sky. So hopefully there won't be too many interruptions. Clearly we don't want to give too many secrets away, Sam, but hopefully it's whetted people's appetites. How can people listen to the podcast?
Yeah, so it's called Hitman for Hire, a year in the life of a franchise cricketer. And it is available wherever people might listen to podcasts, but if you just put it into a search engine, it should pop up, or you know, the search bar on Spotify or Apple or wherever you get your podcasts.
Ollie Robinson coming in from the Cromwell Road in bowls, and he's rather squared up. There is Miles Hammond. He picks up a single though out into the covers. He goes to 29, 115 for 2. Gloucestershire. And also, Sam, we should say, not only did you used to work here at Sussex, but you're a big Sussex fan as well. So are you pleased with the start to the season?
Yeah, very. I've been coming here since I was very small.
Right.
Eligible for a child's ticket on the train.
Well, not anymore, because it was your birthday the other day.
No, I'm not very small anymore in any respect. But but yeah, I love this place. It'll always be my cricketing.
Robinson bowls, played by Charlesworth to mid-on, and there is no run.
And what's great is coming back and seeing sort of old faces, even if they do change, but there's always something, you know, Sam on the front gate, you guys up here. It's my safe space, you know.
Yeah, lovely.
Yeah. But no, in terms of the start of the season, really encouraging. A bit gutted we didn't get over the line against Northants. I think we would have done if the weather had played ball. But yeah, can't argue with top of the log after 2 rounds, can you?
Yeah. In comes Robinson down the hill and bowls. Forward comes Charlesworth, plays down the track, and there is no run.
Some really shrewd signings over the winter as well.
I was going to say, so your thoughts, because there's been a lot of debate here about younger players coming through, but these 2 signings that Paul Farbrace has made, you know, they made a difference at Leicester last week straight away.
Yeah. Well, John Simpson, you know, up there with probably him or Folkes as the best gloveman in the county game, and he showed he can bat last week. And Danny Lamb, I think, actually is a bit of a coup.
In comes Robinson, bowls. 4 beats Charlesworth outside the off stump. Unlucky not to get a wicket here, Ollie Robinson. Taken by Simpson again. There is no run.
You know, I think the squad depth at Lancashire meant he didn't get the opportunity he should have done.
Yes. He said that last week. Yeah. He said he just wanted to play cricket. And
he's taking that opportunity, and he looks like a proper, hard-working cricketer, doesn't he? Who'll put the effort in whenever you need it. And you know, if you've got the way Finn Hudson-Prentice has been playing this season, if you've got 2 quality all-rounders, then that's James Coles as well. You know, and Jack Carson can bat as well. Then suddenly you're thinking that's a pretty good lineup for Sussex in Div 2.
Robinson in bowls to Charles, who defends onto the offside. There is no run. End of the over, 115 for 2. Hammond 29, Charlesworth on 38. We'll have one more over, then we'll get off commentary and leave the floor to Ed. And
I was thinking Gloucestershire fans must be thinking.
So a couple of things actually. And I would say for people who are around Sussex, they might think that's a familiar voice because they might have heard you not running in the marathon. Well, I'm sure you probably could run a marathon, but you were you were announcing at the marathon the other week, weren't you?
I definitely couldn't run a marathon, but I do.
You could.
Well, you're very kind, Adrian. It's just a lie.
Okay,
BBC
okay.
impartiality.
Okay.
There's a limit, you know.
Fine. Okay.
Yes, I do a bit of that now, announcing cricket as well. But I was hosting at the start line of the Brighton Marathon, which is an amazing event, as anyone who was in the city on the day will know.
Seals in, but also it's a good delivery. Cuts back into the left-handed Hammond, bounces in front of him. There is no run. He's on 29, 115 for 2.
But yeah, you know, that's actually laughing about not running a marathon. I always say, well, by doing that, I get the sort of buzz and the vibe and the euphoria that they all have to run 26.2 miles to get. I just have to stand up and be a wally on a microphone for a few hours in the morning, and you know, you leave feeling amazing because it's just such an incredible sort of celebration of people's effort and achievement and of the city as well. You know, it was incredible support on the streets, atmosphere. It was brilliant to be part of.
Seals again. 3 slips go down. In and bowls, and up on his toes is Hammond placed into the offside, and there is no run. And also, if there are people, there's lots of Albion fans who come down to Hove, but they'll be keen on their football. Any of them go to the Albion women's matches, they might hear your dulcet tones there as well.
Yeah, I am. I'm the voice of Brighton women. Stadium announced usually at Crawley, Amex tonight.
Yes, so. I know. Is that exciting?
Fun, yeah, great to do the Amex.
Yeah.
And I think speaking to Bruce in the press box over there, who also is the media manager at Brighton, a good crowd expected on a Friday night for the WSL match against Everton tonight.
In comes Seals, running around the wicket, into bowl to Hammond, and Hammond, well, he hammers that one away through the onside. Ollie Robinson at mid-on didn't see that, which give you an idea. It's got a little gloomy here, the ball racing towards the boundary, and goes to 4, slightly across the line there, Miles Hammond. Nonetheless, he picks up a boundary, he goes to 33, 119 for 2. When we're commentating on the radio, the great thing is that we can't see our audience. I mean, I still get...
They can't see us.
Well, I still get very nervous though, because you know you want to do the job to the very best of your ability. But with you're with the Amex tonight. You can see these people, and they can see you, Sam.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing to remember is ultimately a bit like a good referee. You don't want to be noticed, right? As long as you're getting the information across.
There's no good referees in the Premier League. Should say that really.
Is that the official?
No, there are some. I'm sure there are some, but you know, we have VAR and everything, which everyone gets very worked up about. Anyway, in comes Seals around the wicket, in and bowls. Oh, and driven down again, mistimed really by Miles Hammond. He picks up a single. He was looking to drive that through the offside, but he picks up a single to mid-on. He goes to 34, 120 for 2. The crowd's still building. Well, it's great to see you, Sam.
You too, Ramsey.
Please come and say hello throughout the season and keep us up to date with all the various things that you're doing. But just finally again, just so if people are thinking, wow, I quite like Cliff, just remind people of the podcast and where they can find it.
That's very kind of you. Yeah, Hitman for Hire, a year in the life of a franchise cricketer, available wherever you get your podcasts with David Visa and me, Sam Keir.
Wonderful stuff. Sam Keir, delighted to have Sam here. As in comes Seals, bowls and played onto the onside by Hammond, and there is 1. He takes 121 for 2. Thank you to Sam. A couple of other emails have come in from Rob Thorpe. Rob says, "Dear Adrian and colleagues, thank you for the commentaries. They're a godsend for those who can't attend regularly. As many others, I'm disappointed by the ECB's further marginalising of the non-test hosting counties. Part of the criteria for awarding of Tier 1 status were the facilities. I question the quality of pitches the women's teams will be provided with at the grounds that also host international and 100 matches." In comes Seals again. Just break off for a moment. In comes Seals and bowls. Forward comes Hammond. That's a nice looking shot through the offside. That's the best shot he's played in the last few overs. Foot right to the pitch of the ball. Lovely shot. Drives the ball through the covers for a boundary. 125 for 2. Hammond to 38. Charlesworth on 39. I'll just finish this one off. We've already seen women's ODI test and domestic finals played on huge wickets. How will the squares at these grounds cope with the season of men's and women's domestic and international fixtures? It seems totally at odds with the state's intent to have pitches with pace and bounce. There is also talk from a couple of sources that the Hampshire franchise will have to use Arundel for a number of games due to the wear and tear on the pitch at the Rose Bowl. If true, that surely makes a mockery of awarding them Tier 1 status. Clearly, I can't comment on that, Rob, because I don't know. So we have to say that. Another aspect I've heard no mention of, how does this new structure affect the likes of Grace Road, the racecourse ground, and Hove hosting women's internationals? Many thanks and kind regards, says Rob Thorpe from a deck chair at the Cromwell Road end. Well, I expect you're freezing sitting up there, Rob, but it's great to hear from you. And there are questions. Still, we've had no statement from Sussex about the club's reaction not getting one of the women's teams. Hopefully that'll be soon, and we hope to speak to John Philby at some stage during the match as Finn Hudson-Prentice is in from the Cromwell Road end and lures Charlesworth into a drive past the outside edge, and there is no run. I'm going to leave you with Ed in a minute, but just one more has come in here from Jane Strong, who says, really enjoying the commentary. With the decision about the women's cricket, will it mean all the good players will move to the chosen areas, thus leaving places like Sussex with no top-ranked players? Or have I misunderstood the outcome? Cheers, says Jane from Shoreham. Well, these are all questions. Hopefully John Philby, the Sussex chair, will be here at some stage during the match. I understand he's very busy at the moment, as in comes Hudson-Prentice, bowls to Charlesworth, plays down the onside, and there is no run. And when I say busy, because I'm sure Sussex are formulating their response to the news yesterday, but these are all terrific emails. Thank you for sending them, and I'll endeavour to pose as many of them to John when we see him as I can. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. High time I left the microphone in the very capable hands of Ed Seaborn and Izzy Duncan.
Thank you very much, Harmsy. There's so much to come out of those emails. I'm sure I'm going to forget half of what they were about anyways. It's cut away by Charlesworth, but it is stopped in tumbling fashion by Carson at backward point, and there's no run. That one about the players is certainly something which is a real concern, I think, for a lot of people as this system changes, and it was always going to cause a lot of upheaval in terms of the fact that you would expect the top players to go and play for their nearest, well, it doesn't have to be their nearest, because I think they're going to be able to be signed by anyone. Hudson-Prentice is in and bowls wide outside the off stump. Charlesworth has gone down on one knee trying to slash at it and misses the ball as it goes through to Simpson. But you're kind of expecting that to happen, so you'll end up with, for example, if you were formerly a Gloucestershire-based cricketer or a Bristol-based cricketer, wasn't playing a great deal of county cricket anyway, because the women's county stuff until now has been completely ignored. So effectively, the people that it really affects, Hudson-Prentice is in, this is clipped away by Charlesworth, behind square on the leg side. It's the short side, but there's a long way round for Lamb to go, so they will collect two. Charlesworth moves into the 40s. He's got 41 now, 127 for two. The people that it really affects are the ones that were playing for the bigger counties. So, for example, the Surrey women's players, who were getting a lot of backing from Surrey, because not just because it's the right thing to do, but because Surrey have the money to do that. And they're effectively then going to be said, thank you so much for your service, but we've got a new group of players coming in now. Forward goes Charlesworth, plays defensively to mid-on. That ends the comeback over from Hudson-Prentice. 5 overs for 10 runs. Gloucestershire 127 for 2, 41 to Charlesworth and 38 to Hammond. And so there's going to be a lot of upheaval. There's going to be a lot of players who have played for one county and lived in one area all their lives. Do the Surrey players who were playing for Surrey, do they just kind of go off to Kent? Will there be second 11 cricket is something which is being talked about at the moment. Amateur level second 11 cricket, which at least would then give the opportunity for those players to go straight in and play for their county of choice. Or are you going to have people just, going, well, I've only got one offer and it's up at Durham, so I better go up there and take it. There's so much uncertainty, as Izzy Duncan is back alongside me for this next
Good afternoon. Yeah, it's very much a subject to be talked about, hasn't it? What's happening in women's cricket at the moment. I mean, they talk about, they keep spurting out numbers. They've talked about 88 contracts in this new system, but I think there are contracts that are already there, aren't they? I'm trying to work that out. As the bowler is in, and that is left alone. It's Hammond facing the left-hander. 2 left-handers out there at the moment, Hammond and Charlesworth. And in fact, they were at school together, I think. They're both at Teddy's, St Edward's. Or maybe there's a few gaps between them. Perhaps 5 years between them might have overlapped just.
Be a bit of a gap. But
1, 2, 7, 2-4-2
Yes,
is
there's
the score.
an awful lot of Oxfordshire products, not just in the Gloucestershire side, but James Coles, for example, who grew up playing his cricket in Oxfordshire as well.
Yeah. So we've got a deal running there between Gloucestershire and Oxfordshire. And Teddy's has produced some great players. Two of my great uncles went to Teddy's. Long time ago.
They were great players.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll go back to women's cricket. And Lamb is just rearranging his field at the moment. Danny Lamb, formerly of Lancashire, who's been pick of the bowlers, pick of the pop so far, with Robinson and Seals unable to pick up a wicket. Surprisingly, here is Lamb. Short run up, he's in and bowls, and left alone once again by Hammond into the reassuring gloves of Simpson behind the stumps there. Yeah, so as far as you know a lot more about the tier system than I do, but I mean I've been following it in the press, and I know Ed, you have a little bit more comment to make behind the scenes because you're in the business, and also very close to Gloucestershire as well, who obviously are feeling hard done by, as are Sussex. He's in, and he's struck the pads, but the umpire is uninterested. It's Danny Lamb versus Hammond once again. What are you thinking there, Ed?
I must say I've put my finger up. We've got a fairly decent view here. The only thing is when you're so close to being behind the bowler's arm, but just not quite, it can almost be worse than actually when you're a bit.
I'm closer.
What did you
So
think?
it struck Hammond low. I can think the only possibility is it's going down leg. I would call that probably middle and leg, but let's see if we can have a look at. Oh, I've just missed the replay by talking to you and giving you eye contact. Lamb bowls. There's a play and a miss at that as the ball is scooped up by the wicket-keeper Simpson. He actually flicks the bails off at the same time there, Simpson. So in a little bit of trouble here, Hammond, getting tied up by Lamb. And he is the bowler who's caused the problems. Getting their knickers in a twist. Are we allowed to say that these days out there, the two batters?
Very close, that shout.
Well done, you got it on slow-mo.
Moved a long way across. Did it strike him in line?
Coming around the wicket, Lamb. He's in and bowls, and there's a good-looking drive, but it's straight to the fielder there at extra cover where it's fielded, and there is no run. Gloucestershire currently 127 for 2. Again, finding it very hard to get Danny Lamb away. Runs drying up out there for Gloucestershire. He's taken the 2 wickets so far to fall today, this morning. That of Bancroft and Ollie Price. Lamb again just running away from us at the C end. Up to the crease and bowls. A full-blooded drive from that. Stand and deliver from Hammond, and he only manages to make contact with fresh air. And there is no run. 127 for 2, and that's the end of another Danny Lamb over. He's bowled 9-2 for 19. Hammond on 38, Charlesworth on 41, and I think that was a maiden over. Let's just double check that. Yeah, join the dots for a maiden there from tidy figures from for Danny Lamb.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of movement off the pitch, just seaming it about a bit. Lamb, he's not doing what he does, especially in T20 cricket at the moment, where he runs in with the ball covered up, so you can't see. For example, he's got a knuckle ball that he bowls a lot in T20 cricket, so you can see the knuckles pointing up if you're just watching the bowlers running in, as Hudson Prentice runs in and bowls. This is played calmly enough off the back foot by Charlesworth, not going through with the shot, and it is stopped at cover for no run. Yeah, well, I going back to the Tier 1 allocation, I did take to social media, as you do nowadays, to vent my frustration. I think, to be honest, more my frustration as Hudson Prentice is in and bowls full and straight. Charlesworth head over the ball, plays a textbook forward defence. More my frustration just with how generally, particularly the city of Bristol, feels as if it is being completely overlooked by the powers that be at the moment. And if you aren't just paying lip service to diversity and to urban environments, and if it wasn't all just a way to concentrate power into the test grounds, men's test grounds, as Hudson Prentice comes forward, plays defensively into the covers, and there's no run. If that wasn't the case, then why is Bristol being left out? What is the case? What makes Bristol a different city from a Birmingham, a Manchester, a Nottingham. You might say population-wise with regards to Birmingham and Manchester, but not to Nottingham, for example. So why then is it different? Is it just because it's a smaller county that it's in terms of the current pecking order? Forward comes Charlesworth, plays defensively back to the bowler.
Well, if it should be cynical, we would talk about finances, wouldn't we? And say that, you know, and you're looking at the criteria that the ECB give as to the bidding system and as to why certain counties should win these teams. But I suppose you've got to look at the finances. And it's usually the bottom line. It's usually, I know it's boring, but it's usually the bottom line.
Hudson Prentice round the wicket bowls full. Charlesworth is drawn into a drive, but hits it straight into the ground, and it doinks out into the offside for
Doink,
no run.
like that word. I'm going to steal it.
Well, it's sort of, you know, like sort of doinks.
That's a
into
good
the-
word.
Anyway, yes, no, I think you're right, and it's why, in my heart of hearts, I was quite realistic that Somerset were fairly likely to get it. And the other reason I thought Somerset were quite likely to get it, as Hudson Prentice completes the over, bowling to Charlesworth, edged but down just in front of the slip, and Hammond is alertly calling Charlesworth through for a single, which is well run, as it's picked up by Alsop behind the cordon. I thought that was going to carry, I must say, off the bat, but just that little bit of lower pace from Hudson Prentice, plus a ball which is now roughly halfway through its life. It's not quite as lively as it was when it first came out of the box. 41 overs in, and it is 128 for 2. So Charlesworth has 42 with that single. It's got a lot darker here, and the ground staff are on the move.
Everybody's on the move.
They're lying down actually in front of the advertising boards in front of us to make sure that they can't be seen, because the bowling's about to be from this sea end. But yes, I was quite realistic, and in fact it's raining now, I can see, and the umpires are saying, yeah, we're going. Might as well, really, because I don't think it's going to be that long an interruption. I'm looking at the sky overhead, it's dark, but there's a fair amount of blue still about. I'm not sure this is going to be quite as, hopefully, going to be quite as severe a shower as we've seen before. So to be honest, you might as well just get the covers out, not a long interruption, limit the amount of water on the surface, and you know, might as well just take a few moments while we can.
Well, they're looking lively at the moment. The ground staff, is it busy wheeling on the covers? And it's another sad rain delay. But as you say, Ed, I don't think it is going to be a long one, because there are plenty of breaks in the cloud. There's one dark cloud looming over us. I think it'll pass quite shortly.
Yeah, I mean, we might actually also, because it's 3:20, we might also be in an early tea territory, so they could potentially save all the time as it really is coming down now. I mean, it doesn't look as if it's going to last, but it's certainly going to let us know that it's here. This is really quite hefty stuff. It's not quite hail, but certainly quite sizable droplets as the cover's being wheeled and tracted on. So we can continue to natter about this Tier 1 system from Gloucestershire perspective, or at least from my perspective, I should say, not from a Gloucestershire county perspective, because I'm the BBC correspondent. I am.
Yes, but you're very knowledgeable about Gloucestershire, so that's helpful to hear from that neck of the woods, anyway.
So I think, and whilst I was moaning a lot in my series of tweetings, the one thing that I never really fully directly said was that I was disappointed about the Tier 1 allocation. Of course, it would have been magnificent to have got it, and there is so much hard work being done in the county of Gloucestershire for the women and girls game. They have the largest recreational offer of cricket in terms of the region. That clearly shows that there has been commitment over years, not just since that it's become more kind of convenient to position yourself as a county that has serious ambitions power-wise. But there we go. As you say, there are reasons that you can come up with, certainly from the outside.
Well, to me, I feel like that's the major reason why clubs like, in Gloucestershire's case, I would say so. It's financial, because they haven't really done anything wrong in terms of serving women, as you say, historically. And there's also this feeling of the deep disappointment of being unrewarded for the hard work and laying the foundations of women's cricket, as is true here at Sussex as well, and at Kent to some extent. and kind of being ignored and put on the naughty step somehow. So, you've done all this work, and therefore you should have these teams and parade them and be proud of them.
And I think it's also part of the other thing that makes it so particularly gutting from my point of view, is that the ECB, which was not in their plan, this was not part of the Tier 1 tender document, which I read from start to finish, thrilling literature as ever, as you'd expect, but this business of the fact that they've decided to add 2 teams in 2027, then they will add 2 more in 2029. One of those teams that will be added in 2027 will be Glamorgan. That's already been decided. So you've got Somerset and you've got Glamorgan in the southwest region with teams. Who, by the way, also Glamorgan's financial situation is not exactly great. I assume that they will have had, well, I know that they've had Welsh Government backing in their bid, so that will also be a huge part of why they've been allocated the county. Also the fact, just like with the 100, that it is the England and Wales Cricket Board, so therefore we'd probably better have a Welsh team in there. And so what chances, realistically, are there for Gloucestershire to get proper representation on the women's side of the game by 2030, beyond 2030? Maybe the vision is that there will be enough professional women's players in a few years' time that they will expand to all 18 counties having a women's team. But that is a long way off. That's a long time to wait.
We're talking 6 years, aren't we, to get to... Well, you're talking 2029 or 2030 you're talking about, aren't you, for the final decision of the last 2 counties.
2029 will be, yes, but then, there will be surely at least 2 years. If we're going by the way that they're doing it at the moment, 2-year increments, it will be at least 2031 by the time new teams are added. So we're talking almost a decade in the future before you can even be considered to be added. And that just does not feel like enough. And I think Gloucestershire themselves, employees-wise and club-wise, have really borne it with a brave face so far. They've made sure that they have made it known, because their role will be important in all this. Don't forget that. The Tier 2 teams are the ones that are going to be deciding how that's all going to work, which is arguably, given the future comes from there, it doesn't come from Tier 1, because those are the players that will already have professional contracts. That is vital that those Tier 2 teams have the right support systems, pathways, everything like that. That is huge work that's going to be done by counties like Gloucestershire. But where's the recognition going to be, really? Yes, they'll get funding for it, because the ECB are going to fund the Tier 2 pathway, Tier 3, whatever that looks like, however that's decided. But it isn't really enough when you haven't got that. And when... So I read a terrific article, as ever, by the brilliant Raf Nicholson, who is superbly connected amongst all circles to do with women's cricket. She is supremely knowledgeable. And if she writes in an article that she feels that Somerset are putting themselves in pole position to receive the new 100 side for the Southwest. So Durham seem fairly well set that they're getting one, and Somerset seem to be getting the other side that could be added if 2 teams are indeed added. Now you might think, I'm a Gloucestershire men's supporter, I don't care about the 100, I don't watch it, not interested at all. Why does it affect me? It affects you because in the future, as things stand, it may change, but as things stand, the future funding of the game is due to come from privatising the 100. Broadcast deals which we've been living off for, almost, I guess, like 20 years, something like that. Now we've been living off these broadcast deals. The fact is that there isn't the money in those anymore. So if we are moving towards a situation where the 100's being privatised. As by the way, I should say, the umpires are coming back out and the players are coming down the steps, so there's no, by the looks of things, early tea being taken, and I guess we will be playing in a few moments' time, and then we will have the tea break at 4 o'clock as was scheduled. But in terms of where that funding's coming from and who it's going to, I think being from a parochial point of view, being what Gloucestershire supporters potentially are and should be worried about, because you've got hosting fees for hosting those 100 matches, and then the host counties will be given, I think it's 51% of their teams to sell off to private investors as they wish. There's an enormous amount of money to be made out of that, because if there's one thing we can be sure of, people will want to invest. I know it seems from our point of view a bit kind of, well, actually, to be honest, why would they want to? But actually, we see all around the world that people want to invest in far less concrete products than the English, I guess, franchise, for want of a better word, because it would be, I guess, more franchise than rather than what it is now. But people would want to invest, and that is a huge potential cash flow. Even if we're just kind of putting aside the fact that there is a massive opportunity to engage the city of Bristol by having a team that is Bristol something. It's very difficult, actually, for a team to resonate with the city of Bristol that isn't Bristol something. That's something that has come up a lot, and yes, you can say that's something that needs to be addressed, but having that team that could connect with the city in a different way, I think, would be a massive thing. And so this is my frustration. You miss out on Tier 1, you miss out on that. Where does that leave you then? Not in a great place.
Ed Seaborn from BBC Radio Gloucester, BBC Radio Bristol. Izzy Duncan with us as well. I'm Adrian Harms. We've got an update to do to the listeners in Sussex in a minute, and then Izzy and Ed will take you through until tea, or if Ed, yeah, 'cause you guys haven't been on too much this afternoon. I'd rather hog the airways chatting away to Sam Keir. Good to hear from Sam, talking about his podcast Hitman for Hire. Whoever your podcast provider is, have a natter, or have a listen, I should say. Featuring David Visa, who was very popular here at Sussex for a number of seasons. We're back on the field of play. The sun is with us. There's some heavier cloud behind the pavilion, but we'll keep going all the time the sun is out, as in comes Danny Lamb running in around the wicket. He's in and bowls and wide of the off stump. Charles Worthing to play that way through the covers, and there is no run. Izzy has passed me some... What's this? Oh, is it? It's not mine.
See, I thought you were offering some lip balm. What flavour is it?
It might be Sam's.
It's coconut oil.
Or maybe it is Sam's. We better call him back. He's...
Coconut oil formula.
Yeah. Not me, I'm afraid.
That's lovely.
Stop-start, Ed, isn't it, really? I'm not sure, you know, whether who this helps, really. You've got a bowler in rhythm. In comes Lamb around the wicket bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery! Danny Lamb, well... That missed everything. And Charlesworth survives. He's on 42, 128 for 2. Miles Hammond, we have to remind ourselves, was dropped really at this level, a straightforward chance to Tom Clark at second slip when he was on just 17, and the score was 95 for 2. It's always very easy, I think, to say, oh, straightforward chance, because I wouldn't have caught it, but I think you expect a professional cricketer to catch that.
Yes.
In comes Lamb, bowls, let go outside the off stump, taken by Simpson. There is no run.
Yeah, I mean, it was into the bread basket, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was a straightforward chance.
One which we know was a very catchable height. It wasn't.
Yeah.
You know, it wasn't as if he was having to go down low like he did when he got rid of Price. That was a much more difficult catch, the one that he just scooped up off the floor.
Yes, that was a very good. I mean, he has got
Price.
terrific hands, Tom Clark. He'll be disappointed to have put that down. Lamb. Running in around the wicket bowls, and Charlesworth has been very patient. He's faced 108 balls now for his 82, 128 for 2. The flags away on the clock tower scoreboard are tugging away. You can see they're billowing away in the wind. And perhaps we've been lucky to get as much play as we have, because there's only been 11 balls possible at Canterbury, the game between Surrey and Kent.
There are some sharp showers about as well, I think, which is part of the problem. Fortunately, ours haven't been too
Here comes Lamb, bowls, let go outside the off stump, and there is Nora.
I've looked at the radar and, you know, there is...
Yes, there have been a number of interruptions throughout the afternoon here because of rain, but the good news is we're back on now. Lovely bright sunshine here, and Gloucestershire going along very nicely. They were asked to bat this morning by Sussex. They're 128 for 2. Ben Charlesworth is on 42. Miles Hammond is on 38. Both Sussex wickets taken by Danny Lamb, who's been very much the pick of the Sussex bowling. No such luck over at Canterbury today. They've been on and off for the rain. In fact, just 11 balls possible so far today. They're having an early tea there with Kent, 2 without loss. Sorry about that, Ed.
No, sorry,
I suddenly realised I didn't have your headphones
I
connected.
didn't mean to cut across you, but unfortunately I didn't hear the start of it, so I hope I didn't
No, not at all. That's
ruin
okay.
your...
No, that's fine.
Update.
A couple of emails I'm going to read, and then I'll have the Izzy will be back on commentary. This one's from William Knight. He says it's a huge disappointment that Sussex Cricket, with its home venue, has not been selected by the ECB to be one of the 8-tier ladies clubs in future years, despite the enormous contribution to the development of ladies cricket in England and Wales by Sussex. Is it a coincidence the ECB did not pick Sussex because Hove is not a test ground and Sussex is not currently in Division 1 of the men's game? It all seems very discriminatory against cricket's oldest first-class iconic cricket club, is a view from William. As in comes Hudson Prentice around the wicket. Bowls, always just in the pad. In fact, no, he hasn't hit him in the pad. He's hit him somewhere very painful. Miles Hammond, who's on 42, and he's down on the ground. No one ever goes and says, "Are you all right, mate?" do they? That looks really painful.
Oh, Hammond.
And another email in from Selina Robinson. Now, if you're still listening, Selina, I think you may be, and I may be completely wrong here, I think you might be Ollie's auntie. I'm not sure, but perhaps you could let us know. Watching from Thailand and loving the commentary, we've survived the final day of Songkran. And I would like to know what your ideal cricket tea would be. Have a great day, says Selina. Songkran, we need to look that up.
Yeah.
We're going to do some Googling. Sounds like a festival of sorts.
Yeah.
In comes Hudson Prentice. Bowls and played onto the onside. I think he got a bit of bat on that. Let's wait for the umpire's signal. No, he didn't. So that was obviously a decent shout from Hudson Prentice, though I felt that it was coming around the wicket to the left-hander. It needed to have straightened up a little bit.
Thai New Year.
Thank you.
From
Thai New Year.
It's on the 13th of April every year, but holiday period extends from the 14th to the 15th of April.
And my apologies if you're not related to Ollie, but thank you for getting in touch,
That's
Selina.
another one for your list, isn't it?
Yes, it is, Thailand. So we've got a list going here of countries so far in this game. Thank you. Ed. In comes Hudson Prentice round the wicket. Bowls. Oh, that's a good leave by Charlesworth. If he gets bowled, we say dreadful error of judgment. He's on 42. So we're going to add Thailand to the list.
And I'm not going to deliver the cliche which annoys me as well.
Go on.
Well, I mean, there aren't two types of leave either. There's sometimes you can make a horrible misjudgment
You can.
and it just misses the stumps by some fluke of the ball seaming or something like that. But only the batter themselves would know whether it was that or not. But yeah, that's one that irks me.
3 slips go down. In comes Hudson Prentice. Bowls, cut away. That's a super shot by Ben Charlesworth. It really is. It was short. It was outside the off stump, and it really got the treatment from Charlesworth. Belted that away through the covers. He goes to 46, 133 for 2, and I think Gloucester will be very pleased. You know, losing the toss here this morning, it's been a day on and off for the rain. I think to reach 133 for 2, they'll feel very pleased.
Yeah, they've just got to make sure that they don't start thinking that, because first innings batting performances have been a real problem for Gloucestershire for quite some time. They've had to rescue themselves when they have been able to rescue themselves in the second innings quite a lot, and they have thrown away some strong positions over the course of the last couple of years especially. So yeah, it's looking quite good at the moment, but it's still in that period where if you lose a couple of quick wickets, all of a sudden Sussex are looking very much on top again.
Hudson Prentice racing in down the hill. He's in and bowls, and Charlesworth defends onto the onside. There is no run. There are 3 slips. Backward point cover. Mid-off. Ollie Robinson with his hands in his pockets looks cold. Mid-on, mid-wicket. And a fine leg. A couple of people got in touch who have been watching from the deck chair saying it's bitterly cold. But those in the sun, and most of the deck chairs are in the sun, maybe it's a little warmer now. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you'd like to send us an email. Thanks for all your correspondence so far today. And Hudson Prentice is on his way again. Around the wicket bowls, and Charles with this hit on the pad. I don't know if he got an inside edge on that. Either way, he survives. You can hear the wind gusting away in our effects microphone. I'm going to leave you because we haven't heard much from Izzy Duncan this afternoon, and Ezzy and Ed will take us through here at Hove until tea.
Thanks, Harmsy. Yeah, actually one other point which was raised by one of your correspondents, which hopefully I can answer, in terms of the international match allocation. So that currently, this is possibly why the 2031 date entered my head, because at the moment the international matches have been allocated for a period from 2025 through to 2031. I can look at that and see which years Sussex have been allocated matches, and I can do the same for Gloucestershire if people are terribly interested, but just suffice to say for now that that's the period that it's guaranteed for.
Lamb in the bright sunshine, bowling to Hammond. He just pushes that back along the carpet, no run. In the bright sunshine here. Carry on, Ed.
Of course, with still the occasional match to be added as well, so there might be a test match, a women's test that is, that would be played, which could be added to the fixture list as well. I mean, Sussex at the moment, they've got white ball fixtures in 2025, 6, 7, 9 and 30.
Lamb again, arrow-like as he comes in and bowls, and that's a defensive shot once again by Hammond. No run, he's on 38.
But with the direction of travel, I think, the concern would be that after that period, come 2032, what is the next lot of fixtures going to look like? Who are going to be the winners and losers out of that? Because it's vital for these sorts of grounds that they get women's international cricket.
Lamb around the wicket to the left-hander. Again, very difficult to get Lamb away. Pick of the bowlers today, very much. Danny Lamb.
And so, if you think about how many more venues suddenly want to host women's internationals as well, I mean, where were those venues when, when clubs like Sussex and Gloucestershire, Worcestershire, Northamptonshire, Essex, all those were stepping up and hosting those matches and doing great jobs of it.
Lamb again, Simpson standing up. Oh, it's in the air, but it has cleared mid-off. It's a good-looking drive in the end there from Hammond. As the pressure was building up and runs drying up, he really felt just needed to release the shackles a little bit there. So Hammond goes on to, the scoreboard catches up, that'll be 42 off his 86 deliveries, and the score now ticking on to 137.42. And poor old Danny Lamb is hit for a rare boundary today.
But just to answer that question, at least in the short term, it doesn't change international fixtures. But yeah, like I said, the worry is long term rather than short term from that point of view.
The Forgotten Counties would be a good book in 10 years' time. As once again Lamb trundles in and bowls, and that's just defended away by Hammond. 137 for 2. That'd be a sad book. There's a book of forgotten cricket grounds, or it's not called destroyed cricket grounds. It's grounds that have vanished. So probably forgotten cricket grounds, and beautiful cricket grounds that have been, someone's built a Tesco's over it, or it's all quite depressing. But once in their heyday, there'd be hundreds of people watching cricket. Danny Lamb bowls. Oh, that's a cracking drive there. Stand and deliver. Oh, did you hear the thud? Oh, it's a 6. He has gone aerial, Hammond, playing with real intent. Had enough of Danny Lamb and his economical bowling, and opening up, putting some pressure. Perhaps the tables are beginning to turn here for Gloucestershire. 143.42, and Hammond ticks on to 48 with that mammoth thwack out towards deep extra cover. Went down on one knee as well, looking rather cavalier with it. And this partnership, gosh, let's keep an eye on this partnership. Is now worth, current partnership 80, yes, with that 80 runs.
82, sorry. Yes.
Sorry, 82 with the 6.
Yes,
that's
of
right.
course, I was adding 4 on.
82 with the 6 between these two. Very tasty, these two left-handers. Both of them teddy boys, teddies. St Edwards, St Edwards, Oxford.
Can't say I've ever thought of them as that. Hudson Prentice in bowls. This is played into the leg side by Charlesworth. Defensively picked up by Pujara, and there's no run. I was talking to Charlesworth last season about his batting, and the way that he puts it is and I think he talks about it as much from a defensive point of view as an attacking point of view. He feels his game is best when he's playing strong shots. So you don't want to play a defensive shot, you want to play a strong defensive shot. And for the most part, he's been doing that here. Yes, he's been beaten a few times, but he hasn't gone chasing so far very often, as he tries to nurdle a single behind square on the offside, but Carson is across from backward point and stops it.
Well, for his tender age of 23, I was quite impressed by the number of senior appearances he's made by 23. I think it's probably more than 50 now. This will be his 34th first-class game, with a high score of 87. So not the highest of scores for a batsman up there in the top order, a batter up there in the top order.
In goes Hudson Prentice, bowls to Charlesworth, down the leg side, flicked away high in the air. Fielder at long leg hasn't seen it, but it doesn't matter because it's gone over square leg for 6. And that brings up the 50 for Ben Charlesworth, his second 50 already of the season, and he has started in fine fettle. 52 not out in the first innings when he got left high and dry against Yorkshire, 43 not out to save the game with Graham van Buren in the second innings, and he's back up to the top of the order with the back injury to Chris Dent, and so far it doesn't seem to have slowed him down. 149 for 2. Suspect we're going to see plenty more 6s over to that short side, but that really was begging for it. Leg stump half volley and got the treatment. This is full outside the off stump. That's a wafty drive from Charlesworth. You just wonder about resetting after the 50 with a shot like that, because that's as uncommitted a shot as we've seen possibly all innings from him.
Yes, that was flamboyant, a little bit flowery outside the off stump, not making contact. You can get carried away, can't you? Hit a couple of 6s.
Yep, and it's also, this is something that Mark Elaine mentioned at the end of the last game, where James Bracey had scored a magnificent 100, and so encouraging for Gloucestershire that he was able to do that after a tricky period, as Charlesworth plays the most beautiful on drive. Down the ground it goes for 4, whistles away and brings up the 150 for Gloucestershire. When he plays a shot like that, you just feel sort of the banknotes and the coins raining from the sky, because it is money. But yeah,
And so classic as well, playing in that V with a check drive and just sweet timing. And it's up the hill as well, of course, because he's hitting that up towards the Cromwell Road end. And it's a little bit wet out there.
Well, his dad is one of the most respected coaches in Oxfordshire. You can see that he has been very well coached, because it is right out of the textbook. As this is punched through the gap in the offside this time by Charlesworth. Into the covers it goes. A couple of runs will be the result there. So that's 12 runs from this over, 10 off the previous over. And Sussex's fast mediums, whatever you want to call them, just beginning to take a little bit of tap here. Question is, do you hope for the false shot? Do you keep persevering, or does Sussex think about a change? Gloucestershire are 155 for 2 after 45.
I suppose in the mindset of the batters, they're thinking that the ball as well, I mean, it's more than halfway through its life. Maybe it has softened up a little bit. And I'm not sure how the pitch is playing. With all the rain, we've had rain delays on and off twice today now. Whether that has settled down the pitch a bit, made it more consistent, I don't know. But they've certainly got to the point where these two are seeing it well, they're feeling comfortable at the crease, and they're opening up. Definitely a switch has been switched on out there between these two left-handers, Hammond and Charlesworth.
Yeah, actually, I've just realised I started the point about James Bracey, but I was thinking about that play and a miss from Charlesworth right after bringing up his 50. And Bracey, as you would imagine, scoring your first ton for a couple of years, it has been really tricky for Bracey. Absolute outpouring of relief when he scored that 100, when he got to that milestone. But then the feeling was, because he was out just a couple of balls later, did he really give himself that time properly, reset, get back in your innings? And Elaine
and
said,
that's
you know,
experience, isn't it? As
Yeah.
you say, that's experience of
and
being
it's
there
also
before.
Just, you know, it's like it's that innings as well. It's that significance of that innings for him.
Yes. So we've got some spin. We haven't seen spin yet. First time today. It has emerged in the shape of Jack Carson, who's going to bowl his tweakers, his offies. He's going to come around the wicket. And he's bowling to Hammond, who shows him a great deal of respect there, comes forward and just muffles the ball. 155 for 2 is the score for Gloucestershire. And this partnership now moving on in leaps and bounds for these two left-handers. 94 it's worth. Again, a hop, skip and a jump, and Carson's in, and that is drilled off the back foot. They'll only get 1 run for it, as there is a fielder out there just parading around. Deep extra cover. And the ball is winged back in. Trying to spot, that's Danny Lamb out there, I think, with a good arm. He's patrolling. 156 for 2 now. And Charlesworth to face with a single off that ball. He's on 58. We've seen him opening up. There's a short leg, suited and booted with the lid on. There's 1 slip in place, and of course Simpson right up to the stumps. As Carson tiptoes in and bowls. Plenty of flight, just trying to get it above the eye line. And that's just defended there by Charlesworth. 156 for 2. You can hear the wind blustering across the ground. It's pretty nippy out there. And the flannels are fluttering. As once again, Jack Carson bowls. A little bit of grip and turn there. They will get a run from this. It wasn't a very nice sound off the bat. Didn't quite time it, but the ball just trickled out towards mid-off. And we've got Jaden Seals, who gives it a jolly good polish and a clean, because it's a little bit damp out there. 157 for 2. Charlesworth goes on to 59. Hammond on the brink of his half-century, 49 off 90. As Carson is in and bowls and twirls it in, and that's just defended there by Hammond, and there is no run. Great to see some spin. We always like to see a little bit of spin, probably for experimental purposes to start with, just to see what the pitch is doing. Carson again, he's got a certain amount of height to help him. It's just pushed away gently there by Hammond for no run. A good start there for Carson. He's giving it plenty of flight. He's not frightened to do that. He's tempting the batters to have a go. They're looking for the error. 157 for 2 now. How many overs have we had? That's the 46th over. And these two, this partnership, 95 it's worth between Hammond and Charlesworth.
It's that worrying moment. You look up at the scoreboard. It's 10 to 6, and we've only had half the overs scheduled for the day.
Well, I might add, we all know that we're not using the lights here at Hove, so I mean it could get a little bit gloomy later on. We'll wait and see, and we've got plenty of blue sky at the moment.
Yep, who knows? Could all clear up. Hudson Prentice is in bowls, tapped off the back foot by Charlesworth, but Carson is called into action again at backward point. There's no run. I think I'm right in saying Carson was also part of that Lions camp down in the UAE with James Coles and with Ollie Price. They went out there, although I don't think Carson was involved in the India series after it, but I'm sure.
So that was Sri Lanka he went out to, was it?
UAE, I think it was.
The UAE, right.
Yeah. Not sure whether it was Abu Dhabi or Dubai or both. Hudson Prentice bowls, tucks up Charlesworth and strikes him midships. We've seen that a few times. Batter's getting, whatever you want to say, cut in half by the ball.
Well, Hudson Prentice, sorry to interrupt,
Sorry,
he got his career best, didn't he? Was it last week? It was against Leicestershire, 5 for 50. Because his tail will be up on the back of that, and with the Kookaburra ball, of course. You've really got to work hard to get any wickets with that Kookaburra, especially if you're a medium pacer. Or should we call him medium fast?
Although, as
Hudson
Harmsy said, he actually seemed to quite enjoy bowling with the Kookaburra, enjoyed the feel of it in his hands. As this goes past the outside edge this time from Hudson Prentice. Again, giving Charlesworth credit, he's played the line of off stump. He's not played away from his body there, really. Yes, it's done a bit, and it was good enough to beat him, but those are the ones that if you nick, you've just got to say, okay, was a good ball. It got me. I thought it was going towards off stump, and then it left me. I mean, you're entitled to get out to a good ball every now and then. 3 slips still in place as Hudson Prentice runs in and bowls, and Charlesworth comes forward defensively this time out to extra cover. Just aware we haven't had a look elsewhere for a while. In the game between Middlesex and Yorkshire at Lords, welcome back to the Duke's ball for the Middlesex bowling attack, because they've got Yorkshire 133 for 8. With Ryan Higgins 3 for 25, 2 wickets each for Bamber and Roland Jones. If there were one bowling attack, I think it would be more keen than any other to get that Duke's ball back. It would be the Middlesex one. Charlesworth comes forward and plays into the onside. Pajara fields at mid-wicket. And not just the fact that they are an attack which does tend to be more kind of nibble the ball about a bit, hope for swing, hope for seam, but also just because of the games that they've played in so far. I mean, they watched Sam Northeast break the record first-class score at Lords, then they watched Emilio Gay score 264, I think it was, against them. Hudson Prentice bowls. Charlesworth drives slightly on the up there, doesn't time it to perfection. They want a second run. This could be fairly tight, but oh, he's fallen over again. This time he's gone on his backside, Charlesworth. He went over down on his side earlier and had a bit of attention for his finger, so hopefully he's okay. But that time, that really was the rug pulled out from underneath his feet and flat on his backside. He went 2 runs taken, and Charlesworth has 61, Gloucestershire 159 for 2.
Well, it shows there's still plenty of moisture out there. It's pretty slippy. They've got the spikes on, but it's pretty slippy out there, and it's very, very green as well. When you think of the amount of rain we've had over the winter and everything is extremely lush out there on the outfield. And there's a smattering of green as well on the pitch as well. I know when Adrian Harms was out there talking to the groundsman, he talked about leaving a little bit of green on top. So the Duke's ball loves a little bit of green on top.
Well, we like a bit of green on top.
Here's Carson skipping in and bowling. Again, it goes onto the back foot there, Hammond, but plays and misses. Ball thuds into the gloves of Simpson behind that.
Plenty of people with green on top in Brighton as well. It seems like quite a popular colour, hair colour here.
Really?
I've seen a couple of people with green hair since I've arrived.
Green is in, as once more Carson is in with his tweakers, and just attempting to cut that away. A little bit frustrated, Hammond, but just finds a fielder there at backward point for no run. That one slip and a short leg is in there with a suit of armour on. And Carson, using his height as well, will get a little bit of extra bounce. 16 on his back and bowls, floats it up. This time comes onto the front foot, Hammond, but can't work it away. Tight bowling here from Jack Carson, the off spinner, 23 years old. From Northern Ireland. Warrington, in fact. Warringstown. That's where he's from. He's in and bowls, and he's coming around the wicket to these left-handers, and that's just defended again by Hammond. Good looking over so far. Having said they were opening up, they've retreated somewhat, just reining themselves in a little bit now again, Hammond and Charlesworth. Don't want to give anything away, and Hammond's still on 49 as well. I'll be desperate to nudge off that, as once again Carson is in, and there's a big shout. Well, it's half-hearted, really. Somewhat muted appeal to the umpire, Neil Bainton. He gives him a little word.
Yes, one of those appeals that sounds like somebody's just gone on and trodden on everybody's toes. Sort of yelp.
Yeah. Yeah, didn't really mean it. Here he is again, continuing to come around Carson, and there will be a run here, and this will be the 50 for Hammond. There's a mild acknowledgement from the crowd that are here of this 50. Hammond, 50 of 97 deliveries. His figures are now flashing up onto the screen. In 135 minutes, 6 fours and 1 6 from Miles Hammond. No relation to Wally. 160 for 2 is the score for Gloucestershire. Doing well here, I think, Gloucestershire. It's my personal opinion, with the Duke's ball in these conditions, with the interruptions as well, because we've had 2 rain delays so far today. But these 2 left-handers who went to the same school, they may have overlapped by 1 year, but they wouldn't have played together in school. They certainly know each other well from St Edward's School. And was that the end of the over? Yes, it was. So Carson's 2 overs have gone 0 for 3.
Hudson Prentice will continue, starting his 10th over as he moves in, bowls, beats Hammond, who goes groping forward for the ball and moved across his stumps as he does sometimes, just trying to put the bowler off and try and access that leg side, try and tempt the bowler into going for the pads and then whipping it away at the last moment. But yes, so getting to 50 for Hammond, and I know probably, especially if there's any members of Hammond's family listening, then I apologise because I have to keep bringing this up, but as Hudson Prentice runs in and bowls and Hammond pushes down into the ground, into the covers, getting to 50, especially in the last couple of years, has not been the problem for Miles Hammond. It's been going on from there, and I always caveat that with at least 4 occasions where he's been left stranded in the 70s and 80s, either by having run out of partners or by being on quite a docile wicket where a lot of where a lot of runs have been scored and then the rain's come down and he hasn't been able to finish off his innings. Hudson Prentice is in, bowls, Hammond drives, but he's clothed it rather to mid-off.
So he's been a bit unlucky.
He has. Yeah. I think he has been unlucky. There has also been more than an element sometimes of him having got himself into a strong position and then got himself out of it.
Yeah.
And he's had the life here put down on 17, which looms quite large at the moment for Sussex, and Gloucestershire certainly know all about dropped catches being costly. Who knows what they might have had Yorkshire out for last week if they'd held on to them. This is driven off the back foot by Hammond, almost slightly wrong foots Tom Haynes at extra cover, but he manages to knock it down, and there is no run. This will be the last over before tea, as the clock has ticked over to 4, unless the session times changed.
I think the latest that came up on the screen a while ago with the second rain delay, it said that tea would be at 4:25. That's the latest I saw on the screen. Whether they've reverted back, I don't know. But
okay. Well, I just suddenly thought the last I'd heard was 4, but then we've had a couple of interruptions since then. Hudson Prentice bowls, that's a beauty. That's a great length. Still full enough to draw Hammond onto the front foot, but then it just seemed to pop a little bit. There passes the shoulder of Hammond's bat as he looked to try and defend. So he's been beaten a couple of times in this over by Hudson Prentice. It was rebounded quite well after an over a couple of overs ago when Hudson Prentice was planted towards the hospitality area by Ben Charlesworth. And actually, he's still going, still plugging away, but oh gosh, Hammond's gone after this one. This has gone high in the air and way back over mid-wicket for 6 runs. So if he was thinking about playing for tea, that's how Miles Hammond plays for tea. That was the last ball before the interval, and he's tonked him over mid-wicket for 6. 166 for 2. The 100-run partnership brought up with that 6, and an emphatic way for no, they're not going off. You know, I think you're right. 425. It is 425. Well, there we go. That explains potentially why Hammond played the shot more so than if it had been the last one before tea. They seem to be going off, but actually it's just that the batters are going to get some drinks, and I think the umpire is now going to fetch a new ball. Is that Brenda?
Plod on.
Yes. Is that Brenda? Oh, magnificent. One of the great features of Hove. Brenda, who is one of the great cricket fans around the country. She is coming out in a very fetching shawl and is presenting umpire Newell with a box of balls. Are we having a change?
We are going to have a change, so I think Izzy and I are going to do probably the 20 minutes up until tea. So a little change. Well done, Brenda. Joyce gets a round of applause from these from those in the Spen car. Well done. Actually, it's a bit warmer over there now. Some rather nasty-looking cloud building up behind the players' pavilion. Sorry about that. Sussex in desperate need of a wicket here, and they're going to rue the fact they put Miles Hammond down when he was on 17. The score was 95 for 2s. That was, what, 71 runs ago. and a chance that really should have been taken. Tom Clark at second slip, who's generally a very, very reliable catcher in that position, put the chance down off of Jaden Seals. So Gloucestershire getting themselves into a very strong position here as in comes Carson around the wicket, bowls and clipped away back to the square on the leg side by Ben Charlesworth, who goes to 62. And Gloucestershire to 167 for 2. It's the old adage, is he hold your catches, win your matches. And
very expensive drop, as you say, Adrian.
Yeah.
And he was on 17 as partnership, now worth 105. These two left-handers.
fine partnership. At one stage, Gloucestershire 49 for 1, 61 for 2 when Ollie Price was out. Second wicket for Danny Lamb. Cast in again, bowls is allowed, a penalty's given out, just as we say Sussex need a wicket. The wicket goes down, and it's Jack Carson who picks up the wicket, and it's Miles Hammond who's on his way for 56, given out LBW by Neil Baton. He's been bowling a very good line here, Jack Carson. And it certainly looked in front. Difficult for us to see exactly where it was on height. Probably one of our adjudicators over in the Spencard will have a better view than us in terms of the height, but it certainly did look in front. He was looking to turn that onto the leg side, and that did look pretty adjacent. So Hammond goes for 56 off 105 balls in 142 minutes with 6 fours and 2 sixes, given a life when he was on 17. Well, Tom Clark will feel a little better now, but in many ways the damage may have been done.
Exactly, what a great partnership from those two young guns, those boys from the same school, those two left-handers of Hammond and Charlesworth at the other end. Charlesworth still there on 62 off 129 deliveries. But Hammond, I'm just going to have a look at his stats.
Yeah, partnership of 106, wasn't it, between
106
the two?
in the end.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, Miles Hammond, 64 first-class games. High score of 169, average of 30, with 300s to his name. But he's back in the hutch now, 23 50s, make that 24 50s to add to his stats.
Just trying to keep you updated with what else is going on around the country. If I can get those scores up. Yes, here we go. Division 2 of the Championship, raining again at Derby. They've been on off there all day. Leicestershire 85 for 1 in their first innings. Rishi Patel, who played very nicely last week, out for 36. Marcus Harris, the Australian, going on very nicely. He's on 44. On and off at Wantage Road as well. Glamorgan 93 for 4. A couple of wickets there for Ben Sanderson. In fact, things looked even worse at one stage. Glamorgan were 27 for 4. It's Carson. Bright sunshine in and the bowls, and another left-hander, James Bracey, plays it down the onside of the track, Castle Fields, and there is no run. And Yorkshire 142 for 9 at HQ. Everybody's favourites for promotion, but well, Joe Root out for 5, Harry Brook for 3 today. In comes Carson. Bowls. Oh, that looks close as well. On this occasion, umpire Bainton rather says not out, and James Bracey survives. He certainly let the batsman play here, Jack Carson. As you said earlier on, he's given the ball a lot of air, a lot of flight. It's good to see.
He's not frightened to do that.
No, I think that's really good.
Just getting it a little bit above the eye line as well. Nice and floaty from Carson. He's using his height as well. He's getting a bit of bounce.
Carson in again, cut away by Bracey. That's 4 runs. He dropped too short then, and he's annoyed with himself. Jack Carson does a bit of a gimme through the offside. It was wide of the off stump and just thumped away by Bracey. Always nice to get off the mark with one that comes out the middle of the bat. Lovely shot.
It's a nice gift.
It was a gift, wasn't it? 171 for 3. And immediately bowled that. Jack Carson, you could tell he was really cross with himself.
I wonder how much rough is out there for him. Not a lot, because
No.
it's very early on in the game, but later on, if you think sort of days 3 and 4, he'll be searching it out.
No more emails have come in, which I shall read as we go through. In comes Carson, bowls to Bracey to backward point. There is no run. End of the over. So, wow, look at all these emails. I need to rattle through them. Jonathan Taylor's been in touch. He said, "Hi Adrian, my friend and I had our personal tour of the museum, which was excellent. which was offered by John when he was with you on the opening day of the season. Yes, I do remember you getting in touch. And John Philby, the chairman here, said he would, or chair I should say, said he would take you round the museum. John Philby couldn't make it. John Philby couldn't make it due to an ECB meeting, but his brother Andrew provided to be an excellent substitute. We would encourage all visitors to make sure you visit. It's so varied and interesting. Have a great match, says Jonathan. So there we are, the Sussex Cricket Museum, over on the Spenkarma, or attached to the Spenkarma Pavilion. Please go and have a look. Keith Ridge is the curator. The volunteers do a brilliant job over there, and it's a really, really good museum. I don't know if there's a book sale today. It depends if they can get the trestle table out and get the books on it. But they raise a lot of money, Izzy, through the sale of books. That's their primary income.
Right.
So if you want a cricket book, the place to go is the museum. So go and have little butchers around there.
Do they take second-hand books? Can you
Yes.
donate books?
Yes, you
to them?
can.
I
Yes.
might bring some along tomorrow then.
Oh, do
Give me an idea.
They would love it. Yeah, speak to Keith Ridge. I'll give you Keith's number, and
Okay,
they'll be
fantastic.
gratefully received.
Well, Jaden Seals is back. Here he is, a man from the West Indies. He's in and bowls, and yes, it's a wicket. Wow, bowling to Charlesworth, who has a little nibble at that and is caught behind by the wicketkeeper Simpson. Welcome back, Jaden Seals, and that's his breakthrough wicket, his first wicket of this game. He's been labouring away to no avail until this very moment. Charlesworth has gone 62 off 130 deliveries. Those two left-handers who were causing all the damage and anguish to Sussex today are now back in the pavilion. 171 for 4 is the score for Gloucestershire with these two quick wickets, bang bang.
It's funny how one often leads to two, isn't it? And having waited a partnership of 106, and suddenly Sussex pick up a couple of wickets. Credit to John Simpson. We've got to say it to the skipper. He changed the bowling, and Jaden Seals picks up a wicket with his first delivery down the hill. Well batted, Ben Charlesworth. 62 of 130 balls. But Ed was saying in commentary that Gloucestershire tend to have done this, where they've got themselves in good position, maybe not forced the advantage home. Well, Graham Van Buren is the new man coming out. Email here from... Oh, we've got another country here. Hi, Adrian, Ed and Izzy. Hello from Kazan J. Oh, no, sorry. They're not. In the Solihull area.
Oh.
They say Peshwari Naan from me and Keema Naan from Jay. So there we are. That's the situation. In fact, I think I could see them over there. Yeah, they are. They're waving. Oh, there we are.
Can we wave back?
Yeah, they
Can they see us? They
Yes,
can't
they
see
can.
us through the tinted
No, they
windows,
probably
though.
can't. Peshwari Naan and Keema Naan. Loving the commentary as always, and particularly hearing about the podcast from Sam. I've already added it to my playlist. Saying hi to our cricket buddies Ian and Heather, who are currently sunning themselves in Lanzarote. Come on, Sussex. Wonder if Ian and Heather are listening. If so, we could put Lanzarote down on our list. Should we put it down anyway?
Put it down anyway.
Yeah, I think we should.
It's turning into an obsession.
It is.
Okay. So Van Buren is the new man to the crease, the skipper for Gloucestershire. He will be facing Mr. Seals out there, Jaden Seals. His hands on his hips at the moment. There's a bit of an adjustment to the field. We've got a third going out. They're a third man. And a fourth slip. The third man, of course, he's coming down the hill, Jaden Seals. Probably his most potent coming down the hill at full flight. Bowling to Van Buren.
Oh, wow, that was quick.
And that really lifts. Goes over the shoulder of the bat of Van Buren, but not anywhere near the bat. But looking dangerous at the moment.
He is.
Seals.
Declan has been in touch. Declan Dexter, he says, could you please give a shout out to Sussex Disability, who start their season off with a friendly at Buxted Park on Sunday. Sussex also take on Lancashire at the County Ground on Sunday the 12th of May. Free entry. Tickets can be found on the Sussex website. Thank you, Declan, for getting in touch. Lovely to hear from you. So friendly at Buxted Park on Sunday. Let's hope the weather is decent.
Here is Jaden Lightning. He comes in and bowls Jaden Seals, and that's defended with respect there by Van Buren with soft hands. And the ball just spurts backward of .40 run.
We've heard about Jonathan and his tour of the museum. Oh, here's another one. We've got another country.
That's a film, isn't it? Another country.
Macau in southern China.
Oh, wow.
We have a listener. Yeah, let's write that one
Really?
down. So we're up
Are they
to...
allowed to listen in China? They're definitely being spied on. So they're out there.
We might be.
We
you
might
never
be
know.
spied on now. 4 slips. Here comes Seals. He's in and bowls, and that's
Shot.
driven. They'll get a couple for it. It's up the hill. It looks like it's Ollie Robinson who's plodding after that. He doesn't get to it. It's a different fielder who gets to it in the end and throws the ball back, and they come back for the third. 174 for 4, and Van Boren is off the mark with that as Seals goes back to his mark, looking a little bit miserable about those runs.
I always think it's nice to get off the mark with a little push through mid-off, doesn't it? You know, pick up 2 or 3 runs. Never happened. I mean, I say as if I was sort of a decent player, and I used to do that all the time. I never did, but I always think it must be quite nice to get one right up in the middle of the bat.
And up, it was up the hill.
Get
to get
on
3
your
runs out of
way.
it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. It was nicely timed. It's going to be Bracey who faces now. He's currently on 4. The score 174 for 4. Here is Seals pounding in, right arm over, and that is played late with an open blade backward of point for no run. Pajara there fielding.
So Lawrence says, please rest assured you can add Macau, the small autonomous region of southern China, to the list of places around the world from where your Sussex commentaries are listened to and enjoyed. Never miss a match. You play havoc with my studying of the racing form and my sleep. Racing form?
Oh,
Wow.
right, interesting.
Well, I don't think Macau is that far from Hong Kong, so
No,
maybe
no,
he's
no, I don't think
maybe
it
he
is.
studies the form at somewhere like Happy Valley. I think is it Happy
Yes.
Valley? No.
I was there last year.
Were you?
I never made it to the races, sadly. The Seals is in bowls and left alone this time by Bracey. No run. End of the over. 174 for 4. We've had, how many overs have we had? 51 now. Bracey on 4. Van Buren on 3. And Seals, let's have a look at his overs. 14 overs, 1 for 45.
39 overs left in the day. And Happy Valley is a TV programme, isn't it?
Oh, Happy Valley. Yes, I have seen Happy Valley, the TV programme.
Yes, but-
but
but-
it's
but-
also an area or a racing ground
See, I
in
think-
Hong Kong.
Racecourse, yeah.
Racecourse, yeah.
There's 2. There's Shatin. I think that's the one I've been to, Shatin in Hong Kong. And I think there's 2. Anyway, there you go.
What do you call it for short then, Shatin?
That's it. You're being naughty now. 174 for 4. Right, we're going to carry on Lawrence's email. He says, read the women's cricket. It seems there's much more demand from the counties than supply, even accounting for the addition of Glamorgan and the other one in 2027, who are Yorkshire. Jack Carson coming in from the C end of the ground, comes in and bowls, and Van Buren plays this elegantly into the offside. Phil Robinson, there is no run. There seems no good reason to have denied Sussex. Nothing wrong with our bid, per se, other than the supply was fixed at too low a figure. I'd love to know why so many teams from it. Sorry, let's just break off and I can give your Lawrence the email that the attention it deserves. In comes Carson, floats that up, and there's a thick edge from Van Buren, from Van Buren, that runs all the way down to third man. He picks up a couple of runs. He goes to 5, 176 for 4. I'll finish your email at the end of the over, Lawrence, because Carson does nip through his overs quite quickly. We've had lots of emails today, which is great. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. We need to get our countries up. 1 to 9. And comes Carson, bowls wide outside the off stump, thumped away and runs here for Van Buren. That wasn't a great delivery by Jack Carson. Van Buren didn't really time it, but he picks up a couple of runs through the covers. He goes to 7, the total 178 for 4. Away in the distance, there's lots and lots of blue sky. There's also there's a horrible cloud hanging over the ground, isn't there? But, clouds are getting blown over reasonably quickly, so, we may get a good portion of these overs in. Let's hope so. Carson in and bowls, and played around the corner by Van Buren. There is no run.
Well, we're going to have tea in about 8 minutes. I think it's meant to be
We've been given
4:25.
we've been given the very bad news that there's no cake.
Oh, we have had that.
We've had that the bad news.
Devastating.
Yes, we are. And I bigged it up and said about the victorious sponge we'd had last week,
You were
which is
going on
lovely.
about that this morning.
In comes Carson, bowls to Van Buren. He sort of paddles that around the corner. They've taken one. In fact, they're going to come back for a second. He has a long way to run around the boundary out there. I think that's Danny Lamb out there. 2 more to Van Buren, who's very quickly moved on. I thought it was already he was on 7. Maybe he's Yeah, he is. He goes on to 9. I thought that was the case. 180 for 4. Carson again, who's dispensed with the jumper, just in a short sleeve shirt in and bowls, flights it up. Looking to turn it on the leg side is Van Buren. There is no run. End of the over, 180 for 4. Bracey on 4, Van Buren on 9. Live cricket here on the BBC Radio Sussex, Gloucester and Bristol. Adrian Harms and Izzy Duncan with you on commentary. Ed Seaborn will be back after tea. So finishing off Lawrence's email, he says, I'd love to know why so few teams were permitted. The additions in 2027 and 2029 seem to support this view. What's more, the demand is likely to simply exceed the supply of licences when 2 more counties are added in 2029. And he goes on to say, Songram is the Thai New Year, and for 2 days they chuck water over each other with gay abandon. It's a nightmare, but they love it. That's because Selena got in touch and said that she was in Hong Kong, in Thailand. What am I talking about?
Thailand, that's right.
And thoroughly enjoying Songram. One thing, she got soaked with water.
Jaden Seals, here he is, whipping in and bowling, and that's played off the legs of Bracey, just pushing it gently into the onside for no run.
Message for you here, Izzy, from Roger Gibbons. He says, the book that Izzy Duncan refers to is called Britain's Lost Cricket Grounds by Chris Arnott, and it's the only book of which I'm aware that features my then car in the chapter about the old ground at Stroud.
Right.
Keep up the good work, says Roger. You never know who's listening.
You don't. Well, at least I've got one listener. That's something, isn't it?
Yeah.
Thank you, Roger. We'll give out some Twitter handles in a minute. You can contact us that way as well. There's Jaden Seals again. Right arm over.
Sure.
To the
well
left-handed Bracey, very well fielded with his follow-through. As the ball is pushed along the ground there, up the pitch. Gloucestershire 180 for 4 now. Bracey on 4.
I wondered if we should have done, instead of countries, cities, because we've now got an emailer who lives in Paris, but is currently at my parents in Metz, near Luxembourg.
Right.
Should we claim Luxembourg? How far is Metz from Luxembourg?
Well, we want to claim France and Luxembourg.
Yes, we do.
Or
Perhaps
do we
Vincent
already
can
have
let us
France?
know.
I don't know.
We do already have
we
France.
We already have France.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right. Here is Seals again. Arms pumping, bowls.
Ooh!
Ooh, that's come off an inside edge there as the ball just trickles down to find Egg, and he can't cut it off, Danny Lamb. He puts a heroic dive in along the ropes, but the ball has beaten him. And that will be 4 more to the total. So Bracey goes on to 8, and the score 184 for 4 there. Not a very convincing shot there from Bracey.
No. Yeah, Vincent says, good afternoon, Adrian, Ed and Isabel. Gloucestershire fan from France here, living in Paris, currently our parents in Metz, near Luxembourg. The second French email of the day. I think it's nice to follow live commentary again. More to come.
Ah, our worldwide fan club.
Yeah,
It's
wow.
wonderful. Here he is, Seals, Jaden Seals, the West Indies bowls. They won't be a single. It's an attempted shot into the offside, but no run.
He goes on to say, a shout out to Ed for his very articulated vision and opinion on the current situation regarding the Tier 1 women's teams and the 100 and the way Bristol is being overlooked. He adds all the context someone from abroad, in brackets says I'm French, not an expat, would need to understand the situation. Well done, Ed.
Yes, well done, Ed.
He might get a bonus. He might get a bonus for that.
On the Tier 1 and the women.
He is. Very good
He's
indeed.
studied it and he feels passionately about it, which is a good thing. As Jaden Seals bowls, and there's plenty of lift here, but leaves it well alone. Shoulder arms from Bracey. 3 slips here for Bracey.
He goes on to say, also happy to see Hammond and Ben Charlesworth at the time I write this email taking back control after the fall of 2 early wickets. The Kookaburra ball did not do all the work for Gloucestershire last week. This team feels stronger this year and it's refreshing to see it. Good luck to both sides, of course. He says best regards to us. So thank you. How lovely to hear from you, Vincent. Yeah, lovely.
Seals once more from that Cromwell Road end. He pops in a proper bouncer there, but sees it very early, Bracey, and just bobs out of the way. Doesn't trouble him, doesn't rattle his cage. Bracey on 8, Van Buren on 9, Gloucestershire 184 for 4. And tea, let's have a look. What time is it? Oh, we've got 3 minutes before tea is taken, so 1 more over.
Well, Jamie, the Sussex press officer, did say there may be a substitute instead of cake. So I wonder what he's rustled
Oh,
up.
Mr. Whippy, do you think?
I don't know.
It's not very good for you, though, Mr. Whippy.
Well, I don't know. I don't think it's a very Mr. Whippy sort of day, is it?
Well, there's certainly a Mr. Whippy van outside.
Yes. Maybe some biscuits.
Bits some biscuits.
In fact, generally, as he is the guest, you generally bring the biscuits.
Oh, no one told me. I didn't get that memo. Sorry,
No,
Adrian. And you're in charge.
Well, it's generally the rule. Never mind. There's 3 more days.
3 more days. But it only happens on the first day, doesn't it?
No. In comes Carson over the wicket, bowls and nudged onto the onside by Van Buren, who'll be desperate not to get out on the stroke of tea. It's got quite gloomy. Look how bright the lights are on the scoreboard there. But behind us in the distance, where the weather's coming from, well, famous Slard's words, it looks a little brighter. And it's tea, so if it's going to rain, we want it to rain now, over the tea break. Carson is in, bowls, Van Buren defends onto the onside. There is no run. Don't forget, every ball of every game of every county available on the BBC from now till the end of September. There's Carson, the Sussex off-spinner, over the wicket, bowls, gives that plenty of flight, and Van Buren is back on his stumps, works the ball into the offside, fielded by Carter, who's at backward point, who's off the field for Sussex. Well, Tom Haynes was off earlier on because he hurt his finger. Maybe you missed him going off again, because I can't see Tom. Carson in again, bowls, that was short and that's pulled away, and that probably deserved to be hit for 4. Going with the spin, and Van Buren just helped it on its way down to backward square for a bit of a gimme, really, if I'm being honest. Van Buren goes to 13 off 13 balls, the skipper being very positive. 188 for 4.
Yes, anything just slightly short for the spinner here, Carson, will be punished and put away. He's gone for, there's a couple of boundaries, isn't it?
Yes. Carson again, 2 balls to go until tea. He's in bowls, played onto the leg side by Van Buren. There is no run. 1 more ball to go until the interval, chance for the spectators to warm up a bit. If the weather is coming from the northwest, there's blue skies. If it's coming more from the west, there's some horrible stuff creeping up to the west. So we'll have to see which way the wind blows. In comes Carson, bowls, gives that plenty of air. The last ball before tea, and played into the offside by Graham Van Buren. Jack Carson takes his jumper from Neil Bainton, the umpire. In the old days, the umpires used to take the bails off and put them in their pocket and walk off, but now they don't. They just sort of, do you see, just tapped it off and they fall on the floor. Don't know why they do that.
Why do they do that anyway? I mean, what's the point of doing that?
Well, I don't know. It seems a bit untidy to me, really. It just means someone else has got to pick them up.
Yeah.
Or maybe the umpires pick them up when they come back out. We'll have to watch and see if the umpires pick them up.
It's a funny tradition, isn't it? It doesn't really serve any sort of a purpose.
No.
No.
Anyway, tea, I think, Gloucestershire going 2 down. It's unquestionably their day. 4 down. I still think, having lost the toss here this morning, Gloucestershire will feel reasonably content. Sussex will feel fairly content. So, you know, Ola's about even. Would that be fair, is he?
I think so. I think finely poised in the first day with 4 wickets down.
Finely poised, yeah.
And that partnership of 106 between Hammond and Charlesworth has done the damage with the bat and kind of glued this innings together for Gloucestershire so far. We can hear the engine rumbling up.
Yeah, well, that's because they're pulling the cover out again. Now, that suggests that the ground staff think there may be another interruption. What do we have? 3 interruptions?
Is it 3 in the end?
Well, I guess we count the lunchtime one, so...
Yeah.
On comes the cover. Well, let's say if the weather is coming from the northwest, it looks like set fair, because there's lots of blue sky. If you're sitting in the Spenkama Pavilion, you won't be able to see all the lovely blue sky that's making its way across the ground. So we're going to have a cup of tea and hopefully some biscuits supplied by Jamie Burnett, the Sussex press officer, and we'll be back with you in about 15 minutes' time.
run, and Alex Davies appears to be picking up from where he left off in the game where Warwickshire just absolutely slaughtered Durham in terms of run scoring and threatened to win the game as well. 256 he made in that game, and he's 119 not out again. But in general, the scores have gone down. Yorkshire bowled out for 159, Nottinghamshire bowled out for 193 by Somerset, Durham 237 for 8 against Worcestershire, Glamorgan 93 for 4 at Wantage Road. So yeah, who knows, we'll have to wait and find out how good this might be from Gloucestershire, but you would feel as though they're really on top. They need one more big partnership, and to be honest, it's probably got to come from these two, with Van Buren and Bracey resuming the innings on 188 for 4. Here's Jaden Seals then from the Cromwell Road end, bowling short and wide, and Bracey cuts him away. He's not going to pick up 4 runs though, because that's the longer side of the ground. Van Buren sprinting the second run, but they will not turn and go for the third. So Bracey moves on to 10, 190 for 4, back underway.
Neil Hartley's been in touch. He says, hello Adrian and team, I'm watching this match on YouTube. I can see something swinging in the breeze on a cable from the media centre. Is that your effects mic? If so, is this the source of the creaking sound? I feel like I'm a sailing ship in the doldrums with the rigging gently creaking. Actually, I'm still in France. One more for your country count. That's the third listener we've had from France. Whereabouts in France,
Whoever
Neil?
knew cricket was so popular in France.
Yeah.
Seals in, round the wicket bowls, and Bracey lets that one go.
Where are the doldrums?
Where are the doldrums?
Yeah.
I think they're just down below, aren't they?
Yeah. Well, don't they call the doldrums somewhere where there's no wind? There is I'm not quite sure where the doldrums are.
Oh yes, there you go. An equatorial region of the Atlantic Ocean.
Right.
Calms, sudden storms and light unpredictable winds.
There we go.
The intertropical convergence zone.
I wouldn't like to be sailing in the
According to
doldrums.
that.
That sounds like a long way from land, doesn't it? Yeah.
Intertropical convergence zone. Seals in, standing tall is Bracey to play that one down into the ground, out into the offside.
And Jonathan is back in touch from Macau, and he says, just an update for you and your listeners, the Hong Kong racecourse is known as Sha Tin, not Shatin. So
I did think you had to be a little bit careful with that
Shatin.
one.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jonathan. I think I've been there. Because I think Happy Valley is right in the middle of Hong Kong. And Shatin, I think, is a little out of town.
I have been lucky enough to be to Hong Kong and Macau, but it wasn't for racing. Seals in and bowls, and Bracey tucks that one off his hip, but we're thinking briefly about a quick run, which I'm not sure which of Van Buren and Bracey it was, but somebody let out a loud yelp of no, and wisely they decided to stay put. Macau is a very interesting place. I think it takes in, I'm sure your correspondent will know this better than me, but I think it takes in more money from its casinos per year than Las Vegas.
Really?
That's what I've heard.
Wow.
3 slips in place. All going down into the crouch as Seals bowls full to Bracey. It's turned slightly uppishly into the onside. Diving stop at mid-wicket prevents runs. But it was aerial for a brief time. Carson would have had to have been almost under the helmet to have taken that catch, but it's an indication of especially getting towards the latter part of this ball's life. We have seen a few times that the balls maybe just come on a bit slower than the batters have thought it might. Seals approaches again. A gentle acceleration as he bowls now to Bracey, who tucks it into the leg side, and it's fielded once again by Carson at mid-wicket. So just the 2 from the over. Gloucestershire 190 for 4.
Apologies to Mike Wallace, who did ask earlier today if it was free after tea. That's a nice strap line, isn't it? Free after tea. And it is, because he's got in. Come on, Gloucestershire, says Mike. Mike, I'm sorry we didn't get back to you. I was... I think I asked the lads here, but anyway, they probably have responded and I haven't sent their message, so I'm sorry. But he sent a photograph as well of where he is sitting, and he is sitting in the southwest corner. So if you're over there and you're listening, Mike, perhaps you could give us a wave. Anyway, he's there in the sunshine. And Danny Lamb is going to open up from the C end of the ground, running away from us. Comes in and bowls to Van Buren. He's up on his toes and punches that into the covers. Fitted by Hudson Prentice, there is no run. Trevor Cox has been in touch. Hello, Trevor. Lovely to hear from you. He says, I've just looked up in answer to your query before tea, and that was with the umpires. Instead of taking the bails off and putting them in the pocket of the umpire's coat, they just knock them onto the floor.
Some of them like to balance the bail, don't they?
In comes Lamb. 3 slips go down, bowls. Cut away by Van Buren firmly to backward point. There is no run. I can make at our club, more often than not, you turn up to, you had to umpire amongst yourselves, and invariably you go out to umpire, expecting the bails to be in the pocket. And you get halfway out, and then someone says, well, who's got the bails then? Well, I don't know. And so someone has to run back into the pavilion and get the bails. And because the place should be in the coat with 6 stones to count the balls in the over.
And all the other stuff that you've got to have on you.
In comes Lamb, bowls, pitched up 4 runs. That was overpitched by Danny Lamb and rather helped himself. In fact, I said 4 runs, it should have been 4 runs. In fact, it's just 2 because he didn't quite time that as well as I thought, and Jaden Sills was able to get around the boundary to field. And Van Buren goes to 15, he picks up a couple. I do apologise. I think it should have been 4, really. It was a full toss.
Yes, I think he was trying something a bit different there, Lamb. It almost looked as if he was, I don't know if he was trying to go for a prodigious in-swinger or something, but it felt as if he just pushed it a bit with his wrist at the last moment and sent it offline.
Lamb, in again, the bowls, and Van Buren cuts that away. That's a lovely looking shot. He's getting on with it here, Graham Van Buren. Ollie Carter's in hot pursuit. Picks up 1. Against a couple of runs. He goes to 17 off of 19 deliveries. 194 for 4.
Seems to be dealing in 2s.
He does.
Van Buren had about 3 in an over before tea, I think, didn't he?
I will read your email in a minute, Trevor, but I just want to say a big shout out to Jamie Burnett, the Sussex media man. We were pulling his leg. No, we weren't pulling his leg, were we? We wondered what was going to happen about tea.
No, you made a serious inquiry.
Yes, there was no cake. But we've been bought. What would you call those cakes?
Well,
Cupcakes?
like mini muffins.
Mini muffin. There we are. 4 mini muffins we were bought. In comes Lamb and bowls. Van Buren beaten outside the off stump through to keeper Simpson, and there is no run. The only problem with being 4 muffins is that there are 3 of us. So we did have a little bit of a disagreement about who was going to eat the final one.
Well, you know what that's going to happen next time is it's just going to be 1 fewer now.
Yes.
They're not going to have 6.
Yeah.
It's just going to be 3.
But it was very nice. And I had the extra run, not because I'm greedy, but because neither Izzy or Ed wanted it. Back to your email in a minute, Trevor. Lamb, lovely son. Go a break in play stroke session, says Trevor. Wonderful, thank you, Trevor.
I know some of them do like to do that sort of balancing act of the bail on the sort of off and leg stump. Seals bowls, that's a tasty delivery. Rising past the edge of Bracey, I think it's difficult to say from here whether it was a genuine play miss or whether he played inside the line of it, but it was certainly a good delivery either way.
From the back of the box, Izzy Duncan said, clever Trevor. I bet Trevor gets fed up with people saying clever Trevor, because that's the title of a song, isn't it? Yes. What's the album called? It is? Yep. I think it's called New Boots and Panties. I think that's it. Ian Jury.
Here comes Seals and bowls full. Bracey drives as far as cover.
I think it is. I'm going to double check that.
Just things to get onto. Who are these people?
Ian Jury and the Blockheads.
Who's that?
Here are New Boots and Panties, 1978. Clever Trevor is track 7.
Oh, okay, that's right.
Yeah. Sorry, release date 30th of September 1977.
Seals in bowls, back of a length. Bracey plays towards Ollie Carter, who's on the field again at backward point. He's, to be honest, it's more been other people substituting for him than the other way around. He's been on the field so much.
I think actually there was a music festival in Guildford called Guildfest, and this year it's coming back. And I think it's not Ian Dury in the Blockheads, but I think they're called the Blockheads are playing. Yeah, I think so. I'm fairly sure one of the days.
Do they sort of reduce a field to absolute kind of
well,
rubble, you know, mud and
well, hopefully not.
you know, completely destroy local landscape? Forward goes Bracey and plays defensively to mid-on. There's no run. I must say, when I think of Guildford, music festival's not really the first thing that I'd think of it as somewhere more like a kind of a book festival type place than a music festival, but perhaps not. Perhaps I just need to go there.
Right, I might need to make a quick phone call because the commentary is coming loud and clear on the YouTube stream, but nothing coming through via the BBC commentary. So I'll let you natter away and I'll make some inquiries.
Endeavour to fix that. Seals running into Bracey, who's waggling his bat waiting for him, and there's another scream of no, I think, from Van Buren to Bracey, as he was taking a couple of exploratory steps down the pitch, which it's a decent job that Van Buren was quick to send him back, because Carter, backward point, sharply onto the ball, no chance of a single. The breeze has died down a bit, which is actually good news, seeing as the weather seems to be fairly pleasant, at least in terms of sunshine. Can't imagine it's particularly warm out there, but people in the hospitality away to our right seem to be kicking back and relaxing, enjoying themselves. Forward goes Bracey to this next delivery, plays it out into the covers. There's no run, that's a maiden from Jayden, and it's 194 for 4. 57 overs have gone. We've got a minimum of 33 overs left in the day. Sussex's over rate is -1, hardly a cause for serious alarm at this stage, but you can imagine with the ball getting a bit older, we might see a bit more of Carson later on, and it's kind of amazing, really. You sort of turn to spin as your almost last resort. 6th bowler comes on, and Carson it was who broke that partnership. 106 runs between Charlesworth and Hammond. Lamb starting a new over. It's tucked into the onside by Van Buren, and there is no run. Van Buren on 17. And I think looks as though Izzy Duncan's joining me.
Yeah, I
At
hope you
least
can
until
hear
they
me.
get this technical issue sorted.
Exactly. And Adrian is the engineer, and he's working very hard. He's making calls, he's sending emails, he's doing everything he possibly can.
A lot of buttons being pressed over there.
I think we're going out on YouTube, aren't we, still? Someone's listening.
Lamb in bowls, and Van Buren plays defensive stroke, which is... Was it going to get off the edge of the pitch? Oh, no. I think he's picked it up before it got off the cut strip. Played very softly by Van Buren.
And I brought my screwdriver with me, just in case I can help fix anything.
Don't come near me.
Someone's left a screwdriver here, just in case anything else goes wrong.
Oh, I thought this was your strategy for getting the remnants of the Muppet.
For picking the seam.
Here goes Lamb. Bowl short, wide, cut by Van Buren. He's timed this one rather better than some of his previous cut shots, and that should have enough legs, and does, to go to the boundary. 21 from 24 deliveries from Van Buren, typically positive innings so far from him. And the score moves to 198 for 4.
So how many overs have we got remaining in the day? It does say it on the board, 32.3 overs remaining in the day, which we may get in if the sun continues to shine and we have the spinners on. At the moment we don't have the spinners on, but if Carson comes back...
Well, it's midsummer now. I mean, it could be in here for all we know. As a shout for late before wicket here, and I don't think Neil Bainton's giving that one. He put his hand in his pocket very quickly to do whatever he does to signal that another ball has gone in the over to himself, and that did appear to be spearing down the leg side, at least from here. He did miss it, and probably that goes down as another delivery towards the pads, which Van Buren might have been thinking about helping away to that short boundary. It was one that he only hit for a couple in the previous Lamb over that might have been wanting for him. Somebody's getting very excited down there. Lamb runs in, bowls. Oh, that's a good ball, and Van Buren's beaten, and then I love it when batters do that. Just bring out the hand on the hip and stare down at the pitch. Yes, the single teapot.
The single teapot and the stare as well, and squaring up. Van Buren not happy with that. And he follows up with a bit of gardening, gets his trowel out, does a bit of gardening. Nervous twitch.
Sort of picture Mike Atherton doing that. You know, that gesture.
Steely gaze.
In goes Lamb, bowls, worked leg side by Van Buren and picked up at mid wicket. So 4 from the over, and Gloucestershire 198 for 4. So these two, at the moment, are batting in their respective kind of usual ways of going about things, really. Van Buren is somebody who does like to score at close to a run a ball early on in his innings, and then will often dial it back a bit. Bracey, on the other hand, somebody who is always very positive in terms of his motions at the crease, but he's not going to be rushed, and nor should he be. Plenty of time here.
Seals again, storming in from that Cromwell Road end. As he bowls, whoa, it's a withdrawal. It's a bit like undrawing the curtains, isn't it? As Bracey just takes the bat away inside the line. It's a steepling bounce, but he gets out of the way, sees it nice and early, Bracey. He's on 10. Only 2 slips. Wicketkeeper there, Simpson, the reassuring figure of Simpson. Actually, no, there are 3 slips. The 3rd slip's coming in.
The sun hat.
Who's that at 3rd slip? We haven't got Adrian here to identify everybody.
Might be Coles.
It is Coles. It's Coles.
He's a
He bowls a bit of slow left arm, doesn't he? Let's see a bit of him. Here is Jaden Seals. He's in. He's aggressive, and it's another ball that it's a steepling bounce, and it's growing on the batter. But Bracey again sees it early and just bobs out of the way neatly. No run. 198 for 4.
I like how you're saying Bobs, because his nickname is Bobby.
Is it?
Bobby Bracey.
Right, Bobby Bracey. Okay, well that's fitting. I didn't know that, but there we go. I will stick to that word. Seals has the ball in hand. Jaden Seals, 22 years old. All muscle and fitness. Steam coming out of his ears. His right arm around and bowls. It's pitched up this time. He comes forward nicely, Bracey, and just meets it, keeps it out. Gets his shield out, and there is no run. Just this feeling at this time in the game, these two are needing to rebuild a bit. The loss of those 2 quick wickets, breaking up that partnership of 106 between the 2 left-handers, Charlesworth and Hammond. And these 2 here, senior men, Bracey and Van Buren. Well, Van Buren's a senior man anyway. Are they the last of the recognised batsmen? No, because we've still got Tom. I haven't got all the names in front of me. Yes, I have. Tom Price to come in.
Zafar
Gohar. Recognised batters. Squares up to that one this time, Bracey, and keeps it out. Seals doing everything he can to nab another scalp here.
But in terms of real specialist batters, yes, I mean, you would sincerely hope that the likes of Price and Zafar, and even a bit lower down, I mean, as with basically everybody now, everyone can hold a bat. There's basically no genuine number 11s left, more's the pity.
That's right.
But
no more rabbits. No more rabbits in the headlights.
At least in English cricket anyway.
You can't get into a team. I mean, you've got to be able to field as well. You have to be able to field. As Seals is in. Oh, there's a pull shot here. Has it gone aerial? Let's have a look what the umpire signals here. Yes, it has, all the way, and has sailed backward of square. And it wasn't that short. It was onto Bracey quickly, but he managed to get hold of it, and that has gone all the way for 6 runs, which brings the 200 up. Does that say 204 for 4? Eyesight still failing, even with my glasses on. I'm going to Specsavers next week. because I need to get my eyes tested again. So Bracey sails on to 16 after that. Van Buren at the other end on 21. Seals will be slightly miffed by that. We'll see how he replies. 1 for 57 for him off nearly 18 overs. The last ball of the over coming up from Jayden Seals. He'll be snorting in. Let's see what he does. Is he going to pop a short one in? No, he isn't, but it's a good line into the body because he's coming around the wicket into the left-hander and cramps up Bracey a bit there. Doesn't give him any room to do anything, but keeps the ball down with soft hands. And one more over bites the dust. I think we've had, is it 59 overs we've had? I think it is. 204 for 4 Gloucestershire as they attempt to rebuild.
You would have felt a little aggrieved, as you say, about that short ball. It clanged into one of the advertising hoardings, so it didn't clear the rope by a huge amount. It was hit hard and flat by Bracey, but Seals would have felt, well, you can't have known exactly where that was going. There was a long leg in place, but it's interesting that Bracey's felt that he wanted to take that on. Against Yorkshire, they tried a lot of short stuff at him and Ollie Price in particular. It was Price who was the one who was taking the short ball on, and Bracey, for the most part, was ducking underneath it. Here's Danny Lamb bowling a leg stump half volley that's clipped away, and that one will go for 4. Seals runs round, but only to pick the ball up. And he got a ball like that a couple of overs ago, Van Buren, and only collected 2. And that time he made very sure that he has added 4 to his score, 208 for 4.
I think Danny Lamb perhaps tarring a little bit here. He's into his 14th over now, although we have had breaks, haven't we? But just looking a little bit from the body language, it's harder work with the softer ball.
Lamb, 2 slips in the gully bowls. That one comes back towards Van Buren, who's right in behind that one and playing defensively to extra cover. I'm sure that innings of Van Buren's will have given him a good deal of confidence against Yorkshire. He looked a bit scratchy and nervy when he started off that innings. Reached a half century in the end, but it was more about just batting time with Ben Charlesworth to save that game. In goes Lamb and bowls, left by Van Buren, and barely tight to off stump, but to be honest, I couldn't see exactly how tight because James Bracey was standing in the way. Fortunately, he's got a rather more important job than me, so I can't tell him to move. But it would be really helpful, Bobby, if you could just run down that pitch which has been used, that he's standing there, but he wants to run tight to the pitch that they're playing on. Lamb moves in, bowls, and trying to flick this one through the leg side is Van Buren. I don't think he's got any bat on it, but there will be leg byes, and 2 of them. 210 for 4. Van Buren 25, Bracey 16. A bit later on, you have to make the decision about whether to walk back the kind of inland way or whether to go back along the seafront.
Always along the seafront if the sun is out.
Well, that's the problem, isn't it?
It's not quite as blustery as it once was. I'm just looking at the flags over there to our right, and the wind has changed direction, in fact.
Lamb runs in and bowls, and Van Buren plays forward defensively to mid-on. But it has to be one of the best walks to a cricket ground, this, doesn't it? In terms of, I mean, you're usually staying somewhere over in Brighton is where you get put, and then you've got the walk. Over
Well,
here,
you've got a
which looks very
hotel
pleasant.
by the sea, on the seafront, haven't you? You've got like a good budget there at Gloucestershire. Looking after you, aren't
Sure
they?
about that.
You've got a spa as well.
No, gosh, no. Lamb bowls down the leg side, and Van Buren looks back to see as the ball has gone into Simpson's gloves, thinking, just a little tickle would have done there. 210 for 4. Bracey 16, Van Buren has 25. Hopeful from Adrian Harms putting the headset back on. Does that mean we are...
Yes, apologies to those of you who were listening via the BBC website, but I gather we are now back up and live. So we're trialling a slightly new system today, so 1 or 2 little teething problems, but thank you for your patience, and hopefully if you're listening on the BBC website, a couple of people got in touch, Rob being one of them. You just drop us an email, and we understand we're going out, but if someone could just drop me a quick email and say yes, it's all going out, that would be terrific. Sorry to grab the headphones off of of Izzy Duncan. But we're going out, which is good news. 210 for 4. It's going to be Jaden Seals from the Cromwell Road end of the ground in lovely afternoon sunshine, racing in around the wicket and bowls and turned onto the leg side, I think off of the thigh pad by James Bracey. Let's wait for the umpire's signal. It is not signalled as a leg by, so maybe got a little tickle on that. And in fact, Jaden Seals is walking up with his hands on his head. I just wonder if he thought if there hadn't been an inside edge, there might have been a big shout for LBW there.
I think he might have felt that way.
Oh, Finn Hudson-Prentice, look at that exercise he's doing, a bit of a Pilates exercise. Is Finn.
Missed that.
Trevor Cox has been back in touch and he says, Clever Trevor is one of the better names I've been called. So there we are. Who would call you anything worse than that, Trevor? That's...
No.
Yeah. Lovely to hear from Trevor. In comes Jaden Seals, racing in, down the hill, bowls. Oh, and he beats Van Buren with a beauty outside the off stump. There's a bit in this pitch, you know. Someone just sent me a note saying he doesn't think Sussex have perhaps exploited the conditions, and I think there's a little bit in that, because there is a bit in this pitch, you know. There's a bit of bounce.
Yeah, I'm curious, because we've also seen the occasional one stay down a bit as well. It was only occasionally, but there was the one delivery in particular, I think it was Seals bowling from that Cromwell Road end, and it was well outside the off stump, but it did just stay down a bit. But I think Seals in this spell seems really to be bending his back, and you kind of wonder, has he saved a bit for this spell with the older ball, knowing he might need it?
Seals in a game, but he beats him again. That's a cracking delivery and really good carry through to John Simpson, and you may have heard the ball absolutely thump into the gloves of John Simpson. Terrific spell of bowling this by Jaden Seals. He's really bending his back.
I mean, this is his 19th over of the day as well. I mean, he's bowled basically a third of the overs that Sussex have bowled. He's bowled 19 out of 60 pretty much. That's a lot of work, but he does seem to be running in his hardest here, which I guess is really what you want. You want to allow the new ball to do its thing, and then you want to come back with a vengeance with the old one.
In comes Seals, bowls, and turned around towards fine leg by Van Buren. He's very quick between the wickets, and now they were thinking about a second. Pujara was quickly round from fine leg to field and prevents anything more than a single to Van Buren, who goes to 26, the total to 212 for 4. I could see Ollie Robinson was warming up just now at mid-on, but now he's put his hands back in his pockets, and Finn Hudson-Prentice is going through all sorts of exercises. So maybe he is going to bowl. The good news is the commentary is back up. Rob Thorpe, thank you very much for letting us know. Much appreciated. And thank you to those back at base who got it sorted out as well. All good news. 2 slips, point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. 2 men set back on the leg side, a fine leg and a deep square. As in comes Jaden Seals, racing downhill, bowls to Bracey, who turns this down to fine leg, fielded by Danny Lamb, just away to our right-hand side in front of the hospitality area. There's a few people down there enjoying a nice glass of wine or a beer or something. Very pleasant on a Friday afternoon.
Yes, it's always, I think, where I'm quite jealous of people sitting every time I come here. And actually, yes, we had a bit of an interruption here, and it was a slightly shortened game for that one-day cup game last year, but the weather's normally been pretty good, I have to say, for my trips down here. Been lucky.
Seals in, and oh my word, that cut back a mile, pitched outside the off stump. It went over the top of leg, and John Simpson took the ball down the leg side, which rather makes the point about perhaps there is a little bit in this pitch. That was a cracking delivery from Jaden Seals, who's standing there hands on hips. I think he can't believe he hasn't got a wicket there. But he hasn't. 213 for 4. Very good figures, though, for Jaden Seals. 19 overs, 4 mains, 1 for 60. He's going at 3 and over, but I think he's bowled a bit better than that. Certainly, in this spell, he's been very, very good since tea.
Yeah, I think this might have been his best spell. It was an excellent piece of bowling that got rid of Charlesworth, and he celebrated as well, didn't he? He was off after he got that wicket. That meant a lot to him, especially after he'd had that catch put down off his bowling. Should have had Hammond much earlier, and then, as so often happens, the very next ball after a drop catch gets thumped for 4. It's amazing how often that happens, isn't it?
It is. Should point out the Sussex over 8 is -1, which won't be a massive concern at the moment, but Sussex did lose points last year for slow over 8s. So I'm sure John Simpson will have half an eye on that red digit on the scoreboard, which you can't see very well, actually, in fairness, can you? He does say -1.
You can see it a little bit better, possibly, than some, at least. The red colour. Hudson Prentice bowls, and Bracey plays this one at the onside of the pitch, and eventually it'll be picked up by Robinson, who looks as if he rather bent over in stages there.
No James Cole so far today, which is a bit surprising. He took 6 wickets here in the first game of the season. Maybe there's a grand plan. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, they were fairly reluctant to go to Carson, and eventually he got them the breakthrough. Hudson Prentice is in. This is a little over pitched. It's been drilled into the ground, and one of those where a few people might have been up had this been a T20 match for a catch, as it loops to extra cover, and there's no run. They've been a little bit odd, these two sides, in terms of their meetings, because in first-class cricket here, Gloucestershire cannot buy a win. They haven't won here since 2000.
Wow, great stat.
Hudson Prentice runs in and bowls. Bracey's forward, tapping this one to mid-off. Whereas in T20 cricket, they've tended to win games at each other's grounds. So 9 of the last 10 games in T20 cricket have been won by the visiting side, and overall 16 of the 22 games played between the two sides have been won by the away side.
Oh, that's a great stat.
Gloucestershire have won the last few here, and Sussex, I think they lost in 2022, but for the most part they've done very well at Bristol, as this is driven into the ground, knocked down well by Hudson Prentice to save runs in his follow through. And there have been quite a lot of years where they've not been in the same division, but there's still been quite a lot of meetings. Gloucestershire have not beaten Sussex since Mark Lane was playing. They haven't beaten them since 2004 in first-class cricket, when they won at Arundel. In goes Hudson Prentice, and again Bracey is drawn into defence as Robinson will field at mid-on.
Great stat. Message has come in. Hi, I'm watching from Manado in North Sulawesi, Indonesia. Big shout out to my 90-year-old mum who's watching in Gloucester, and I mean shout as she's a bit deaf. So, hello, Terry's mum. Lovely to hear from you. Indonesia.
Wow. Hudson Prentice round the wicket, bowls. Bracey's managed to work this one fine. Sussex were not convinced as to the shot's authenticity, but Bracey will take the run. Thank you very much. He moves to 19 and keeps the strike. 214 for 4. Rare switch of strike, actually, and had a few singles in the last over, but for the most part they seem to have been dealing in twos. The occasional boundary, these two. 214 for 4.
Of course, we have to take all these emails on face value.
Yes.
And there has been the odd email that's come in that I've read out, and I suddenly thought, that's a spoof. So we're assuming that's a genuine email from Terry.
I'm tuning in from Eureka, Canada.
Well, yeah, there has been a couple, and I read it, and I thought that was not a real. And it's a shame, because it's meant to be good fun as to where we've got listeners. Teddy's been in touch, Teddy Walmsley, and he says, stream good, enjoying the commentary, Teddy. Now that's a genuine one, I know that. As indeed, I'm sure, was Terry's. Ollie Robinson is back in the Sussex attack from the Cromwell Road end in lovely evening sunshine. Here at home, he's in and bowls, short, pulled away, 4 runs. No point chasing that. And that was a real loosener from Ollie Robinson, pulled away by Bracey, dispatched to the boundary for 4. He goes to 23. Good partnership between these two, 218 for 4. Came together when the score was 171 for 4. So they've added, what, 29, 37? 47.
Yeah.
Robinson down the hill. In and bowls, and turned away by Bracey to square. A good bit of fielding there by Danny Lamb. Prevents a single. Weather update. Well, where the weather's been coming from all day, unless the wind has changed, it looks really hopeful, because there's lots and lots of blue sky behind the Players' Pavilion and behind the Spenkama Pavilion. And the flags are indicating that is the direction the wind is blowing from. I ought to know this. Obviously the Sussex flag is fluttering away. Is that the Gloucester flag?
That is the Gloucestershire flag, yes.
Right, okay. Is that the county flag of Gloucester?
No.
Right. In comes Robinson. Bowls, Bracey forward. Plays to mid-off footed by Haynes, no run.
I have meant to ask somebody exactly where all the colours
Yeah.
come from. I'm sure they have a particular significance, but actually in terms of the county flag of Gloucestershire, which I think was adopted fairly recently, their colours are about as far away from Gloucestershire's colours as possible to be. I think it's basically green and blue, if I remember rightly.
Right.
But in terms of I mean, I know a lot of county cricket flags mirror their counties, but I don't think Gloucestershire's really does.
Robinson in. Bowls to Bracey. Oh, he's put down. It's another chance. Ollie Robinson turns round and just walks back to his mark, but that was a chance. James Coles, who's got a very good pair of hands. Normally in the slips it went very fast, but that's the second chance Sussex have put down in the slips. They've caught really well so far this season. Well, Coles and Clark in particular, but another chance has gone begging. That's two that have gone down today, and Bracey gets a life on 23.
Again, it's gone fairly sharply, but it's at a good catching height. Yes, the hands will be cold on a day like this. It's not pleasant. I wouldn't want to be in there, but probably going to be caught.
Coles in again. Bracey plays to Coles. He feels in the third slip he's annoyed with himself, James Coles. No, you're right. I mean, my feeling was that was a sharp chance. James Coles will feel he should have taken it.
Yeah, it did go quickly, didn't it?
And it's just when you've made that change of bowling, you've brought your strike bowler back, you're looking to get that wicket, and as chance goes down, it's very frustrating. 218 for 4. Bracey waits. Robinson in again, bowls, and Bracey right in behind that, plays into the offside. There is no run. So just the 4 off the over. A real loose from Ollie Robinson, but then a chance going down. I often wonder, I'm just looking here. Well, actually, that was quite nice. Did you see that? Robinson and James Cole just sort of, a bit of a touch of hands. I'm sure James Cole said, sorry, Ollie, and Ollie probably said, well, okay.
Yeah, well.
218 for 4. Certainly in the level of cricket I played, which was lowly, if you dropped a catch, you would say to the bowler, sorry about that, and just hope the bowler was in a good mood. And
yes, there are definitely some bowlers who wouldn't do
so,
that,
definitely, yeah.
yes.
Well done, Ollie. Not
Yes. I don't think
getting
it can
cross.
really help to do the opposite, really. Hudson Prentice bowls wide of off stump. Van Buren gets bat and gloves out the way as he allows it to pass through to Simpson. Yeah, I've had another look at it, and I mean, I just wonder, he clearly picks it up a bit late, and I think the issue might have been because Bracey really did get squared up by the ball, and it really did go off quite a thick outside edge as he was looking to work leg side, and he probably wouldn't have seen it come off the bat. The thigh probably would have been in the way. For defence this time from Van Buren. There's no run, but still I think we can offer up excuses, but I suspect that those in the Sussex dressing room and probably Coles himself would say, gosh, I should have caught that, because it really was in the breadbasket. He didn't have to, it was clearly a palms down catch. He was in a great position to catch it. Hudson Prentice bowls, driven by Van Buren, looking for some runs straight of the mid-off fielder, but he's prevented by Tom Haynes from adding to his score. It's looking elsewhere. Lancashire and Essex, so that was I think was it last year at Chelmsford where those two completed the match before tea on the second day? Really? Or maybe it was the year before. But anyway, recent memory. Hudson Prentice bowls, and
how did that miss the off stump?
Gosh, how has that missed? What did that come off? I'm afraid I'm in the dark because once again James Bracey is in the way. I have to kind of guess exactly as to what happened.
Well, he looked to play that very late, and he looked to play it down to the direction of third man, and from where I'm watching, that looked like it was a sort of a coat of varnish away from the off stump.
I might get a replay in a second, but unfortunately live, you have to just sort of infer from what movements you can see as to what's happened. Hudson Prentice is in. That looks a good shout for leg before wicket, and out. Up goes that finger. Van Buren is gone, and Gloucestershire have lost a fifth. Hudson Prentice gets his first. Could see enough to know that that one looked out, full and straight. And Van Buren 26, but he's got to go, and this is where Gloucestershire start to look in a bit of difficulty, because there is a danger here if they lose some more quick wickets that they fall short of 300, and you would think that they would want at least 300 batting first. Yes, the pitch has done a bit, but I don't think it seems to be doing all sorts out there. And another partnership which has developed into something but been nipped in the bud, this time by Hudson Prentice. 218 for 5.
And if you've just joined us, a very good afternoon. Welcome to Hove on a lovely sunny afternoon where Sussex won the toss this morning, decided to ask Gloucestershire to bat first. Cameron Bancroft, the first man out for 27 when the score was on 49. Ollie Price out soon after, another victim of Danny Lamb for 8. At that stage, Gloucestershire 61 for 2. A very good partnership thereafter of 106 between Miles Hammond and Ben Charlesworth. Steered Gloucestershire out of trouble. Charlesworth eventually making 62, Hammond 56, and then the skipper Graham Van Buren out for 26. Thanks for joining us. If you want to get in touch, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or you could tweet us at edcricket6, that's the digit 6, or at Fine Glance Isabel Duncan, who's our third voice here this week, and Isabel will be back with you on commentary just after 5:30, or as I say, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Ed Seaborn. A little bit more cloud gathering, actually, having said it looks like we were going to be fine for the rest of the day, and the sun has now gone in. But let's hope it makes a reappearance. But he's bowled well, Hudson Prentice, and he's picked up that wicket.
Tom Price, a new man, right-hander. His cable knit on, waiting for Hudson Prentice. This is deflected somewhat unintentionally by Price to Coles at third slip, and that is the end of the over. A wicket maiden from Hudson Prentice. Gloucestershire are 218 for 5. I was just going to mention that score at Chelmsford, where Lancashire are 80 for 6 in the 33rd over, but if that fixture last year is anything to go by, that might be quite a good score.
It might be.
Shane Snater, 4 for 36. One of my all-time favourite cricketers, Shane Snater.
Because?
You just only have to watch him to know. Just magnificent the way he just nibbles the ball about, bounds in.
Probably enjoyed himself with the Duke ball
good
today.
Swish with the bat, just magnificent.
Well, Ollie Robinson, the sun has gone in and it's got a little gloomy. Let's hope it reappears soon. 3 slips in place. Robinson, who should have had James Bracey out in the previous over, but the chance put down in the slips. In comes Robinson, bowls, let go outside the off stump, and there is no run. We'll give an update to our listeners down in Kent. I can hear the line going up, so that's good news. In Division 2 of the Championship, Leicestershire 85 for 1 at Derby. Rain on and off there throughout the day, so they're still off at the moment. Yorkshire bundled out for 159 at Lords by Middlesex. Middlesex in reply 37 for 1. Former Gloucestershire man Ryan Higgins taking 4 for 31 for Middlesex. Fine bowler, well, fine all-rounder. In comes Robinson, bowls. Bracey tucks that one around the leg side down to deep backward square and picks up a single, does Bracey. He goes to 24, 219 for 5. Also in the wickets there at Lords today, Toby Rowland-Jones, who took 3 for 49. As I say, in reply, Middlesex going along nicely. They've lost a wicket, but they're 37 for 1. Everybody thought Yorkshire would run away with the second division. Beginning of the season, I said I thought every side in the second division would think they had a chance.
Yeah, well, I mean, all the talk from Mark Elaine is that Gloucestershire feel that they have a chance, and
good. That's good.
It's a competitive division.
The sun is back with us. Robinson in bowls outside the off stump, taken by Simpson. I think the second division of the Championship is a bit like the Championship in football, whereby it's incredibly competitive. Pretty much anybody could go up, which is brilliant. I'm not saying nobody, I mean, in terms of the first division, you're thinking probably You know, Surrey, Essex.
Yeah. A lot of, I mean, to be honest, I fancied Durham
Do you?
to go up and be...
Who'd be
you know,
champions?
maybe, no, not necessarily be champions. I still thought Surrey would win again. But I did think Durham might finish runners-up to them.
They might well do. Robinson in... Oh, Stu Price, who was a little late on that, and if he hadn't played it, he'd have had his middle stump knocked out of
That
the ground.
has come back, though,
Yeah.
hasn't it?
Well, this is what makes me think there was a little bit in this pitch. Ben Gibson, the groundsman chairman, the groundsman was saying before the game there was a little bit more grass on the pitch.
Let's have a look again. I mean, from this angle, it looked like it jagged back considerably. I know there was an off-cutter maybe from Robinson. I mean, he's got all those deliveries up his sleeve, hasn't he? Off-cutters, leg cutters, slower balls. He can go to all sorts of variations.
In comes Robinson, bowls and defended by Price down the offside, no run. Have you got music in your ears, Ed?
I don't. I think I'm probably better, otherwise I shall talk at the wrong time again.
Oh, it's been taken away now. I heard some music. It was a bit of Stevie Wonder.
It might have been a bit of reverse, actually, because it looks as if
Possibly.
it's gone through the air. I thought it had gone off the pitch, but I think it's gone through the air. So in the 65th over, looks like it might be some reverse for Robinson. He's done well to keep that out, especially it was only, what, his second delivery, third delivery?
Bowling with good rhythm here is Ollie Robinson. Down the hill, Sun goes in again, bowls, clipped her onto the onside by Price. There is no run. Tidy over from Robinson, just conceding the one run. 12 overs, one maiden, no wicket for 44. Gloucestershire 219 for 5. A couple more, lots of emails today, which is lovely. Martin Mahoney, who's up in High Wycombe, says he's enjoying the commentary whilst making the dinner. It's bolognese for dinner for Martin. Sounds rather nice, doesn't it? We had a conversation earlier on about types of naan bread. Would you have naan bread with bolognese? Sam Keir, who was in earlier on as our guest, was giving us all sorts of names of naan. Izzy Duncan is back with us. Would you have a naan bread with bolognese?
No, I'd have garlic bread.
Would you?
But I do love a bit of naan bread with the right curry. And we talked about all the different stuffed naans, didn't we, earlier?
Yes, Sam was a bit of an expert, wasn't he?
Well, and Ed.
Yes, and Ed. Yes.
There's the meat stuffed one. Anyway.
Do you mind if I do this over?
Of course,
We'll have an
go
update
ahead.
to come in a moment. As in comes Hudson Prentice. Round the wicket, bowls, braces forward, plays that into the covers, and there is no run. And Martin says, 10:30 start tomorrow, Adrian. Yeah, I've been talking about 10:30 starts and saying I can't understand why we don't start earlier.
Well, Adrian,
I think you agree, don't you?
Well, I don't. I like my mornings. I'm terrible in the mornings at getting
Oh,
up.
okay.
So selfishly, it
Right.
means I have to get up earlier to get
Right.
here and commute. And Adrian, you come from near Guildford, and so do I. So, but that's a selfish point of view.
Yeah.
I think you need to get the overs in. Yes.
In comes Hudson Prentice, round the wicket, bowls, and Bracey plays that firmly through the offside, picks up a single fielded by the athletic Jaden Seals on the cover boundary, gets in the throw. One more to the total, 220 for 5.
But yes, I think 10:30 starts is the answer in April
Yeah,
for
I
sure.
do.
I assumed it was a 10:30, so I'm glad I checked last night the start time of the game. Realised it was 11 in the end and not 10:30.
Hudson Prentice back. We're just waiting to do an update to the listeners on the radio. As in comes Hudson Prentice and bowls. Price is forward, played into the offside, and there is no run. So bolognese for dinner for Martin. We've got another country on our list, our long list. He says, hello there, it's Zach Burley listening from Buell's Creek. Oh, Bowie's Creek in North Carolina.
Oh, that was a topic for discussion earlier, the
'Cause you-
Carolinas.
Yeah.
Because Charleston came up. Charlesworth, Charleston.
Hudson Prentice in again, bowls, forward comes Price into the offside. No, I've not been to the Carolinas. It's meant to be beautiful, isn't
It's
it?
lovely.
Lovely beaches.
Yeah.
And
I've been to both North and South
Have you?
Carolina, but Charleston in particular is a place I'm very fond of, and Aiken in South Carolina, where they have a real tennis court. This is where the discussion came up about real tennis. It's the southernmost real tennis court in the USA at Aiken in South Carolina.
in comes Hudson Prentice. If you can hear anything, Izzy, just so that we know when the presenter comes for his update. Thank you for getting in touch, Zach. Really good. Another country on our list. Hudson Prentice in bowls, played by Price into the offside, and there is no run. So, Austria, France, Cambodia, Scotland, Bermuda, Thailand, Lanzarote, China, Luxembourg, Indonesia, USA. That's pretty good.
What a selection. I like
Yeah.
that, yeah. And we need to get 11, don't we? Because 11 is the number you need.
1, 2,
for
3,
cricket.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
Oh,
11.
perfect.
How about that?
Perfect.
11 countries.
Now we need a 12th man.
Yeah. In comes Hudson Prentice in bright sunshine, in and bowls and driven down the ground by Price, and there is no run. Yes, glorious afternoon here, Adam. Gloucestershire have just lost a wicket. They're 220 for 5. James Bracey is on 25, but Graham Van Buren, the latest man out, for 26. LBW to Finn Hudson Prentice. Sussex winning the toss here this morning and asking Gloucestershire to bat first. 220 for 5. Meanwhile at Canterbury, a day that's been interrupted by the rain. However, Kent are back on now against Surrey. Kent are 70 for 2. Daniel Bell-Drummond leading a recovery. He's 43 not out. That after Compton was out for 3 and Crawley for 5. In comes Ollie Robinson, bowls to Bracey, who I think was looking to get the bat out of the way of that, Izzy. Played the ball into the slip cordon, fielded by Clark, and there is no run.
Yeah,
Please, you carry on.
He's looking more potent with the older ball, Robinson. He didn't look very incisive this morning. It's taken his time, I think, Robinson, to find his rhythm and his pace and his carry and all of that. And it seems at the moment he's bending his back more. He's looking a little bit happier about life. And getting something out of this ball. This ball is now in the 67th over as well. 3 slips here. Bracey facing. Here is Robinson. Plundering in and bowling. Quite a lot of movement off the seam. It pitches and moves away from the left-hander, looping away.
Terry's been back in touch.
Hello, Terry.
Who was over in Indonesia. And we did wonder, we didn't, sometimes you do get emails and you think, I wonder if that's, but he says, hi, I hope Ed Seaborn will remember me from previous years because he's always been surprisingly reluctant to mention my surname, says Terry.
What's his surname?
He says, Terry isn't my real name. My surname is a bit of a mild-mannered joke, but I am in Manado in Indonesia.
Robinson steaming in, bowling. And has it been? No, it hasn't.
No.
There's a shy at the stumps. Didn't quite carry to third slip. There was then a shy at the stumps. It's James Coles who has a sharp go at the stumps there. But Bracey remains in the crease.
So is it your mum's birthday? Or is that right to say hello to your mum? Anyway, thank you for getting in touch. Zach from North Carolina. So he says, I'm listening from Buies Creek in North Carolina. We'll read his email in a moment.
We were saying that Raleigh is the capital of North Carolina.
Right.
There's once again Robinson, right arm around, and there's a nice looking shot played
lovely
away
shot.
from the body by Bracey as it's caressed into the offside, just in front of point. It's got plenty of legs on it, and the ball is over the boundary there. So that's a much needed boundary there for Gloucestershire. We're getting a little bit pinned down by the bowlers. 224 for 5, and Bracey goes on to 29 off his 52 deliveries. Let's have a look at Robinson's figures now. 0 to 48 of 12.4 overs. Desperate for a wicket here, Robinson.
Should have had one, shouldn't he, really?
Yeah, there's been
had-
some close calls, some close shaves.
Yeah, and the drop by James Coles at slip.
Certainly making this ball talk, making this old ball talk, Robinson. Here he is again, bowling. Comes forward there, tentatively, Bracey, but gets the pitch to the ball and blocks it for no run.
Zach says, Izzy, I'm a sports commentator, mostly soccer and lacrosse, and don't have the opportunity to call cricket due to the sad lack of the sport in the US. Well, this year, the T20 World Cup is in the US and the Caribbean. I'm not entirely sure whereabouts in the US it's being
I
played.
know,
Ed will
because
know.
I looked it up.
Oh, go on.
They're going to New York, isn't that right, Ed? And they're also going to Texas. They're going to Dallas and Florida. That's right. He's near Dallas. As Robinson's in and bowls, and that's left well alone there. Not a sniff of interest from Bracey as he shoulder arms that one. It's the end of the over. Gloucestershire 224 for 5. We've had 67 overs. Bracey on 29. Price yet to get off the mark. That's Tom Price, the older brother of Ollie Price. And on we go. Yes, so it's exciting. It's almost, you must feel like a trip to New York to watch the T20 World Cup.
That'd be
It'd
great,
nice to get a
wouldn't it?
gig out there, Adrian, wouldn't it?
Oh,
if
wouldn't
anyone's
it?
listening and they need a commentator.
Yeah, I'd love to go. We'd all love to go. Should we
We'd
all
all
go?
love to go.
Yeah. See the T20. Yeah, I mean, much as I would be nice to go to New York and see the cricket, I would rather go to Barbados and see the cricket, if I'm being honest. Carlisle Beach and all that. Hudson Prentice is going to carry on from the sea end of the ground. 13 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 37. Runs away from us, comes into bowl to Price, who plays the ball into the offside. He's faced 10 deliveries and hasn't scored, has Tom Price. Zach goes on to say, what are your favourite things about calling cricket? How is it different compared to other sports you may have called?
Well, I think
What's your favourite thing about calling cricket?
Well, I quite like the fact that we're calling the longer game, and you can meander along a bit. You can tell a few stories along the way. If there's a bit of lull in play, I rather like that, so you never feel particularly rushed when you're commentating.
Hudson Prentice in bowls. That's a good delivery, and Price plays it equally well to mid-off, fielded by Haynes. There is no run.
A bit different for T20, but what about you, Adrian? What is the thrill?
Yes, I mean, I do. Yeah, I mean, I do. It's one of the things I really do enjoy about county cricket. There's time to talk about all sorts of different things and get the interaction from the listeners. And as we've seen today, there are people who listen in from all over the place. That's one of the great thrills for me. You never know who's listening. Hudson Prentice bowls to Price, who's forward solidly. He plays that into the offside, and there is no run. So he says, "Cheers, lads." But we've got Izzy here.
Oh, I'm a ladette. Am I a ladette? I think so.
Roger Gibbons has been in touch. He's talking about the Gloucestershire flag.
Oh, the flag talk.
Because it's fluttering. Well, it's now not fluttering. As in comes Hudson Prentice bowls wide outside the off stump. There is no run. The flag is almost limp to the flagpole now for the first time today. He says, in response to Ed's musings on the colours of the Gloucestershire flag, a committee resolution in February 1889 empowered W.G. Grace, F. Townsend, J.A. Bush and E.M. Grace to be a subcommittee to choose colours for the county. There is no subsequent report as to why fawn, brown, pale grey, dark green, red and navy blue were the colours. But it is believed they are the colours used in the coat of arms of the city and the county of Bristol. Hudson Prentice in bowls, hammered away, 4 runs. Lovely shot by Ollie Price. He's just been waiting for a loose delivery and serving up a half volley is Finn Hudson Prentice and dispatched through the offside by Price. He goes to 8 and Gloucestershire to 2:30. No, sorry, he goes to 4. I apologies.
He's off the mark.
He goes off the mark. 2:28 for 5. So there we are.
Yes. It's all the wonderful stories, you know. We could
Yeah. So there we are. That's
tell
an
our
example,
memoirs
isn't it?
if we wanted to. But yes, you're right. The interaction with people out there all over the world. We've got time to talk about.
We have.
In the 4-day game in the county championship.
We had a lovely story last week, Izzy, and I'll tell you about it in a moment. As in comes Finn Hudson Prentice running away from us. The 3 slips go down. He's in and bowls and played out to mid-wicket. Deep mid-wicket, and he picks up a single, does Price. He goes to 5, 2:29 for 5 at the end of the over. Hudson Prentice, 14 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 42. Gloucestershire, 2:29 for 5. Bracey on 29. Price is on 5. Last week was the Grand National. We were at Leicestershire, and Leicestershire were called the Foxes, and there was a horse running in the Grand National called Foxy Jacks. I will get to the story in a minute. Who was trained by a guy called Mouse Morris. I will get there in a minute.
Mouse
and,
and the Fox.
and I said, oh, that's a strange name. And someone got in touch and said, oh, Mouse Morris. Mouse Morris's mum used to work as an encryptor at Bletchley Park in the Second World War.
Wow.
How amazing is
The story
that?
gets more and more interesting.
Yeah. So you never quite know who's listening. So I thought that was a great story. So thank you everyone who's got in touch today, and thank you for that picture of the coat of arms of the city and county of Bristol.
Yes, we know the origins. And here is Robinson again, storming in, bowling. It's Tom Price, who plays a exquisite forward defensive, with his cable knit sweater on. We know it's Tom Price, even though we can't see his number, but it's a beautiful sweater. It's an off-white cream colour. It looks like the woolen type to me, and though my eyesight's not great, the traditional style sweater.
Right. With the traditional sweaters, it sort of keep you warm when it's cold and cooler when it's hot.
The woolen ones, yeah. I wonder, yes, does it let you breathe?
Yeah.
Because it's natural, it's
Yeah.
wool. Yes, it's breathed like merino wool and cashmere. Yeah. Here's Robinson again, pumping arms and goes for the pull shot here, just rocks back, has got hold of that, has Price, and that has gone all the way backward of square. Couple of bounces before it reaches the boundary. It's a long old boundary down there by the pavilion. here at Hove, but he will get 4 runs for it. Saw it nice and early. He goes on to 9 now off 17 deliveries. And Robinson won't like that one bit. His figure's 0 for 52 off 13 overs, and we'll see what his reply is if he comes in with even more aggression. 3 slips in place, a backward point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg down there. It's been asked to stay put.
Too short, wasn't it? Needs to pitch the ball up here, Ollie Robinson. I think the ball is doing a little bit.
Robinson again coming down the hill. Here he is, sprinting in and ducks out of the way. It is a bouncer. Got out of the way nicely there, Price.
If we do bowl all these overs tonight, there's still another 21 to go. It's going to be 7 o'clock. I mean, I'd be surprised if the light holds that long, particularly at this time of year, which comes back to the 10:30 start.
We're doing overtime, aren't we? Once we get past 6 o'clock, it's overtime.
Is it?
Well, it's meant to finish at 6.
Oh, sorry, I thought you meant
weather
you...
delays.
Oh, I thought
no,
you...
I don't get overtime.
Oh, right,
it's a joke. I said joke. I'm not going to get overtime on the beef. Double time, double time. Robinson neatly, rhythmically runs in. Oh, and there's a little fence outside of the off stump there from Tom Price. Tempted and has a nibble. Doesn't manage to catch the edge.
How did that miss the off stump? I was absolutely
tight.
convinced that was going to knock the off stump out of the ground.
It was tight.
Zach's been in touch and he says, cheers you all. So there we are. Thank you, Zach, for getting in touch.
Yawl. Yowl.
Yowl.
Yawl.
Yeah.
Yes, I've got a friend from South Carolina and she speaks like that.
Right.
She's got quite a drawl. She speaks slowly. And they have biscuits for breakfast. Yeah. As Robinson bowls again. Oh, that's a full shot. That's come off a thickish edge. It's sort of sliced away there as he squares up to it, Price. And that squirts out backward a point.
Biscuits for breakfast?
They call it biscuits. I mean, I think, Ed, probably you've had it, have you? It's... Yeah, they're sort of broken up into... I don't know what they're broken up into, whether it's milk or something like that. I mean, I can't remember, but I've had them, and they call them biscuits.
Is it like shredded wheat or something?
No,
or?
it's not.
Oh.
It's not like that.
Oh.
But it's a strange thing. It's a very
it nice?
traditional food. I think so. Don't have great memories of it. Robinson. Oh, there's a half-hearted appeal, but I think there's a little bit of bat involved in that as the ball just loops out towards a short leg position. There is no short leg in place. And they go through for one more. I think that went down as leg buys.
Yes,
the
it was, and that
scoreboard's
was
going to catch up with us.
Yeah, it was going down the leg side.
2, 3, 4 for 5 at the end of another Ollie Robinson over. 0 for 52 or 14 for him and 1 maiden. Bracey on 29 and Tom Price on 9.
Jack Carson's going to come on to bowl. 11 overs until the new ball is available. Well done, all those people who have braved the cold today, all those sitting in the deck chairs, those in the Spend Calmer, if you've got headsets on. Well done for sticking it out. It's been very cold sitting around watching the cricket. And thank you for all your interaction, everybody, today. It's been great. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. I'll make way for Ed shortly. In fact, I'll do this over from Jack Carson. So we've still got 21 overs left in the day. I'll be amazed if we get those in. Here comes Ollie Robinson down to a long on. I just wonder whether he might have a bit of a breather now, Ollie Robinson, because I'd imagine, well, that Sussex will take the new ball when it's available. I don't really see any reason for not taking the new ball. Sometimes it can be a dilemma. Now we've got a bit of a delay because the helmet has been bought out. I think Tom Alsop's got that rather dubious pleasure. And Jack Carson is going to bowl from the C end of the ground. There's a slip and a short leg, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, well, a long on actually. Ollie Robinson about 10 yards inside the fence. Mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and a short fine leg. As Jack Carson, in his 6th over, figures of 1 for 18, is in and bowls and turned onto the onside by Price. And there is no run. Fielded by Alsop. Must have hit his pads in there at short leg. Still no James Coles today.
Just what I was thinking, you're reading my mind. No slow left arm, orthodox from James Coles. Love to see him today.
Well, took 6 wickets in the last home game. Carson in again, bowls, turned again to Alsop, who fields at short leg. There is no run. Have you ever fielded at short leg, Izzy?
I have. It's almost like the short straw, isn't it? I know in professional cricket, it's actually a position that the players will specialise in, won't they? But in the old days, it was always the sort of youngest or newest player.
Definitely.
Who went in the line of fire.
Comes Carson bowls, clipped onto the leg side by Price, picks up a single, he goes into double figures. Gloucestershire 235 for 5. We used to have a bowler at my club, and he was, you know, sadly no longer with us, but he always used to say, just sleeve it off. Could you just go a little bit closer? You think, oh, crumbs, and with that there'd be a half volley, and you think, oh, you know. Of course, no pads underneath the trousers in those days.
No, protect you were real
helmets.
men back then,
Oh,
weren't you, Adrian?
I
Real
don't know
men.
about that. I used to get out of the way.
Look after those shins.
Absolutely. Slip and a short leg for the left-handed Bracey, who's on 29, 235 for 5. Carson around the wicket, bowls, gives that plenty of air, and taken by Simpson. And there is no run. I think just at the last minute, to be fair to Bracey, he pulled his bat inside the line. Carson again. Round the wicket. In bowls, drilled by Bracey down the ground. Good bit of fielding by Jack Carlson of his own bowling. I don't think it would have been a single anyway, because Haynes was fielding here at mid-on. And there is no run.
I think the greatest stories of fielders at short leg must be Brian Close.
Yeah.
He would nut the ball, wouldn't he? She hit him on the head.
Carlson in bowls, swept, and you don't want to be at short leg for that one, because it's swept away for 4 runs. Slightly over pitching there, Jack Carlson. Tom also at short leg had no chance of cutting it off, and it was all the way along the ground. Nice shot by Bracey. He goes to 33, and Gloucestershire 239 for 5 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Gloucester and Bristol. Ed is coming back with us, and Lawrence has been in touch, and he says, speaking of the Carolinas, I'm speaking from Hilton Head Island, South Carolina.
Oh, I've been there.
Where it's 28 degrees, off to the beach after stumps, says Lawrence Downey. How lovely to hear from Lawrence. Hilton Head, isn't there a famous golf course at Hilton Head?
Yeah.
Have they played the US Open there, or the Ryder Cup or something?
Have they played big tournaments there?
Hilton Head, that kind of rings a bell. We're all going off to the beach, 28 degrees. We're going to get a cup of hot chocolate, I think, because it's that sort of day here. Most of the spectators will be.
It's chilly. The poor old photographer here, who you'll know, Adrian, terribly cold. He came in for a bit of shelter.
Simon, I think that probably was.
Into the media centre. And he brought all the cold air in with him. Right, change of bowling. Hudson Prentice is in and bowls. And that is exquisitely driven. Straight through the gap there, through extra cover. Or between extra cover and mid-off. Lovely looking shot from Price, Tom Price. And it was extremely drivable.
Jason has been in touch, Jason Davis, and he says, hello, good evening, Adrian Izzy. Can you tell me if it goes into Monday, will it be free entry into the ground? I have no idea, Jason. We will ask the... after they decide these things, sort of, you know, there's not going to be much play. Often it's free. I wouldn't imagine so. But we'll ask the guys who operate the stream. They'll let us know.
Here is Hudson Prentice again, up to the umpire and bowls, and that's played with soft hand and steered down the hill. It will be 4 runs all the way, because it's down the hill here in front of us towards the third man, Regent. That's well played there by Price. I think that was a true shot. I think it was intentional and guided down towards third man. He goes on to 18, galloping along at the moment, Tom Price. And the score now 247 for 5. So we're approaching a first batting point.
We are, I think.
And I always think with a Kookaburra ball, it was all about let's get as many batting points as possible with that Kookaburra ball. It's a little bit different now with the Dukes, but 3 runs away from it now, Gloucestershire.
Lovely evening, is he?
It is gorgeous.
You know, the light's great.
Long shadows now. Hudson Prentice trundles in, bowls, and defended there stoutly by Price, comes forward. Still got the cable knit sweater on.
Richard's been in touch. Richard Ross, he says, I'm not listening from anywhere exotic. He says, just Malvern in Worcestershire. Malvern's lovely.
Malvern's lovely.
Yeah, Malvern is lovely.
Great views, great theatre. Been to the theatre in Malvern.
Have you?
Yeah.
Why did you go there?
I can't remember what we were saying. We were there for a rackets tournament. We had the Women's British Open rackets tournament.
What, in Malvern?
In Malvern.
Right.
The school has 2 rackets courts.
The school, is that sort of Malvern High or something? Or
Just Malvern College, I think
Right.
it's called, yeah. He's in again, Hudson Prentice. That's a good-looking shot. It's driven straight as you like out towards mid-on. Will it be cut off? Yes, it will. So they come back for 2. As Price is looking very comfortable at the moment at the crease. Nice classic shot from him in the V. He's on to 20. The score has gone up to 249 for 5 now, Gloucestershire.
our Worcestershire commentator, Dave Bradley, comes from Malvern.
He does.
Yeah, love Bradders.
There's always pictures of him with his Jack Russells.
Yeah,
his
walking
little terrier
across
wrists, as I
the.
call them.
Do they call it the Downs or the Hills or the Malvern Hills?
The Malvern Hills.
Right.
Really pretty, beautiful views. Hudson Prentice blunders in and bowls. Oh, doesn't get hold of that. That comes off a bottom edge from Price. He was looking to launch that into outer space out towards the pavilion, but doesn't get hold of it. I think there's some nasty vibrations have gone up the shaft of the bat
Yes.
as he just goes to compose himself.
But he's Richard has had major dental work this afternoon,
poor him.
and he's watching the live stream and listening to the commentary has taken my mind off the aches and pains. Ouch, that's dental work.
I hope he's had a lot of drugs, a lot of anaesthetic.
It's the trouble is it wears off. They have to, take some.
When it wears off in the middle of the night, he'll be screaming.
Oh, don't! Don't.
Screaming with pain, about 3 a.m. probably. 2 slips, Hudson Prentice. Bowls, and that's defended once more by Price. Comes forward. No run. That was a quickish over.
Yes, it was. I need to go, Izzy, but I'm going to read you only because it's Ed's turn to come on. Jonathan's back in touch. He says the US Tour are playing the Heritage Classic at Hilton Head this week. It's always the week after the Masters. It's famous for the Lighthouse on the 18th. How about that?
Oh, wow.
And Laurie says the RBC Heritage, a PGA signature event, is on at Harbour Town Golf Links now. Isn't it incredible? All these people who get in touch.
I think it's wonderful.
Yeah.
You've got 11 different destinations, countries on your list. We've made 11. That was the target, I think, at the beginning of the day, to get 11.
So,
You've included Scotland in there, though.
Yeah, I think we can include Scotland.
Fair enough.
I'm going to go after this over. Jack Carson in around the wicket, comes in and bowls to Bracey, who plays through mid-wicket, picks up a single. They'll look for 2. In fact, there is 2 there because Pujara was a little slow, I thought, to keep him off the boundary edge, but they come back for 2. Bracey to 35. There's the first batting point, 251 for 5. Well done, Gloucester, who were at one stage 61 for 2. I'm sure they'd have settled for 2, 51 for 5 at that stage. Carson. In comes Carson again, hammered down the ground, and that's going to go all the way for 6 runs. Well, nothing wrong with that. He absolutely belted that to James Bracey for 6 runs. Over long on, he goes to 41, 257 for 5. And that drop of James Cole's no one means to drop a catch, of course, but off of Ollie Robinson is starting to look expensive. That chance went down on 218.
Just that feeling of the spinner being targeted here, because they know that new ball is just on the horizon. What is it, 9 overs away, 8 overs away, making the most of the softer balls, not doing quite as much.
Jason says, I noticed Sussex have got 3 Toms in the top 3 batting order. You're quite right. Messieurs Haynes, Clark and Alsop. He says, what other counties have had 3 batsmen with the same name in the top 3? That's a good question.
Oh, God.
That's a question to get people pondering. We might keep people hanging on for that one. Jaden Sills has retrieved the ball, asks whether he needs to stay on the boundary edge, and Carson says no, you come back up. As in comes Carson again, cut away by Bracey into the offside. Coles fields, in fact he misfields, does James Coles. I don't think it really mattered because I think Bracey would have got through for the single. He goes to 42, 258 for 5. Still got another 18 overs left to go. I think Gloucestershire will be starting to feel quite pleased, but these 2 will know it's important to be together when the new ball is taken. I would imagine Sussex will take it straight away. Carson in again, bowls to Price, who's forward, plays into the onside. In fact, they take another single, and throw comes in, but it misses the stumps, and I think there's one too many singles being taken here by, in fact, that was Danny Lamb. I don't know if he hurt his arm then, Danny Lamb, but he sort of made as if he'd hurt himself. 259 for 5. Good running between the wickets between these 2. Carson again in and bowls. Forward comes Bracey, plays into the offside. There is no run. So thank you everybody for your messages. I'm going to get out the chair at the end of this over and leave you with Izzy and with Ed Seaborn here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Gloucester and Bristol. Lovely sunny evening here at home as in comes Carson and bowls and cut away by Bracey. He will get another single up to the sweeper on the cover boundary. He goes to 44 And Gloucestershire, in fact, they've put it up already. They really are very quick. Bracy goes to 43, 260 for 5. I'm going to leave with Izzy and with Ed.
Yes, this partnership now between these two, Bracy and Price, worth, I think it's 41 between them, and just rebuilding a little bit after the wicket of Van Buren for 26, and also that partnership, that 106 partnership earlier on between Hammond and Charlesworth, the two left-handers, worth 106. These two looking fairly comfortable and untroubled, but again, the ball's quite old. It's doing a little bit, but just trying to make the most of it before that new ball, I think, will be taken in 8 overs' time. And it's going to be Hudson Prentice to continue from that Cromwell Road end. 2 slips in place. Let's have a look at the 3 fielders now on the ropes. We've got a deep backward point. We've got a long leg and a deep square leg as well. Hudson Prentice in bowls, and that's driven crisply but straight to the fielder off the bat of Bracy, the left-hander, for no run. And we've got Ed Seaborn, the voice of Gloucestershire cricket, has joined us again to my left. And do get in touch with us too through the Twitter sphere. We've got @EdCricket6, and it's the digit 6. That's Ed. And we've got @BBC Sussex Sport. I hope that's the right Twitter handle for Adrian Harms, who's left the building. I'm sure we'll be back as once again Hudson Prentice is in, and that's played well, positioned well, backward of point. The man out there is Seals, Jaden Seals, who has to run to his left quickly to cut that off. They come back for the second. And the scoreboard ticks on to 262 for 5. Bracy on to 45. He's getting on with it now, Bracy, in these last few overs before that new ball is taken. And my Twitter handle is @FineGlance. I'm Isabel Duncan. So do get in touch with your moans and groans and news and views. We'd love to hear from you.
Preferably
Hello, Ed.
not the moans and groans. Hello.
Well, we all love a good moan, don't we?
We
We're
do.
English.
Well, especially if our county's been left out of a major
we've
revamp.
we've had
of,
a
you know,
major
we've had all
moan.
sorts of moans.
Major
I've had a
moan,
huge
right
moan.
on. Right, that's nudled into the onside there by Bracy. They'll skip through for 1. He goes on to 46. And the score now 263 for 5.
One thing I do want to say, though, again on that, is there is a lot of our county produced ... Our county produced ... But actually, your county as you're thinking of it didn't really. Because to assume that those players had exactly the same sorts of... And I'm not saying that anybody who's emailed in's done this. I'm not trying to preach too much here.
Hudson Prentice once again sprinting in, bowling. There will be runs here, only 1 as that ball is clipped down to fine leg. Jaden Seals picks it up,
Ooh,
zips
hello.
it back in. Oh, big throw, he's backed up. He's a strong man, the 22-year-old. He's all muscle. So 1 more to the scoreboard, 263 for 5 now.
But, you know, just to say that a lot of, in fact, nearly every county's record on women's cricket, when we point to past to try and talk about future, yes, there's a little bit of disingenuousness there, I feel.
Hudson Prentice, in he comes. That's hit well, but straight to the fielder at extra cover off the bat of Price, Tom Price, who's taken his... No, he hasn't taken his sweater off. And it's not Tom. Have they got it muddled up?
What's that, sorry?
The scoreboard.
No,
I think
no.
it's...
Oh, if you're talking
No,
about
it's Bracy facing, isn't it?
Yes. Oh, yes, you're right,
It has
sorry.
got it muddled up, so Bracy's facing. He's the left-hander who's not wearing the sweater.
It's this yellow and
It's
white
the yellow and
colouring,
white on the
which
scoreboard.
I've just about got my head round now, yes.
Exactly, the scoreboard's got it the wrong way around, but never mind. Bracy. He waits patiently as Hudson Prentice storms in and bowls, and defended once more by Bracy, who's on 46 off 65 deliveries. That's the end of another Hudson Prentice over. He gets through his overs quickly, so does the spinner. So we're racing through these overs at the moment. Overs remaining 17 in the day. There's plenty of sunshine. Don't know what the time is now. Is that clock correct up there?
3 minutes past 6, according to this
3 minutes past
one.
6. So we could certainly be here at 7 o'clock if we continue.
Oh, let's hope so. Let's hope we're here
Because-
at 8.
Unless we get James Coles on one end and Carson at the other. So we've got left arm orthodox one end.
Kind of running out of time for that, aren't we?
And we get some spin, we get some... and we're continuing with Carson anyway, with his tweakers, with his off-breakers. I'm glad to see from the sea end.
Yeah, and he has got a bit of turn, hasn't he? The odd one. There was one in particular that turned past the edge of Bracy's groping push. Tom Price on strike on 22. Carson in and bowls. Oh, there's turn there. It's gone through him. It's bowled him. Through the gate. Price forward, looking to work the ball round that front pad into the leg side. He's missed it. It's gone through him. By the looks of things, it's taken leg stump. So that shows how much it's turned. The off bail is still on. And it's the leg bail that's gone and the leg stump pegged back. So yet again, as Gloucestershire have a partnership burgeoning, they've lost a wicket. Tom Price batted well for his 22. It's good to see him back after he's missed the start of this season due to a rib injury, and then the back end of last season with a back injury, missed the last few rounds, didn't play in this fixture last year. And he is such an important player for Gloucestershire because he just helps balance the side because of the fact that he's got, I think he's got bags of potential with the bat. We certainly saw that last year, and I wasn't going to mention it to put the mockers on him, but tomorrow is the year anniversary of the day when Tom Price became the first man in the history of first-class cricket to score a century and take a hat-trick on the same day.
Ah, and is he the only man still?
He's the
He must
only
be
man
the
to
only
have...
man and the first man. Yeah.
Yes, the only man to do that in terms of score all the runs of the 100 and all the wickets of the hat-trick.
Yeah.
Every other time it had been done before, it had been, carry-over runs from the previous day.
Yeah,
or
absolutely.
I think there might even have been one instance where somebody was on a hat-trick overnight and then took the next wicket the next morning, something like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, quite the feat.
Well, very proud of Tom. Durham University, my alma mater. So particularly proud of Tom then.
But anyway, he's a goner. 264 for 6, and out comes Zafar Gohar, another man who can be more than handy with the bat, but starting to get in towards the stage where, again, 264 for 6, you would not want to lose some late wickets here and fall short of 300, I don't think. As much as there's been things happening out there for the bowlers, you kind of want to get towards that 300 mark especially, or again, Gloucestershire might feel they've left first innings runs out there. Here's Carson bowling to the left-handed Zafar, who's rather almost sort of too eager seemingly to come forward there, and ball squirts back at a square on the offside. There is no run. First game of the season for Zafar was something that Mark Lane mentioned was going to happen at the end of last match, so they had plenty of time to prepare. That they felt they would want a specialist spinner for this game. Carson is in, bowls off the back foot, just stroked into the covers by Zafar, and there is no run. Certainly not really the season Zafar would have been after with, to be honest, either bat or ball last year. Averaged 16 with 1/2 centuries. Certainly in his previous Gloucestershire career, he was much better bat than that. Carson bowls. This is cut by Zafar and just beats the tumbling extra cover and will allow a single. So Zafar Gohar is underway. 265 for 6.
It's Zafar Gohar of Lahore, isn't it? I've watched a bit of cricket in Lahore in 2005 when England were playing Pakistan in the series out there. Interesting place, big fort, huge mosque.
Carson bowls. That's on leg stump and swept fine by Bracey. See whether that's got the legs to go for 4, and it does. It is over the boundary rope, and that is 50 for James Bracey. 68 deliveries, 6th 4 there to go with 2 6s. 269 for 6, and James Bracey, who was given a life earlier on, is taking advantage. And from a Gloucestershire point of view, it is so encouraging to see James Bracey in the runs, because they are going to be a different prospect potentially if James Bracey can have a big year. Carson in, bowls, forward defence from Bracey, back in to the mode of treating each ball on its merits, and it's 269 for 6. End of the over. There are still 6 overs remaining until the second new ball is available.
You just get the feeling that Carson relishes the fact that he's bowling at a left-hander, just searching out for a little bit of rough, getting that ball to spin away from the left-hander. Makes it a little bit more awkward. And he's zipping through his overs as well. We like that, because there's a lot of overs to get through this evening. But the sun is shining. It's rather glorious. And the wind has dropped. I mean, look at those flags. They're completely limp now.
Yeah, temperature's probably still not the warmest,
Oh,
but
it's still chilly.
at the same time,
Yeah.
at least if the sun's out, you know, you can feel a bit better about things. That low, late sun the evenings.
Hudson Prentice continues after his career best last week against Leicestershire, 5 for 50. Working wonders with that Kookaburra ball. Probably the only man in the country, apart from Sam Cooke, who fell in love with the Kookaburra ball. Well, the spinners don't mind it. So once again, Hudson Prentice comes in bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Zafar. He's got his sweater on as well. I'm not surprised. He's probably used to the temperatures of Lahore. A little different to what's going on in Hove today.
Spent an awful lot of time over here now as Zafar, but I suspect you probably still don't really relish a kind of maybe low double figures at the moment, heading towards single figures April evening. Sea breeze.
Hudson Prentice, arms jagging as he comes in. That's left alone wide of the off stump by Zafar. Zafar Gohar Khan is his full name. So 3 slips in place for the new bat. Zafar, he's on 1 or 5 deliveries so far. The score 269 for 6. 15 overs remaining in the day here. We've had 74, so we should see the new ball today, unless something mysterious happens and Skipper Simpson decides to keep hold of the old one, because Carson's picking up wickets as Hudson Prentice is in and bowls once more to no avail, as it's left well alone once again by Zafar, just biding his time out there.
One first-class 100 for Zafar. That came back when he was playing in Pakistan domestic cricket, but he's said we'd got used to really until last year, really quite consistent late order runs for Zafar Gohar, and even a 30 or a 40 make a huge difference here.
Prentice to Gohar, and he leaves it alone, but that ball jags back in, almost kisses the off stump.
How did that miss?
Almost shaves it, but he gets away with it, Zafar, and lives to breathe another ball. 269 for 6. Hudson Prentice stalks back to his mark.
He'd left the last 2 so calmly as well, and that one was almost, well, it was, to be honest, probably too calm.
Hudson Prentice running towards us down the hill from that Cromwell Road end. Bowling wide of the crease, an attempted drive here, forced to play a shot there. Zafar comes forward positively, but finds the fielder in the covers, no run. It's a quiet over so far, a quiet over. It's calm before the storm, who knows? Well, maybe when the new ball is taken, we shall see.
I'll certainly be hoping it will polish Gloucestershire off, will Sussex. Get those final wickets and prevent any wagging from the tail.
Still 3 slips. Now we have a deep square leg. So happy to give away the single. And he will get a single here, and it should be 4 runs. Yes, it will, as that ball was guided down towards third man. Has beaten all the slips along the ground, and he will get 4 for it. That's not the plan that Sussex were looking for. I think they were happy to give Zafar the single, but he gets 4 instead. Gets a boundary. And he goes to 5 now off 9 deliveries, and the score 273 for 6 for Gloucestershire. And Hudson Prentice 1 for 60 off 17. Carson will continue.
One more thing on the Carolinas today, because you were talking about the venues for the T20 World Cup. At one point, there was a venue in North Carolina which was being floated.
Charlotte?
Well, it might be in the suburbs. I'd have to look that up.
There's a good cricket ground.
Morrisville, I think, is the actual. Right. But I don't know that. It probably is. You're probably right. That probably is in the suburbs of that. That was being considered.
Right.
Of course, the extraordinary thing about the stadium in New York is it hasn't even been built yet.
Wow.
Long off and long on, back towards the boundary, and Carson has speared another one down the leg side, and that will be easy pickings for Bracey for another boundary. Very similar to the shot that got him to 50. Carson's plan seemed to be to allow Bracey to get off strike, but as with the last ball of the previous over, they've allowed a run and then they've allowed 3 more. 277 for 6. And I did see, Lizzie Duncan will be delighted about this, but I did see James Coles do a couple of practice deliveries at extra cover, so he might have been told he can have a couple of overs
Exciting.
before the new ball. Carson in bowls, and Bracey edges that one, but it's a thick edge. Trickles towards backward point, and there's no run. But yeah, it's like a 25,000 seater stadium in a park in Long Island, this stadium, and India versus Pakistan will happen there, so there's no
Wow.
pressure. Carson is in bowls, turn on the bounce to short leg for no run.
They've chosen to play that match there.
Yeah.
And they don't sound very prepared. I mean, is it a huge stadium?
It's going to be an enormous kind of temporary
How many does
stadium.
it seat? I mean, it's got 100,000 is what you need for India versus
Yeah,
Pakistan.
I don't think it's going to be quite that much. Carson round the wicket, bowls, worked off the pads by Bracey to deep forward square, and one run is taken, 278 for 6. I have to look up the exact
Because I think
capacity.
every Indian and every Pakistani in America, and there are an awful lot of them, will be at that match.
Very much so.
It'll be super exciting, and they all play an awful lot of cricket. Quite a lot of tape ball cricket, I think, out in the USA, between the Asian communities.
Carson strolls in and bowls Zafar off the back foot. Right in behind that one in defence, 34,000 in fact.
Only
it will be.
34,000. I'm just so
Only
surprised.
34,000. Well,
But
that's
for India, Pakistan, I'm surprised.
well,
Maybe
it's
they're
still
not
bigger
expecting.
than what still bigger than any cricket ground here.
It's bigger
isn't
than
it?
Lord's. Yeah, and Lord's is meant to be the largest cricket ground in England, isn't it? I think they're probably up to 32,000 now.
Carson bowls flight to delivery, and Zafar is content just to block it to end the over. 9 overs, 2 for 44 from Carson, so he's not been cheap, but he has picked up 2 vital wickets, and really 2 for 44. It doesn't really matter how many overs it's come from, does it, too much, whether it's 15 overs or 9 overs. In fact, sometimes it's better to come from 9 overs because then you've got more time left in the game. 278 for 6, 55 to Bracey and 5 to Zafar. The stadium in Florida, I think they're planning on adding an awful lot of extra seating to it. It's been somewhere called Lauderhill, which is
Lauderhill.
sort of
I played in
Miami
Sarasota.
suburbs, I think.
The Sarasota Sixes.
Oh, yeah.
That was fun. I played for the Dirty Dogs. There were lots of
Dare
lots
we
of
ask
guys
some
who
more
drink
questions?
too much beer with enormous beards.
Well, they do have some. I mean, in terms of sports teams, they have some magnificent names in the States.
They do,
Some of
don't
those
they? They're a bit more
minor league
imaginative. They're a bit more
teams,
imaginative than
especially.
we are. Yeah. There's a delay here. As I think that is that James Cole,
is.
who is now going to bowl. Brilliant. They've been listening to me. And he's going to bowl from the Cromwell Road end. Is that my end? I think it is my
It is
end,
your
isn't it?
end.
Slow left arm orthodox, James Coles. And he's just rearranging his troops at the moment. He's bringing Pujara in. Nice and where's he going? He's going to the other side. He's going to the leg side, Pujara. And in fact, he's probably going to go down towards fine leg on the single. Yes, he is on the 45. There's a short leg in. There's a slip. Mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. And there's a man patrolling out there at deep square leg and also deep mid-wicket. As he's in and bowls, and that is pushed backwards. It should go for 4. Yes, it will. Again, that is steer down towards the third man. And in that area, it's all downhill. Easy pickings. It's a loosener there for Coles.
A few members of the Gloucestershire backroom staff walking around there, and Josh Shaw, who played in Gloucestershire's last match, but Dom Goodman has come in for this one.
So Bracey continues to face. He's on 59. Hop, skip and a jump. In comes James Coles, and quite a similar place this time, but it's going to be Seals who cuts it off. It's just backward of point. Seals is out there on the boundary. Just gets a single, which brings Zafar to the business end of things. Another left-hander. He's just taking guard once again. Still sticking with a short leg and all the armour and the helmet.
I can eavesdrop in on the Gloucestershire backroom staff's conversation. I don't think they really know where our mic is.
As again, Coles is in and bowls and twirls it with that left arm. And that's just pushed harmlessly to Seals, who's come up on the single now for Zafar, being the newer batsman. Still trying to play himself in here. So Seals just backward of point. That's once more James Coles is in and bowls. There's a play and a miss. Just trying to have a little tickle at that one. Zaffer doesn't make contact. Get through the overs fairly quickly now, the spinners on both ends. Zaffer facing up. Coles in. And there will be a single. It'll be a quick single and a shy at the stumps, but he's safely back. Bracey, he was running to the danger end, the wicket keeper's end. There was a shy at the stumps from Jaden Seals, but they make it. It's good running. So Zaffer on to 6. And there's still a ball left in this over. Yes, there is. 284 for 6. Now Bracey on 60. Facing. Seals drops out, a deep point. And Cole skips in and bowls, and there's a sweep.
Ooh.
And that has come off short leg, off the pads of short leg. A slight limp going on there. Who's that under the lid?
Allsop.
It's Allsop. Tommels, one of the Toms under the lid there with 45 on his shirt. He's taken the blow, but he has got the shin pads on. He's not doing a Brian Close, who'd be totally unprotected and enjoy the pain.
Blood dripping down the shins, staining the trousers. Yes.
So the end of another over. 284 for 6 now, Gloucestershire. Bracey on 60, Zaffer on 6. And how many overs have we had? We've had 77. So 13 overs remaining in today's play.
It does look as though they're just going to rattle through these remaining overs until the second new ball was spin. You'd have to guess, probably, even if they were to grab a little bonus here, that it would probably be back to the likes of Seals and Robinson to try and blast out the tail. Low sunshine, long shadows being cast by the floodlight pylons as Carson in and bowls to Zaffer on 6. And Zaffer plays forward defence as it trickles to point. And there's no run. On the subject of Toms, though, I don't think any side could have had more Toms than Somerset. Tom Abel, Tom Lammonby, Tom Banton, Tom Kohler-Cadmore.
Oh yeah, Tom Kohler-Cadmore, who's moved around a bit, hasn't he?
Must be another one. I feel even that's not enough. On the back foot goes Zaffer to keep that one out.
It's always the Toms. Is that the most popular name in first-class cricket?
Surely it must be.
I think it must be.
There are quite a lot of Toms and quite a lot of Ollies, and of course Gloucestershire have got a pair of brothers called Tom and Ollie, so they win. Carson is in bowls, and again Zaffer is just tapping away quietly in defence. Doesn't look as if he is. Well, having said that, you just never know, do you? With a modern batter, they could just be lining something up in their minds, something expansive, and yes, you just never know. They block 3 deliveries and they'll just go after one. That's short though, and allowing Zaffer to cut, and he plays that shot well and will pick up 4 runs. Nothing that deep cover can do about it. Carson jogging round the boundary, but gave that one up pretty quickly. 288 for 6. And I think the worry in some ways is, yes, okay, the pitch might be doing a bit, but you've got this short boundary. I think it's still going to be quite hard to defend runs. If somebody gets in really with their eye in, with an attacking frame of mind, I think it, you know, in terms of factoring in what might be par on the pitch, as forward goes Zaffer, and one for the photographers there, as he's still forward defending about 5 seconds after the ball's gone away from him. But you know, it might not necessarily be par for this particular incarnation of the playing surface here. Who knows?
On pitch 13. We heard all about pitch 13. It's got runs in it and a smattering of green.
Carson is in, and Zaffer turns that one off the back foot. And it's fielded by Carter at mid-wicket, just strolling in to pick it up, and that is the end of the over. So 2 overs left until the new ball is available. Gloucestershire 288 for 6. It's been a day of steady partnerships without any one partnership going on really to turn it into a big one. Hammond and Charlesworth certainly played beautifully for their 56 and 62 respectively. 106 they put on for the 3rd wicket, but 40s and 50s since then.
James Coles twirls in and bowls, and that is just hit backward of the square leg, and they'll just trot through for 1 there. So Bracey adds 1 more to his total. He goes on to 61, and It's going to be Zafar. He's just practicing his forward defensive at the moment. Maybe he's lulling them into a full sense of security. But perhaps he'll lash out because they haven't got long with this old ball. 78.1 overs gone.
Short
They
boundary
choose to
might be
take it.
tempting.
Yeah, short legs in place as Coles comes in and bowls, and that is just put out of its misery there. Gets to the pitch the ball, Zafar. You'd think someone like Zafar, who's probably played a fair amount in Pakistan, understands spin, will have faced a lot more spin than the average county cricketer here in England as Coles comes in and bowls, or tries to get hold of it, doesn't carry to backward square. In fact, a fine leg on the 45, one bounce. There's also a shy at the stump, but they do go through for a single. It's a slight miss hit, perhaps it wasn't quite short enough for Zafar to get hold of, but he gets away with it. As the field spreads a little now because it's Bracey facing. There's a deep backward square leg, bobbing at the crease, Bracey. Bobby Bracey gets a single, nudged into the onside. He knew that square leg had gone out onto the ropes and there was a gaping hole there. He takes advantage and gets a single out of it. 62 for Bracey now, and the score 291 for 6 for Gloucestershire. Not too far away from their second batting point.
Oh, the excitement.
Oh.
Be getting giddy in the streets of Moreton and Marsh.
Moreton in Marsh, great name. Coles, left arm, comes in and bowls his slow left arm, and there's a play and a miss there from Zafar.
Street party in Lower Slaughter.
Maybe a lower slaughter and upper. There must be an upper slaughter if you've got a lower slaughter. Wasn't that Bob Hunt's? Bob Hunt was always talking about lower slaughter and upper slaughter. Comes forward there, Zafar, and just defends off the bowling of the slow left arm of Coles, and there is no run. End of the over, 291 for 6. We've had 79, 1 over remaining before the new ball may be taken.
Yes, it was my tribute to the great Sir Robert Hunt. That one. Yeah.
That was your tribute. I thought
Well,
you were going down the Hunt road there,
Well,
weren't you?
sort of, yes. You know, every once in a while it's nice to
Bob
bring
Hunt
it
being
out.
the great commentator
voice
for
of Gloucestershire
Gloucestershire
cricket that I
for a
grew
long
up with.
time. Exactly.
Yep.
Great sense of humour. Always got the giggles, Bob Hunt, didn't he? He used to get the giggles.
He would not have been having that cake situation at tea time, I can tell you that.
No. Gobbled with the giggles.
Carson to start the 80th over. He's just giving the ball a bit of a tweak from hand to hand, and now he moves in round the wicket to bowl, and this is chopped away into the covers, and Bracey roars Zafar Gohar through for a quick single, which actually doesn't need to be that quick in the end. And it's 292 for 6, Bracey 263. He's got through an awful lot of work. I mean, thinking about Jaden Seals coming back, and he bowled 19 overs already today, and he's an absolute workhorse. Robinson and Lamb 14 overs apiece. Hudson Prentice 17 overs. Got through a decent chunk of work. Gloucestershire would dearly love to have them coming back tomorrow with some more bowling to do and some more wickets to take. Forward goes Zafar Gohar and plays a defensive shot. Silly point in place for Zafar. That's Allsop rather than the short leg. Actually, maybe more of a silly mid-off. Now that I look at it again, he's taking a couple of shuffling steps to his left. Does so again as he goes into the crouch, as this is speared down the leg side by Carson, allowing Zafar to work a comfortable single through square leg, and it's 293 for 6. The marvellous sight of a close-up view of England's Ollie Robinson doing some practice deliveries and then rather worryingly putting his right hand to his from his left hand to his right shoulder. Carson bowls, and Bracey plays off the back foot, thumping defensive shot, although somehow the ball didn't seem to go very far. Made a satisfying thud in our microphone. Clouds really kind of clearing away. I mean, we might get another little bit of cloud in a while, but skies are fairly blue, which is a good thing, because we might not be playing if there was significant cloud cover, as this is run off the back foot by Bracey to extra cover. And so just one ball remains before the new one would be available to be taken. Carson to bowl it. Bracey comes forward, he wants a single, but backward points in pretty close. And that completes over number 80, 293 for 6. So we're going to do a headset change
We might do a Harlem Shuffle
here
as well.
Mm.
Yeah.
Everyone.
There we go, seamless. 10 overs to go in the day. I think, looking at the cloud, I think there's a reasonable chance we're going to get these 10 overs in, which will be quite remarkable considering the amount of play that we've only lost 4 overs, but I mean, here we are, 6:30. Now, I can tell you Sussex have taken the new ball, and I see no reason why they wouldn't. 293 for 6. Presumably Robinson and Seals will take it. Ollie Robinson as perhaps the senior bowler. Certainly the senior bowler will be bowling down the hill. Still searching for his first wicket is Ollie Robinson. James Bracey is still there. He had come on, Adrian. Bracey dropped when he was on 23.
Brames JC.
Yeah, been a long day, isn't it? Bracey's on 63. Sahara on 12. There's been good. I mean, I think there's been no major partnerships, but there's been some good partnerships, haven't there, throughout the day. In comes Robinson running in down the hill from the Cromwell Road in bowls to Bracey right up in the block hole and played to backward point, fielded there by Hudson Prentice, and there is no run. I think Gloucestershire, if they don't lose another wicket tonight, will consider they've had a decent day. And
Yeah.
I think if you put in April against the Duke ball, against an attack with 2 test bowlers, Robinson and Seals, I think you'd take this.
Yeah, I think I go back to what I said last week, and I always seem to end up saying it with the total that Yorkshire posted. I think you're rarely way out of a game with 300 in the first innings.
Robinson in again bowls. Bracey struck on the pad. That's close. I just wonder if that pitched slightly outside the line of leg stump. It was a good shout from Ollie Robinson. There is no run. No, I would agree with you. And as I say, you can't win a game on the first day. I mean, it's like a round of golf, isn't it? You can't win a golf tournament in the first round, but you could certainly lose it. And it was pretty overcast this morning. Not easy to bat during the afternoon with the constant interruptions for the rain. I know that can disrupt a bowler as well. But I think Gloucestershire would have settled for this.
I think it's going to be an interesting interview, actually. I haven't decided who my victim is at the end of the day.
Robinson in bowls. Bracey's beaten. That's a good delivery outside the off stump. Hasn't picked up a wicket, Ollie Robinson, but I think he looks in decent rhythm, doesn't he, coming down the hill. He might have had a couple. He had Bracey dropped in the slips. Somebody's still off the field for Sussex. Ollie Carter's still on. I think it's Danny Lamb is out there. Jaden Sills is at mid-on. Tom Haynes hasn't been out on the field very much, or is that Tom up at mid-off? No, that's Pujara at mid-off. So maybe it is Tom Haynes, who hurt his finger early on in the day, fielding at short leg. Robinson down the hill and bowls. Oh, he beats him again outside the off stump. I think we might be going for an update to our listeners on BBC Sussex and Surrey at 6:30, so we'll just listen out for that. I was talking earlier on, Izzy was talking about some books that she might be able to bring down, and Keith Ridge from the museum has been in touch, and he says if you'd like to pop over there in the morning, Izzy, if you haven't got any books, they'd be gratefully received. Keith Ridge is the curator's name, and the museum is just away to our left-hand side. And comes Robinson, bowls, hit on the pad. It's a no ball against Ollie Robinson.
The first
2
we've
balls
had.
to the total. I think it is 295 for 6. Keith will be down tomorrow before lunch. He says, if you ask Izzy to pop over and ask for me, so there we are. You might fancy a quick look around the museum as well. Keith Ridge is his name.
And by the way, sorry, I just, whilst you reminded me with museums, thank you to Roger Gibbons, that is, for
Yes.
pointing me in the right direction with that Gloucestershire flag, which I didn't know and will endeavour to remember now.
There was a book sale today, but it got called off because of the rain. There was some inside the museum. Robinson in, bowls to Bracey, who leans... to Zafar, who leans forward. Played onto the onside. Indeed, it's a leg by. 290. Is that 296 for 6? Yes, it is.
We've certainly had plenty of leg buys. That's the 18th
Wow.
leg buy we've had. And then those 2 no balls, the only other extra. As you'd expect with Simpson behind the stumps,
Yeah.
no buys, no wides. I mean, you do have to try very hard to bowl a wide. the county championship.
You do. No, you do.
Pretty much off the cut strip.
Yeah.
In which case it's a no ball anyway.
Ollie Robinson is coming around the wicket now. There's a change in the field. Ollie Carter has come across. They've got a leg slip in place. Jack Carson is in there. Bracey on 63 waits as Robinson is in and bowls, and Bracey turns that to mid-wicket fielded by Carter, which is the end of the over. An over that cost 4 runs. There was a no ball, 3 runs, a no ball and a leg by. 296 for 6, Bracey 63, Zafar is on 12. If you've just joined us, live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Gloucester and Bristol. Adrian Harms and Ed Seaborn, Izzy Duncan are your commentary team. The story of the day was that Sussex won the toss. They asked Gloucestershire to bowl first. Gloucestershire off to a good start, putting on 49 for the first wicket before Cameron Bancroft was LBW to Danny Lamb for 27. Ollie Price followed soon after. He was out for 8 with a total on 61. Then a partnership of 106 between Miles Hammond and Ben Charlesworth. Hammond eventually out for 56. Charlesworth made 62. Graham Van Buren made 26 before he was trapped by Finn Hudson-Prentice, and Tom Price bowled for 22 by Jack Carson. 2 wickets for Danny Lamb, 2 for Jack Carson, 1 for Finn Hudson-Prentice, and 1 for this man Jaden Seals, who's coming in from the C end of the ground.
So 20th over of the day for Seals, and this has been inside edged by Zafar, possibly inside edge onto pad. Again, James Bracey, who likes to stand so tight to those stumps at the non-strikers, then kind of obscured the view, but they managed to scramble a single, so Zafar Gohar is up the other end. 297 for 6. I had a tweet from if it would actually come back, which it won't, so I'm going to have to go on to the laptop. Great when that happens. It was there and then they took it away from me.
Yeah, that is annoying.
Zach Burley says that Morrisville is in the suburbs of, as Isabel Duncan likes to say, Raleigh. Seals in round the wicket, bowling, inside edge from Bracey, and this is going to squeeze down for, I think, maybe a couple. Fine leg gets round to field. There have been a few inside edges in this innings, but especially from Bracey, but, well, I suppose what he would say is luck wasn't really on my side last year, and maybe things are beginning to come round for me after that ton last week. 2 more runs to move Gloucestershire to 299 for 6. So Zach goes on to say a lovely ground, home of the Raptors of minor league cricket and a host site for major league cricket, which is the new franchise T20 tournament in the States. Seals runs in, he bowls. This is worked into the onside. Bracey thought about a single, would have been kind of running to the fielder there with Robinson at mid-on, and there is no run. Thanks to Zach for that. And very nice to have somebody from Hilton Head Island. It's one of my favourite golf tournaments, that's actually, to watch. And actually, I think the course might be better than the Masters. You have to whisper that because people don't. Well, I really like it. As he says, you've got that lighthouse finishing, looking out over the sound. It's lovely. Seals in bowls, and Bracey's beaten well and truly by that one.
I think he's bowled well, Jaden Seals, hasn't he? He's been a little unlucky, and he's certainly put in the hard yards today. He's marching back, isn't he?
Yeah, he doesn't look like somebody who's bowled that number of overs.
No, he doesn't.
Either. And when you consider that he's fairly recently still, in respective terms, come off a serious injury that kept him out for a year. He's looking very good at the moment. We'll be hoping that he doesn't have to come back and do very much tomorrow, I'm sure, and put his feet up for a day. Seals is in bowls, left alone by Bracey. Goes through to the gloves of John Simpson. Yeah, 1 for 63 from Seals. I think he's probably offered more threat than those figures would.
No, I would agree.
He was probably a bit wide with his new ball spell, but I think particularly impressive that spell that he bowled with the old ball, when he seemed to get more out of the pitch than often Sussex had managed with the new ball. 3 slips go down. Seals to complete his first over with this second new ball. Bowls to Bracey, who plays it confidently wide of mid-on. Jogging after it is Robinson, and I think it will be pretty comfortable too. They thought about a third on the arm as Robinson just lobs the ball in, but they couldn't take the chance that that throw was going to be winged in quickly, so they settle for the 2, but it brings up Gloucestershire's 301 for 6, so it's 2-all on the scoreboard in terms of bonus points, 2 bowling points for Sussex, having been brought up when they took that 6th wicket, and Gloucestershire with now a second batting point, and they'll be hoping that the tail continues to provide some very useful runs. Zaman Akhtar can certainly bat. In fact, even when you go down to number 11, Ajit Singh Dale got a 50 last year, so you just never know. But equally, as I've said with a lot of partnerships, you just want the one that's out there to keep going, especially towards the back end of the day here.
You certainly do. A quick rattle through the scores in the second division. Leicestershire 161 for 2 at Derby. Marcus Harris 77 not out. Lewis Hill 34. So a good day for Leicestershire. They've been on and off for the rain there in the Midlands. Robinson comes in and bowls to Zafar, who's beaten outside. Well, to be fair, I think he took the bat out of the way. Goes through to Simpson. There is no run. Not a great day for Yorkshire at Lords. Bowled out for just 159. In reply, Middlesex are 76 for 2. Mark Stoneman on 34. Louis Deploy on 19.
I think Middlesex are a really hard side to call this year. I think a lot of people have just sort of written them off a little bit, whilst others have probably gone, well, it's Middlesex, big county, so they'll probably go up. I think they're a very hard side to call because they can be so unpredictable.
Robinson in bowls, and Zafar's right in behind that, plays off the offside. There is no run. Glamorgan are 200 for 7 with Colin Ingram 68 not out. Dan Douthwaite made 50. That is against Northamptonshire at Wantage Road. Glamorgan were in all sorts of trouble actually. At one stage they were 27 for 4. So a recovery by Glamorgan. And I think maybe one of those sides challenging at the end. As I say, I think every side you can make a case for. Some heavier cloud is drifting towards Hove. So we may not get through these overs. In comes Robinson, bowls. Oh, Zafar's beaten outside the off stump. That is a good delivery by Robinson. 301 for 6. So that's the scores in the second division. In the first division, just to rattle through, Lancashire bundled out for 146. At Chelmsford, Essex 24 without loss in reply. They finished for the day at Southampton. Warwickshire 340 for 4 against Hampshire. Kent 111 for 3 against Surrey. At Canterbury, Daniel Bell Drummond making 70 of those.
He's been in good form at the start of the year, hasn't he?
He's
couple
now
of hundreds, I think, isn't it, in the first couple of rounds?
He's certainly out now. Notts 193 all out. Somerset 116 for 1 in reply. Robinson in bowls. And Worcestershire 75 for 3 after Durham were bowled out for 244. If those heavy clouds do come in and we go off for bad light, I can't see us coming back on.
It's reached this awkward stage that we were talking about. I can't remember whether it was on or off air, but where if the sun's out, then you're fine to stay out there. But as soon as the sun goes behind the cloud, then you have this awkward situation where you could be playing some deliveries and others not. You must have to kind of stand out there in the middle and wait for the sun to come back out again.
Indeed.
It can be very tricky.
Robinson in again, bowls. Oh, that was wide outside the off stump, and Zephyr having nothing to do with that.
And it's just, it is always like this in April and in September as well. And this is the problem with the, we'll just play into October situation, because daylight disappears very quickly at that time of year.
And also it disappears quickly at this time of year as well.
In terms of, you add a couple of minutes on every day at that point in terms of the sun setting and the time that you can actually play in.
Robinson in bowls, defends does Zephyr. That's a maiden over and a stern examination from Ollie Robinson, who's now bowled 16 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 54. Gloucestershire 301 for 6 with Bracey on 67. Zephyr is on 13. I've got an update to do now at 6:48, no more no less. There is some bluer sky drifting in behind the pavilion, but there's more dark grey cloud than anything else. I think we will be lucky to get these overs in.
Yes, and the question would then be, would Sussex want to, for example, if there were a situation where the umpires told them they had to bowl spin, would they want to use the spinners with this new ball, or would they say, well, there's then the risk of it getting out of shape maybe, and actually we'd rather just come back tomorrow. Jayden Seales resuming battle, bowling to Bracey, who works that one into the onside. And he's spied the fact that Robinson's at mid-on. He's performed that particular manoeuvre a few times recently now as Bracey. He moves on to 68, 302 for 6.
He's run well between the wickets, James Bracey. I would say, I think if they went up, I think Sussex will probably think fair dues, because they'll, chance to have a re-evaluation, a chance to, another crack with the new ball tomorrow is a good thing at this time of day. We're only 3 overs old. I think both sides will probably settle for going off, if I'm being honest, Ed.
Yeah, I can see, the game has moved on a decent amount as well, as this is, inside third maybe of the bat there from Zafar down to fine leg. He will take a single and won't really care how that's come. 303 for 6. Seales has got the double teapot out now. We had some single teapot action earlier, but it's time for the double teapot and the weary wander back to his mark. And as he's walking back here, he is starting to look like somebody who has bowled that number of overs. Not when he actually bowls the ball, but it is.
And he's also running up the hill for much of this today.
Yes, he has. That's true as well. Seales bowls and turned leg side by Bracey. It's picked up at mid-wicket and there is no run. And again, every time you come here, especially sitting here, you just don't quite get a sense of how much of a slope there is until you actually walk out in the middle, and especially as you look over towards the flats on the, as we look at it, the shorter side of the ground towards the clock tower, and you see effectively there's like an entire floor's worth of those flats that the ground covers in terms of its slope. In goes Seales bowls. This is just nudged to cover by Bracey. Sizable gap on the offside for a single, but finds cover. Deep point sent back, and a fine leg back as well. So defensive position, that deep point for Bracey.
So if we lose these last few overs, we'd have had 90 in the day.
And we will be able to make up
those
all
tomorrow.
these overs as well,
Yeah.
so
So
we may not
wouldn't
lose
it-
any anyway.
And wouldn't it be good tomorrow morning, if we could start at 10:30, make up these overs.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Seales. As the sun goes in, he bowls a bumper, which Bracey's obviously managed to see okay as he ducks underneath it, but you do just see, those lights over on the Spain Karma Pavilion, and you just see how vividly they shine out now.
Yeah, and on the garage at the far end, where you can see a blue garage door, and up there it's where the green groundsmen keep a lot of their kit. There's a light there, and I always think that's a good light indicator. If you can see that light, it's not great. So I reckon we're right on the cusp here. With that, there's a glimmer of sunshine just coming across the ground, but it has got quite gloomy. And there's a lot of cloud coming in now.
So even if they were to go off at the end of this over, we'd have lost 10, but we can make up 16 over the course of the next 2 days. 104 over days, so we'd still be in credit. Seales is in and bowls to Bracey, and this is played with a very firm forward defence by Bracey to mid-off, and the end of that over, 2 runs from it. Gloucestershire 303 for 6. No meetings as yet between the umpires, and again our glass is tinted, so
that is true. But you can see,
yeah.
you're quite right, Ed, you can see the lights on the pavilion. But well done the umpires, and well done the ground staff today, because after lunch there was 2 or 3 short, sharp showers, and they had to get the covers on and get them off again, but the umpires were very keen to get everything going. So, and a good few spectators have stayed looking at the deck chairs at the far end of the ground, so well done those who have stayed for braving the cold. In comes Ollie Robinson. Around the wicket comes in and bowls, and tucking inside the line is Zafar. He plays it to Hudson Prentice. I think Ollie Robinson, quite rightly, is saying, why was there a single there, really?
Yes,
Because
it was a bit dilatory to move there.
Yeah, they did.
Hudson Prentice. I thought it was going to be very close, actually.
Yeah, he was just a little irritated, I think, Ollie Robinson there, that they really shouldn't have been a single. And Hudson Prentice looks a little frustrated at backward point. And all changing, the field is changing over.
Especially, sorry, Arms, it was
Sorry?
especially because they would have wanted Zafar on strike as well.
Totally.
Now they've got Bracey back on.
So the field has changed as in comes Robinson. Around the wicket bowls, and Bracey plays that firmly down to third man. That'll just be a single fielded by Hudson Prentice. They've got Zafar back on strike. But Bracey goes to 69. The total to 305 for 6. I would be very surprised if we stay on much longer. John Simpson just looking towards the skies. There's some blue skies to the northeast, but that's gone, and we're rather getting the heavier cloud that's coming in. Just to let Cameron know, I can hear you loud and clear. As Robinson is in bowls. Oh, that's a cracking delivery. To be honest, Ollie Robinson is probably wondering how he hasn't got a wicket today, because he's beaten Zafar all ends up, and the ball has missed the off stump by a whisker.
Yeah, you could almost see it shiver as the ball went by.
You could. If you were batting out now, you'd just be waiting for the sound of the ball hitting the stumps. But he's got away with that. Yes, they are still playing, Tim. There's a bit more heavy cloud drifting in, so I don't think we're that far from going off for bad light. But we've done well, really, considering the weather elsewhere in the country. As an appeal for a leg before, Ollie Robinson bowling from the Cromwell Road end, but that was clearly going over the top, so no run. Gloucestershire, I think, will feel they've had a good day. They're 305 for 6, having been asked to bat this morning. James Bracey, who was dropped when he was on 23, is still there. He's on 69. Zafar is on 15. 2 wickets for Danny Lamb, 2 wickets for Jack Carson, a wicket for Jayden Sills and a wicket for Finn Hudson-Prentice. But having won the toss and decided to bowl first, I think Sussex will just be a little disappointed with the way that today has panned out. Not so much play down at Canterbury today. Certainly they had a late start. Kent now 111 for 3 against Surrey. Daniel Bell-Drummond making 70 even. Jack Leading is 30 not out. A couple of wickets there for Rob Worrell. It's getting really quite dark here at Hove now. Robinson is still bowling. We have got 5 overs to play. I'm not sure we're going to get those in, Tim. In comes Robinson. Around the wicket. Bowls and let go outside the off stump by Zafar, and there is no run. Now the umpires, I think, maybe going to have a little natter here. Well, they're not, actually, which, yes, they are. Umpires Newell and Bainton are going to have a little chat, and I suspect we're going to be finished for the day. It really has got very gloomy in the last 10 minutes or so. Neil Bainton is, in fact, they're pointing towards the heavy cloud over. Well, we are going to keep going, certainly for the time. So well done, the umpires. I suspect that Gloucester will be keen to get off here. I mean, they've done their day's work. There's not a lot to be gained for Gloucestershire here, just 5 overs left in the day.
Yes, I suppose the only gain is that you maybe could make a case that you'd rather have some potentially weary, leaden-legged
Possibly
bowlers bowl
Yeah.
these overs with. That's probably what you've got to look at it like. But yes, I agree with you. I think they've got to the point where you'd say, okay, we've done a good job here with this partnership. Let's get off and come back tomorrow. And Bracey has a fiddle at that one and misses it. And I don't think Bracey's necessarily looking in terms of I couldn't see that, but at the same time, you know, you do just have those extra little jitters at this time of the day.
No, definitely. And as I say, Bracey walks away. He's looking at umpire Newell at square leg. I think Gloucestershire will be very, very pleased to come off it. Having battled away, they won't want to lose the wicket of Bracey here, because this new ball will only be, well, it's only half a dozen overs at the moment.
Here goes Seals over the wicket to the left-handed Bracey. This is flicked off pad out into the onside, and they will come through for a leg by as Bracey does a hopping motion, and actually that's what you want now. Zafar, as useful a batter as he is, you almost want Zafar to take the night watchman role now. You almost want
Totally.
Bracey to be at the non-strikers end for pretty much all these remaining overs, and actually Sussex are still setting the field to allow that to happen. Thankfully, we've got a bit of sunshine.
Shaft of sunlight.
Yeah, if we could just have that, then we wouldn't be in any doubt.
That really heavy cloud sort of stayed at the north end of the ground. If that stays there, with some lighter skies behind it, who knows? We might get away with it.
306 for 6. Seals bowls to Zafar, and Zafar's played the line of off stump, but the ball has left his attempted forward defence and gone through to the wicketkeeper. But I'm at 264 for 6, having lost that last wicket. There was a real danger Gloucestershire could really subside and be bowled out for 290, something like that, fall short of 300. This partnership has been vital in making sure that Gloucestershire have got over 300 and potentially have the opportunity to add on, but lots of hard work to do against this second new ball. Seals into Zafar, who plays that one out into the offside. Quick single, well taken, with cover moving to his right. Pujara throwing across his body, and that's a well-judged run. Zafar moves to 16. Gloucestershire 307 for 6. Certainly knowing the type of character that Zafar is, he would have been absolutely chomping at the bit, I'm sure, to get out there and play, sitting out the first couple of rounds. He's probably played a bit more in the early season over the last couple of years than I think was possibly envisaged when he first came over, but wasn't going to play at Derby, wasn't in the squad there.
Oh, that's
Shout
out.
before wicket gone. That's what Gloucestershire didn't want. And it's James Bracey as well. LBW for 69. Huge wicket for Jayden Seals and for Sussex at the end of the day. 307 for 7. If they could just have nursed Bracey through to the close, things might have felt a lot different, but now it's up to Zafar and the tail to add what they can. He's batted very nicely as James Bracey, but he just came forward, got the impression that the ball pitched just in line. And I think once it had done that, it was going on to hit the stumps.
Yeah,
and
good delivery.
Lost a huge wicket late in the day.
They have. Crumbs, the BBC website's quick. They've got that wicket up already.
Have they?
Yeah, so very good indeed. It's got gloomy again now as that heavier cloud drifts across, but a fine innings from Bracey. But we did just say that Gloucester had it all to lose here, didn't they, in the last few overs, but he was absolutely stonewall in front then. And well done, Jayden Seals. He's bowled really well here today. He's in his 22nd over, 4 maidens, 2 for 68. And it's been a really good spell of bowling.
Well, that also makes the question of who to interview at the end of the day a little trickier as well. I mean, you've had 3 half-centurions. Nobody's got to 70, though. Hammond 56, Charlesworth 62, and Bracey 69, the mainstays of this innings. Charlesworth has been the one that's spent the longest out in the middle. So anyway, I'm sure I'll work it out one way or another on the walk over, but whoever it is, I will be really curious to see what they make of this surface and what they make of this score and how they've batted today. Dom Goodman has come out at number 9. Very tall figure.
It's another good partnership there, wasn't it? Was that 36 plus 7?
Seals is in and bowls to Goodman, who pushes forward and plays defensively into the covers. There's no run. No, go on.
43. So I mean, there's been good partnerships all the way down, but apart from that partnership at 106, but there's been solid contributions. You know, 27, 62, 8, 56, 69, 26, 22. Now we've got a change in bowling. Ollie Robinson is coming off. I think Danny Lamb is going to come into the attack from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Those clouds at the far end look really threatening now. Where are the ground staff? Let's have a little look and see if they're... Well, they're not poised as if there's rain around. Generally the lads are here fairly sharpish. But we're still playing. Danny Lamb, 14 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 41. Oh, it is dark now.
Yeah,
once that sun goes, I'm not so sure it's not raining in the distance, you know. Either way, we're staying on for the time being. 307 for 7. We've got 4 overs left. So well done, the umpires. They've kept things going. Sussex will feel if they could nip a couple of wickets now. In comes Lamb. Bowls to Zafar, lets that go outside the off stump. There is no run. 16 not out. Zafar, Gloucestershire, 307 for 7.
I think probably in terms of, you know, going back to those sort of contributions and the partnerships or whatever, you can make 300 to 350 with a lot of solid contributions. But if you really want to go on and make close to 400, then it's probably 3 figures that you need.
Lamb in bowls to Zafar, who plays on the bounce, fielded by Coles at third slip. And there is no run. Is James Cole's okay? Yes, he fielded the ball. I thought for a minute he'd hurt himself. But he's okay. It's James Coles. He'll be glad to see the back of James Bracey, because Bracey was dropped when he was on 23. And the score on 218 for 4. So he's capitalised on that mistake. Comes Lamb again. Bowls wide of the off stump, taken by Simpson. There is no run. I just wonder whether the umpires might say here to John Simpson, if you want to carry on, you're going to have to bowl your slower bowlers.
Yes, it may be that Lamb has come on as kind of almost a preemptive move from Sussex, because they probably, at this stage, as you've been saying, they probably do want to stay out there as long as they can and exploit these conditions. So Lamb coming on, lower pace, he's unlikely to be bowling bumpers, might be preferable.
In again, bowls down the leg side, poor delivery taken by Simpson. There is no run. Danny Lamb will be annoyed with himself for that. Let me just give you the bowling figures for Sussex. Ollie Robinson, 17 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket, 456. Jayden Seals, 22 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 68. Danny Lamb in his 15th over, 2 for 41 with 3 maidens. Finn Hudson-Prentice, 17 overs, 1 for 60 with 2 maidens. Tom Clark, 3 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 4. Lamb in again, bowls. Zafar is forward and plays very confidently through the offside. They've taken 1, they'll look for 2. There isn't a second one there. Good bit of fielding by Finn Hudson-Prentice, who prevents the second run being taken. It means that Lamb will get 1 delivery at Goodman, who is the new man in, 308 for 7. Carson, 11 overs, no maidens, 2 for 50. I think he bowled a little better than those figures suggest, actually. And James Cole's 2 overs, no wicket for 9.
I think you'd certainly take 2 for 50 from your spinner on an opening day, but it doesn't say the overs almost irrelevant, really. As long as you're picking up wickets at a good rate, which 2 for 50 certainly is, then certainly take it, especially as it was Carson who broke that partnership between Hammond and Charlesworth that was really threatening to take the day away from Sussex.
And comes Lamb, bowls, and he's caught at slip, is Goodman. First ball that he's received, and he is caught at slip. Tom Alsop with the catch, a routine catch straight into the bread basket, and this has proven a nice little sort of quarter of an hour for Sussex, because Goodman has gone for a duck, and Gloucestershire are 308 for 8.
It was a lovely little edge, that, wasn't it?
Yes.
Just, exactly the type that they give you at the start of slip catching practice before they then start to kind of wing it harder onto the bat. It just nicked that edge and went perfectly into first slip's hands, and Goodman comes and goes. He's somebody who's, you look at his first class numbers at the moment, and you certainly wouldn't think he was at the moment highest score of 18 in his brief first class career, but he's certainly shown better ability with the bat than that, and it's more been his defensive technique actually, in terms of blocking out situations. Possibly, I suspect he probably would have come in anyway, because I think we were given batting order up till then, but might also been an argument for sending him in ahead of Zaman Akhtar, who himself has provided useful runs for Gloucestershire. Last year he had a 41 not out as his top score, came in the second innings at Grace Road, and he certainly looked as though he could have gone on for some time after that as well. But nobody wants really to come out in this situation with just 3 overs to go. Gloom and then low sun, which I'd imagine is very tricky in terms of adjusting your eyes to. And he's at the non-strikers end at the moment because it's Jaden Seals bowling to Zafar Gohart, who lets that one go through to the keeper.
I think if Sussex were to pick up these 2 wickets very quickly now, they'll feel that they've had a decent day. It's funny how these things ebb and flow. The sun is back with us now. If it stays like this, I keep on saying we won't get these overs in. Well, we might.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge difference, isn't it, between 300 for 6 and an established top-order bat going well, as Bracey was, with somebody in the lower order who can score runs, to all of a sudden now you've got the lower order man in terms of Zafar as the senior partner in a 9th wicket partnership. Seals bowls, and goodness me, that was a perler. Full and 4th stump line coming back towards Zafar, who tried to play a defensive shot to it but was all at sea as he was beaten. And this is a really testing spell here. Still 2.4 overs to go. So if a wicket falls in the next 10 deliveries, then the number 11 would have to come out and take his pads off if they get to the last over. Seals bowls, Zafar drives. That's a nice looking shot, and it's been misfielded at mid-off, which will allow Zafar to take a single. That's all it will be, because Zaman Akhtar had to make sure that the ball got by Tom Haynes. 1 run taken, 309 for 8.
Sussex may not be too bothered about that, actually, because it gets Akhtar on strike, which is number 10 coming in to face Jaden Seals in sort of, actually the light is okay now, but still a pretty tall order, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it also is that kind of low sun, this sort of orangey light that you've got, and then as the bowler's coming in, the sun is going in now.
It is.
Seals to bowl to Zaman Akhtar, it's full. He was
nice
looking
shot
for the Yorker, but it's been kept out with a good degree of comfort from Akhtar as he sends it to mid-on. I mean, you can read, say, both Akhtar and Goodman in their 10th first-class matches, so you can't read a great deal into the averages. I mean, if you look at the average, you'd say, well, Akhtar's averaging 19 and a quarter. What's he doing coming in below Goodman, who's averaging 8 or 9? But there is a bit more to it than that. Akhtar waiting, 4 slips in place. Seals is in, bowls wide of off stump, and he's had a jab at that one as Akhtar and doesn't get anything on it. Looking as though he wanted to feel bat on ball there, Akhtar, and this is also the thing about Singh Dale, who would come in at 11. He's somebody that does quite like to play his shots. So, Goodman was the one probably who would really look to try and block the rest of this out. Whereas Akhtar saw a big gap on the offside and thought, get off the mark here. Deep point's been sent back, deep square leg has been sent back. Last ball of the over, Seals bowls to Zaman Akhtar, is edged and short of slip, didn't carry. And a nick found by Seals, who throws something up in the air. I'm not exactly sure what that was, but it's the end of the over, 2 left in the day, and Gloucestershire 309 for 8. One of those sort of, at the moment, kind of on the face of it, middling looking scores, but who knows, they may feel that they've done better than middling. We're only kind of guessing, really, because they're the ones that have been out there playing on this surface and seeing what it's doing.
Well, we're going to get 90 overs in the day, which I think is pretty good going, considering the what else has been happening around the country today. I think with the last game standing, it's going to be Danny Lamb in sunshine now, running down the hill, coming into bowl to the left-handed Zafar, who punches that through the covers. Cheteshwar Pujara in hot pursuit. It might go all the way to the boundary, actually. Pujara's chasing. He's just going to pull the ball up inside. They come back for a third, so Zafar is very happy with his number 10 batsman. Zaman Akhtar. Are they off everywhere else? Well, they're still playing at Chelmsford. Essex 67 for 1 in reply to Lancashire's 146. Still playing at Worcester, well, Kidderminster actually. Worcestershire 76 for 4 in reply to Durham's 244. And still playing here. So cricket's still going on around the country. Wouldn't have any floodlights at Kidderminster, that's for sure.
No. Have you seen that score at Essex, though? Feroz Cushy, 53 from just 33 balls.
Lamb in bowls. Oh, Actor's beaten all ends up. Sorry, yes, Actor beaten all ends up, taken by Simpson.
Went between bat and body there, I
did.
think, and
Yeah.
possibly it just brushed the shirt or something like that. A couple of Sussex fielders went up, but crucially, the keeper and captain Simpson didn't. Second slip Tom Clark, and Danny Lamb had a shout, but nobody else.
I think both sides will feel they're in this game. So we come to the end of the opening day. Lamb running in over the wicket bowls. And Actor slams a loose delivery from Danny Lamb through point for 4 runs. He absolutely belted that away. Nothing wrong with that. That was a lovely shot. You probably heard the ball thump into the advertising hoardings.
Yeah, he can very much back, and Zaman Actor. I mean, it's
Nothing
somebody
wrong with that.
You'd certainly trust to get you some useful runs through the season, as he did last year in his debut year, and he's got the confidence of coming off his maiden 5-wicket haul in first-class cricket against Yorkshire last week.
Lamb in again, bowls. Actor is forward, very confidently placed a bit off, fielded by Checheshwar Pujara. And there is no run. So thank you everybody for all your emails, texts, and getting in touch with us today. It's been terrific fun.
Yes, we've had all sorts, haven't we?
Yeah, thank you to Ed and to Izzy Duncan. It's been good fun here today. It's been a long day because it's now 7:10 and we're still going.
Phil O'Rourke says it's sunny in South Gloss. Perhaps you'd like to up sticks and bowl the final 4 overs of the day in Bristol.
In comes Lamb, bowls to Actor up in the toes, placed a mid-off, fielded by Pujara, and there is no run.
Yeah, it is amazing to me that we're playing at 7:10.
Yes.
And possibly we might be playing at 7:10 tomorrow if the weather
Yes.
allows, given that it'll be a longer day, but not as long as it might have been. It could have been 104 overs. It'll be, what, 100? So we've
Yes.
lost 4 overs.
Lamb in bowls, Actor drives without timing to mid-off. That is the end of the over. 1 over to go for wicket falls now. I think we go off, don't we?
Yes, so Ajit Singh Dale's the most relieved man on the ground, as he can take his pads off and know that he will be back tomorrow to bat. So Actor and Zafar, 6 balls to see out, but if a wicket were to fall, we'll traipse off after what has been another entertaining day's cricket. I think the first day against Yorkshire was well, it wasn't similar to this in that it was Yorkshire being 90 for 5. One more wicket, says the lone voice. But you know, in terms of a score around about 300 on the board, they always do make for exciting games. Usually when you see a score roundabout like this in the first innings. Here's Jaden Seals bowling to Zafar, who squirts this one away backward of square on the offside, and that's a fairly welcome sight, I think, for Gloucestershire to have the senior man at the non-striker's end as he picks up a single to deep backward point. Zafar is 22, Gloucestershire 317 for 8. He's obviously a fan favourite already, as Jaden Seals, being spurred on into his 24th over of the day. He'd be pretty happy with 24 overs of work as a spinner.
He would. Well, he's certainly getting encouragement from the small crowd that is left.
How many people makes a crowd? Seals, Ian Bowles cracked off the back foot by Zaman Actor, but he has picked out Ollie Robinson at mid-off. There's no run. Sort of, well, it didn't look very good from Actor, but it wasn't able to source a gap.
I was talking there to John Simpson. I don't know if he was just saying, oh, it's getting a bit gloomy out here. It probably is. Well, I've said for the last half hour, oh, it's getting gloomy. And every time I say that, the sun comes out. But it is a lot of heavy cloud coming in from the north of the ground over the downs. Apparently the forecast for tomorrow is good.
Yeah.
So let's hope so.
I think for the most part,
coming
it's
along.
looking pretty dry for the rest of things. Deep square being sent out, putting the short ball in Actor's mind. Seals runs in, he bowls back of a length, and it's jabbed into the offside by Actor, and Zafar is quite happy to go through for the single and move to the striker's end. 318 for 8.
He's just been annoyed with himself there, is James Sills, for dropping short. I'm not sure where our singing spectator is. We'll just keep an eye on our effects mic in case it, just in case the language gets a bit fruity.
Sort of neither one thing nor t'other, that
No.
last ball from Seals. They put the deep square out, so you wondered whether he might try a bumper, but then sort of dug in halfway down without a huge amount on it. So he can get his revenge this ball. Seals round the wicket, bowls to Zaffer, who plays a robust forward defence as the ball goes to Tom Haynes at mid-off. 2 balls to go. Seagulls swooping around, all the gulls. Sorry,
What's on your
keep
what's on the menu tonight?
You know, I'm not sure. There's quite a lot on the menu in the hotel I'm staying in, but not all of it is within budget.
Oh, and that's always the way with hotels, isn't it?
Yes.
It's not cheap.
So who knows? I shall get back at 9:30 and see what I fancy. Seals bowls, and Zaffer's tried to withdraw the bat away from that one, but I think he probably did play at it on a good length from Seals, and decent carry still through to John Simpson. And 1 ball remains in the day's play. Yes, I think, to be honest, if talking about walking back via the seafront or walking back via the church road further inland, I think it's going to be whichever's quickest.
Right, you're hungry.
Last ball of the day. Seals round the wicket, bowls to Zaffer, who plays it into the offside, into the gap at point, and will take a single, so he will be on strike for tomorrow morning. Zaffer finishes 23 not out. Zaman Akhtar has 5, Gloucestershire 300 and 19 for 8. Half centuries from Ben Charlesworth, Miles Hammond and James Bracey. Gloucestershire offered a couple of big lives, which who knows how many they might have on the board had those 2 slip catches been